Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely peachy day so far. It's nice as fuck out. Mid 60s in Maine. Gorgeous. Mostly sunny day. Flowers are blooming. Birds are chirping. Walmart clearance was fucking slapping today. We absolutely cleaned house over there. It is a god dang gorgeous day, if I do say so myself. Almost 90 here. That doesn't sound very fun. Steen, thank you for the 85-day streak. Another day, another Leon first in chat. Absolutely diff the fuck out of Nin, little bitch ass Nin. Anyways, boys, Doss, Nin, Leon, all my dogs, my lurkers out there. What a dooski. I'm trying Monsters and Memories. What are you thinking so far? I forgot that they had their playtest today. I forgot that it was Friday. It's warm in Ontario. My tomato plants are happy. Oh yeah, brother. The plants are honestly like it was warm here. And it's been rainy and warm enough for everything to get water and then have an immense amount of heat come in for the soil. It's been great. I think it's going to be a really good garden year this year. So I'm trying. I got some things that are sprouting right now. And I'm getting some seedlings fully in place. So, I'll be the complainers will at least a couple decent changes to Park Reaper Come. Yeah, I haven't checked out the second set. I mean, I checked them out a little bit to know that pretty much everything got rebuffed. I didn't do like a full breakdown, but I went through and saw like RAM at 70% crit again instead of 15%, which GG's. That literally just changes everything. It makes it 100% crit effectively because any class in combat can scale up to 30% crit. So 70% is effectively the same thing as 100% in my opinion. Changed my mind. Outside of that, it seems like they broke Mage again. And like, clam slamming is absolutely fucking insane right now. So it's a little unfortunate. It does definitely seem like there has been a little bit of a concession to the power creep, which again, I don't know how that's going to work out for them in the long term. I'm not the game developer, they are, but I do worry about the immense amount of power creep that we're going to have, even going forward into heroic dungeons. When we do get heroic dungeons, I just feel like everything's about to fall over. Now, cool news, we actually have level 20 versions of the weapons, so that's kind of sick. So this is actually like our starter weapon, and you have like Dominion and all of those things available, so like kind of cool. Radiance and Luon Flame seem to be really not that bad because of the fate scaling, if I'm being completely upfront. Like, this doesn't inherently seem the worst, and I would personally maybe like to give it a little test, because this is shielding, this is healing and damaging, and then this is magic damage and then burn and then 30% additional crit strike chance. So I'm thinking realistically maybe an arsenal slot of the priest starter weapon, and then just upgrade it to 3 stars and see what's up there. But I'm also really thinking that Amon Ram is just back in the driver's seat with the additional crit going up to 70%. I think Ram's realistically just, you know, driving the car and determining where everything's going. I will say though, Luon Flame's scaling being 96 and 84% faith on top of the base is kind of fucking insane. If I'm being completely real, that's an immediate 280 without any, like, crits going whatsoever, and it's another additional instance of damage. Dot build? I don't know. If I'm being honest, I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be entirely valid or not, but it's enough for me to be incredibly curious about it, to say the least. Honestly, I probably don't even need to spend these bad boys, but it's like, fuck else am I gonna do with them, you know what I mean? Alright. We're already done with everything I need to do there. We'll throw those bad boys back in. We will organize the storage. You just even want to see my weed plants, gonna have to start trimming the top on them to get them to push out more. You gotta make those bad boys wide. What you gotta do is you gotta do some, basically some stress testing with them. You gotta bend those branches, you gotta hold them down, you gotta force them to spread instead of letting them bush upwards. And you basically just tie it down like it's the kinkiest goddamn weed plant you've ever seen. Get it all S&M'd up, and then you'll have a big bushy boy. Yeah, this build has the potential to be interesting if I'm being completely real. I'm not 100% certain, again, what all we're gonna be looking at, but I'm really intrigued by this. Really intrigued, especially the fact that it's a 10-second coolie for damage, healing, and shielding. And then this is going to be permanent uptime on things. Like, I'm a little intrigued just in terms of the functionality of it. That's a cast, which is the only thing that sucks. Like, both of those things are casts, which I think inherently feel quite clunky to have to stop doing things to cast. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I think the cast feels just a little too clunky at this point, if I'm being honest. If it were instant, then it'd probably go fucking crazy. But it is not. Although I wonder if the damage is just like enough to completely offset it in the first place. If you are truly just blasting combos out. Because you could get judgments up frequently as shit. You are constantly going to be using your weapon abilities. I think it's just contingent on everything just sitting there, standing there menacingly doing one thing. And it has the potential to do some damage, but I don't know that it's doing enough. It is 269 on a crit, and then that burn does come in and have a lot more pop to it as well after the fact. I'm just not convinced out here with what I'm seeing. It's interesting, though. Like, it's a very interesting concept. I just don't like the cast times on it, if I'm being real. This play Rogan have 100% int plus 100% dex scaling dot with 25% magic shred for 1 point investment, but we got nerfed according to people. Bro, you got all of your tier 3s. Or, sorry, all of your tier 3s moved up to tier 1. And everybody's just like, yeah, this class fucking sucks now. I can't believe they'd neuter it. Bro, that shit's better than it's ever been. The fuck you mean? The actual fuck you mean? It's actually redonkulous how solid Rogue is now. And they've undone a lot of the damage to warriors. Granted, damage to warriors. Like, let's be completely upfront. It's not like warrior was even hurting after the change. So, we'll see. I'm kind of intrigued by, like, the thought process here. Part of me wonders if they're just going to work towards the exact same balancing, but walk it down over time instead of doing it all at once. So it's less of a shock value type thing, if that makes sense. I really have a feeling that we're going to see multiple balance changes coming in pretty frequently that are just going to have all of those values and all of those changes targeted as an end goal. And probably even more of them, and we're just going to get progressive changes instead of an all at once. But we'll see. I will say, it's also kind of funny seeing a bunch of people glazing this as like, oh my god, this is the best patch ever. Bro, they just corrected some numbers and then added blue weapons. It's a great patch. It's a great patch. Like, I'm glad that they added the weapons and they're working towards accessibility bottlenecks. But people are going crazy because they reverted some numbers because people thought their build was going to be nerfed. And I'm like, man, this is just like a normal balance update. Don't get the rollback. Even on most random off-meta builds, you still kill in less than 3 minutes. Yeah, part of what I'm worried about is long-term power creep as well. As they expand to level 30, level 40, level 50, they give us 3 talent trees instead of just 1. They give us more weapons to scale off of. I almost worry that at this point in time, they're setting us up to hop into heroic content when it does drop, and effectively just god mode through heroic content, and then have nothing of... Not that I really think this should be like Souls-like difficulty, right? But I think there should definitely be content where higher end builds are also forced to at least pay attention to mechs. And that form of balance can come in a million different ways. But one thing I was talking about yesterday, it seemed to me like the developers were trying to really figure out where they wanted their power scaling to be at of their top end builds. Some games want all of their top end builds to be a 10 out of 10. Think Path of Exile 1 with all the race car builds, right? Some games want their end game builds to play like a 6 or a 7. So that way you still have the main character power fantasy, but you're not just rolling through every single bit of content that's available with absolutely no resistance whatsoever. And that's really where we're at right now. Every single class can just roll through stuff with no resistance whatsoever, which I think is great for the cozy accessibility standpoint. But when we're looking at a longevity standpoint, is that really going to lead to players feeling like the content is repeatable and fun? If every single fight is just, okay, I go in and I do this for a few minutes, ha ha ho ho. Maybe, but I worry that people will reach their point of completion a lot quicker if this is the case. I just like the damage of the game wasn't so skyrocketed. I'm worried they're gonna have to buff future content HP because of it. We'll start seeing way higher values. Yeah, and then eventually when you see way higher values, they just do a squish. Yeah, it's literally how it goes. So the long term of this, if we keep doing this much damage, then they're gonna have to bump up mob HP. And then if we're doing this much damage and facilitating this much leech and shielding, then they also have to bump up mob damage. So then you're going to run into a scenario where if you're not playing the meta build that doesn't scale all of the damage absorption, all of the damage scaling, then you're going to be forced into the meta build to complete any of the harder content whatsoever instead of having explorative builds of different value. So you'll basically devalue everything except your Omni sustain builds, which are doing damage and shielding and healing and constantly watching all of their, all of their aspects of PvP or PvE in one build. Everything else will be devalued to shit and borderline unplayable if the content does scale up. And then eventually you're going to look at numbers becoming incredibly high incredibly quickly. Instead of hitting for, 5s and 6s and a couple hundred on big abilities, as they scale up, we'll notice sooner rather than later we're hitting for 1,000 plus, commonly, with high crits in the 10k. And then eventually it just gets squished down by a decimal point squish. And it just becomes less granular, but it's effectively the same thing. So instead of a boss having 100k, they'd go to 10k. Our damage from 10,000 to 1,000 or 1,000 to 100. And they just move the decimal one. So realistically, it's all relative. But I also feel like right now there is an even wider gap that has just been reopened. Kind of like a chasm between your strongest builds and your weakest builds. And what I saw yesterday was them attempting to bridge that gap a little bit and make your weakest builds a little bit, more palatable to play and your strongest builds a little bit less strong. And today kind of walked back some of that, so I'm hoping maybe they're going with a different route of maybe we buff up the weak stuff and then worry about the power creep later. I'm not quite sure how that's going to be from a long-term standpoint, but if they're actually worried about community feedback and sentiment when they do drop a bad patch to the point where they're gonna walk stuff back, then is what it is. Now I would like to say just perspective wise, right, peak yesterday was 49.68, peak today so far has been 47.32, and we peak at basically 2 hours from now, and this is a Friday. So even with the immediate response to the patch, it's not like millions of players rushed back in and they were like, oh my god, this is amazing. They could have just let this ride for a little bit and then maybe push this next week after people had actually, played and given feedback around it. Because now, if I'm being honest, Priest is just back to Ram. We're just Ram B-Fury again. And we actually do more damage now. Because Ram's still going to have most of the crit value that we had before, and we're still going to be able to get 99% of resets that we had in the past. And now B-Fury's also substantially buffed. So, Ram's still cooking. Ram Spear is really good. Ram B-Fury is really good. We're going to the game. Well, I mean, hear me out. That's on us for playing so much. They did say that they have a content patch planned for late June, which I think is great, all things considered. They do have a lot of quality of life things that they're still working out, and I think if they're trying to expand the game, it's important to make sure the foundation of the house is solid before you put the framing up and before you put the siding up and before you do all of the interior finish, only to realize your foundation shifted during construction. You now have a giant crack in the middle of your floor, right? So for me, it's like, I don't mind waiting for a content update because I recognize that no matter how quickly they put out content updates, I'm going to run out of content unless there are a myriad of repeatable, like, infinite content systems in the game. I just simply play too much. And that's not a developer thing, that's a me thing. Like, I play games so fucking much that if a game was able to keep up with, like, my content, I would honestly shit my pants. If there was a game that was constantly reeling out content at a 1-to-1 of how quickly I can clear it, I would personally be shocked and I would probably think that it was AI. But it's crazy. Stragma, what up, brother? Just slept for 12 hours for the first time in years. God damn. God damn. I have been sleeping less lately, but that's because I got really into the whole, like, oh my god, Savo! Is that a 1 year? God damn! We indeed, brother. God damn, thank you for the 12 months, the 1 year, brother. Here's to many more of those bad boys. But yes, I got into sleeping a little less. Because I got into the habit of like, okay, I don't need an alarm, therefore I don't use an alarm. And I'm still not using an alarm, but like, I would wake up and I'd be like, I don't have anything to do, and I'd just go back to bed. Now, as soon as I wake up naturally, I'm forcing myself out of bed, and instead of sleeping like 9 to 10 hours, I'm sleeping 6 to 8 hours, and I feel way more energetic. Like, oversleeping be a real ass thing, but also when you've been undersleeping, that catch up feels sweet. That shit's nice. It's like the occasional 12-hour sleep is phenomenal, and then if you're sleeping 12 hours every single day, you're like, oh shit, I am doing absolutely nothing with my life. Still curious if the talent tree is supposed to get larger as we level, or is it supposed to fill 90% of an entire tree? I would have to assume it's going to get larger. They're also planning to give us 3 different talent trees as well. Now, I would have to assume that they don't want us maxing out all 3 of those talent trees and they'd like some form of variance within those talent trees. But that's for them to determine, if I'm being completely honest. I need coyote meat. So this ain't a bad farm at all, if I'm being honest. A little easy coyote meat. A little gather over here. So we're getting lavandula petals. We're getting spark samples. And I think we have a chance at, like, rare mats out of this, too. So this is actually... I should probably add this into the loop over here. Because spark samples are truly one of the largest cutoffs for me. Who's taking my mobs? What the fuck is this? Swear to Christ. Brody. Did you just take my mob? Did you... Did you just do it? I think you did. I think you just killed those. Did you just kill those? These are my spawns, motherfucker. God damn it. Alright, we're off. We're off. It's an immediate duel on site when it's in the game. Now it's just a layer hop. But I will say, this, like, open world is, like, I'm not gonna lie, it's refreshing to have an option that's not immediately like, I need to kick the shit out of you for this spot and actually be mad at that dude for taking it, because I can literally just layer hop instantly. And I do think they have a very solid design in that sense. Yeah, he knows who's boss now. I do think they have a really solid design in that sense, in lowering the overall friction in the player base as a method of managing, you know, the overall friction and pain points and quit points, right? There are always a myriad of reactions anytime that PvP is open in the world, or even like a possibility within the world, that can absolutely push some people off. A lot of people just want to go to an area and not feel like they have to compete over every single resource in that area. And to a certain extent, it is refreshing for a little bit, but I think it very quickly turns into a WoW type state where you basically don't have any real interaction with players, you know what I mean? So this guy, he probably... Oh no, he's still back there. I was gonna say, I wouldn't be surprised if he had layer hopped already. But he's just chilling, running around over here. He could layer hop and then just have every single one of these mobs to himself. Or I could layer hop and we could both get the mobs to ourselves. But I'm just kind of continuing on my path as I would. And there's really, like, there's no competition. Which, again, I think can be inherently good. But yes, I would love an immediate duel. I'd love a little bit of PvP options. I'd love a little bit of something. But even when open world PvP comes in by that standpoint, why would he stay? If I fought him, like, chat, would you stay? Or would you just layer hop? Because I feel like at that point, everybody's pretty much just gonna layer hop when friction starts. Say you're like just working from home, vibing the fuck out. And then out of nowhere, somebody jumps you and starts contesting your grind, bro. I'm just gonna go somewhere else. I'm not gonna worry about that. Excuse me, my good sir. Warrior enjoyer, I see you with your large judgment on your back. So, who's playing Monsters and Memories today? Because I was told about the playtest, and then I forgot about it. Depends if they had a layer hop cooldown. I don't think they will. Call me crazy, but I don't really see them adding a layer hop cooldown, because then people will start feeling trapped, so to say, on certain layers with certain interactions. So, when people start feeling trapped, it's a little bit of a, I don't know, punishment for players for simply existing in the world, rather than PvP being something that can happen at any point. Maybe in the PvP zone specifically. Yeah, but even then, I mean, would you rather have people be able to layer hop and actually stay within the content, or would you rather have people feel trapped within the content and just not do it at all? That's kind of the opportunity cost there, is what I would call it. If you disallow layer hopping, then you effectively say, I got you in the ring for 3 minutes of playtime, baby. And you just tee off on people that are stuck on your layer, right? Also, layer hopping, if they add a large cooldown to it, could devalue group play, because groups could then be in a pretty inconvenient set of circumstances. But it would cut down on people just layer hopping off of content. I just don't see this as being a really, like, high friction environment, if that makes sense. I feel like other games, yes, I could definitely see a lot more of like a, you know, a layering cooldown, but I feel like this is probably going to remain really low friction and just cozy. Schlobs, what up, dude? Any ETA for PvP content? Good question, brother. Their first planned major content update, they're saying now, is going to be in the second half of June. Probably more towards the end of it. So I am patiently awaiting with bated dick for that. I cannot wait to potentially get our hands on some new content, some new PvP. Oh, shit. Ah! Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. I don't read shit. I don't read jack shit. Mostly general mats, etc. Need some coyote meat. I just... Whoops! Bro, I suck at reading in-game chat. I swear to God. I swear to God, that shit is goddamn tragic. But yeah, from what we gathered on their roadmap, it seems as though they're looking at first content update, again, second half of 2020, second half of June. And then off of that, we're looking at duels as a first PvP mode added. Crixicus, what up, my boy? What up, my goat? Thank you for the fat raid, brother. What you be up to? What you be up to? It has been a glorious world of playtesting on my end of things. Raiders, welcome in. For those that haven't been here before, I appreciate y'all coming through today. My name's Dusty. If you guys have not been here before, I cover a lot of MMOs. I played a whole shitload of New World, may it rest in peace. About 7,000 hours, played thousands of wars over there, streamed it for years. Then moved on to Ashes of Creation. Again, may it rest in peace. 07 to our court battles. And then from there, after Ashes died, I was like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I do variety now. So I've been covering a lot of MMOs that are up and coming, in development, in early access, in playtesting. I figure after New World and Ashes, it can't get much more heartbreaking than that. I did some time over in WoW with Crixicus, did about 2 months with the boy. We were bunkmates there. So we got to chill and vibe out, but the WoW wall hitteth, brothers. The WoW wall hitteth. So we're over on Forever right now. For those that haven't heard of Forever, it just dropped into early access later this month. They have been dropping bare minimum weekly updates, sometimes multiple updates a week. We just got another large balance patch today, and they did say that they're working towards their first major content update in the second half of June. So we have an action-light combat system, 4 classes right now: Warrior, Rogue, Mage, Priest, with more classes planned in the future. You've got an explorable map with a non-linear progression system. It's kind of linear in the sense that zones are level-based, but a lot of different objectives for you to go and explore, different dungeons, farms that you can hit. A lot of horizontal prog as well, with collectible mounts, gliders, and companions. So it's kind of like a cozy desert, basically. It's like Crimson Desert with a little bit more palea to it than a Crimson Desert has. So very fun combat system. You also again have 4 different classes. You've got different weapon combos that you can throw in, and weapons come pre-assigned with certain abilities. So using an Amon Ram, I'll have different abilities than if I was using a Pocket Hive. So it's a cool, customization system with the classes itself. I think there is a lot to come with the systems over here as well. They got PvP planned. They have harder PvE planned. Hopefully some treadmill content within the PvE side of things. So been having a lot of fun. I also covered Scars of Honor and Dracantos recently. Dracantos is a little pixel art MMO. Honestly, jumped to the top of my playlist. Dracantos had a phenomenal playtest based around their PvP systems. And let me tell you, the PvP systems are fire over there. So Diablo 4, but not gonna ready for PoE 2 new season. Oh my god, the ARPGs. Dude, I considered PoE 2 very heavily. And like, even up to starting stream today, I was like, man, PoE 2's dropping today. I played a lot of PoE, in the past. And then I look at my, my history on stream anytime I go into PoE, and I'm like, man, that shit is notorious for fucking murdering my stream. Like, I just don't do well with the content creation in ARPGs, especially PoE, I think, where all of the information is so deep. So deep. I've been having abilities not go off since the patch. Like, I just had my depth shield go on cooldown, but I didn't actually get the depth shield, nor did I get stunned. I've been noticing a little bit of weird stuff there. But yeah, PoE was reeling its head out to me a little bit. It was peeking around the corner, and it almost got me. I'm not gonna lie, it almost got me. But I don't know if I can. I could go in and I could homebrew a summoner build, and I could have probably a ball with it, clearing through the first time, exploring, seeing what they've changed and shit. But I'm just so, like, clueless. I'm not caught up on anything. It wouldn't be, like, maybe it'd be high-value entertainment. Maybe you guys just like seeing me struggle. But I worry about the PoE side for me. So, you ever play Terra back in the day? I did not. I can tell you my entire gaming history since I was a literal child. So, basically, I started with Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old. I went to WoW when I was 8, and it launched. After that, I went into Dota 2 ski, and then these are just my main stops, of course, a lot of different games throughout, but Dota 2 ski into Fortnite, Fortnite into New World, New World into Ashes, Ashes into Variety, because everything broke my heart. And then those have been my main games throughout. Of course, I've played a ton of different titles, like, just casually, but enough to actually say that I've played them, nah. Did hardcore be very high value? I don't like hardcore that much, if I'm being real. Like, again, I haven't played PoE 2 since their initial early access launch, but pretty much the only thing that killed me in hardcore previously was on death effects. And I know they nerfed on death effects as soon as PoE 2 had launched, but brother, the number of times that I was just, walking around yapping a chat, because I ran a summoner build. I really love summoner builds in ARPGs. I played a summon necro in Diablo 2. And that's always been, like, my soft spot, right? But, man, like, I would just walk around and I'd blow up. Which game requires more combat skill, Forever or New World? Oh, New World. New World, 1000%. So, New World is like a physics-based projectile. Forever is not. So like you do have projectiles with Forever, but effectively they lock on to like the target that you're hit scanned on, basically, or that you're like soft locked on, and then a lot of shit just effectively plays hit scan. So like it's not a full action combat. I call it an action light system. New World with the reticle placement and the weapon tracking definitely had more, but that's also evaluating it on the PvP side, and we don't have PvP over here yet. PvE in New World was laughably easy, if I'm being completely honest. The hardest content in New World frequently broke down to nothing more than block, 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 block. Okay, everybody do damage now. So like New World PvP, I think will exceed the skill ceiling of like PvP over here. But I also think this isn't supposed to be as like deep or serious of a title as New World was, if that makes sense. This is supposed to be much more akin to like a cozy casual title that people can just hop into and exist and play and not have to worry about running into the ultimate sweat of doom, which I think is one of its largest strengths for that type of player. For someone like me, I hope that there's repeatable content as well, not necessarily that bothers other people, but just if sweats do want to play the game, I hope there's something that's there for sweats, which I do think there will be enough repeatable content coming in later down the road. Just a matter of getting that in. Also, Wubby, thank you for the 235, dog. That's fucking massive. Jesus Christ. Still miss New World. Might have to jump in again before they shut down. Air the last patch was pretty good. Bro, they're basically just like letting the inmates run the asylum at this point. They're basically just making everything acquirable there. And they're just like, yeah, fuck it. Weekly limits, gone. You actually having to kill content for gear, gone. They're probably gonna give people the GM console soon, if I had to guess. Because in the event that New World was acquired by anybody down the road and the IP wasn't actually, like, cooked, they'd do fresh start servers. They would absolutely do fresh servers. And I really wouldn't even be surprised to see if they nuked all the characters beforehand, but maybe stop killing game saves it. Isn't that European? I don't think those laws apply. Also, when you're dealing with Amazon Games, I also don't think they fucking care. It's a soulless ass company. Coming here. Doesn't stop killing games primarily protect games like that have offline assets though? Isn't it not really focused on the whole you have to pay to keep your servers up? More so single player games should be kept single player supported or something like that? And let's talk about ranked PvP. I haven't heard much about ranked on my end. I've heard the dual side of things. I've heard the open world PvP side. And then I have also heard Battlegrounds. I think with Battlegrounds, if they do an MMR to it, you really run into a point of splitting your player base in a million different queues, which can be pretty bad, even when you're queuing for the same thing, which is slightly tragic. They can't really do like cross-region queues either because of ping. I feel like if they do a rank for something as simple as Battlegrounds, it's probably going to be more of an inconvenience than it is a good. But I'd like to see some form of rank down the road. We also don't know what the structure of the Battlegrounds is going to be right now. So we don't really know if they're going to be more like objective based or fun or serious or whatever, you know what I mean? So companies are making great gaming decisions like Destiny 2 being shut down in favor of Marathon. I mean, hear me out. Might be an unpopular decision, but the best decision would be shutting down both of them and selling Bungie if you're Sony. Just cut your losses, write it off. Sony already had to take a $766 million loss on Bungie this year. They might as well just kill the titles, sell Bungie off to another studio, and then be like, hey, you have Bungie now. The thing is, after the recent titles, who would want Bungie? Like, Destiny 2 is like, man, I really used to love playing those old Pac-Man arcade box games down at the arcade. Brother, the Destiny IP has been a relic of time, and maybe someday somebody comes in and grabs the book and gives it a whole I don't know if it makes it to Destiny 3 at this point, brother. You can't hemorrhage that much money in the business world and not be absolutely fucking eviscerated corporately. Don't let Bungie just hire the former employees, probably. Yeah, but I mean, they could... I'm not a businessman, nor do I claim to be. But I wouldn't be shocked to see them sell off Bungie. I also wouldn't be shocked to see Sony just keep claiming the losses of Bungie and using Bungie as literally tax loss harvesting. But that's more of like business metagame stuff that I don't know too much about. Speaking of which, Lesh, Leaps acquired. Thank you for the 180-day streak, dog. What did you end up going with? Did you go with the 5s, the 10s, or did you just fucking YOLO? I'm very curious. Get us on Monsters and Memories PvP server. I'm gonna give Monsters and Memories a couple of days so I can like check it out and kind of like see what's happening with it. But I don't know that I'm immediately gonna like freak the hell out, you know what I mean? Went for 15 1 year out. Oh, that's easy. That's easy. You're more hyped for Dracantos than Forever? Personally, yes. Just within my, you know, set of what I look for in a game. Dracantos is going to be more of a true MMO than Forever is. Forever is very... I don't want to say like solo-y, but it's very multiplayer light. It's not really an MMO, like a massive multiplayer. It's primarily a solo adventure that you can also invite some friends into if you want to. Yeah, see how I just didn't get my ability proc there? And then the cooldown refreshed after a few seconds? Literally just happened right there. It's kind of strange. And more PvP oriented. Yeah, I mean, I don't even necessarily think that the, you know, the premise of Dracantos is inherently going to be PvP impacts everything. But I think from a standpoint of like what they have for content that's available and immediately within their roadmap and the scale of the content, I mean, obviously with Dracantos, we still don't necessarily know what scale they plan to make PvP content in the long term. You have 3v3s with the modes that they have right now. But it's also, we don't really know too much about what the large scale can go to. Because it's basically just 3v3, you know, repeating at that point in terms of what's available. So we'll have to kind of like feel that one out as well. Really, I don't know that there's a perfect game that checks all of my boxes right now, but that also happens to everybody as you play more games because you just figure out more things that you enjoy. If you like Dracantos, why not play Albion? Albion plays, in my opinion, far differently than Dracantos did. I also think from a standpoint of what I look for, I've said like up and down, I just don't enjoy hopping into games that have already existed for a very long time, because then it feels like your first X amount of time within that game is simply playing catch up, and it's not like everybody start your engines and you're off to the races to see who the better players are that can pick up on stuff faster. It's basically like a year of catching up, and then it's also trying to, you know, stay on par once you get to that point, which to some people is fun, but to me takes away a lot of the value of the actual gameplay. And I run into a spot where when I get into that cycle, it's like what happened to me in WoW. I don't get to appreciate the game with everything that it has and everything that it offers, because I find myself so hyper obsessed with just getting onto that cutting edge. And with WoW, with Guild Wars 2, with Albion, with ESO, BDO, BBC, VCR, BBL, any of those that have existed for a very long time, I see myself going down that same hyper-obsessive route of not enjoying the game because it's already existed, and I can't really turn that off. I'm just too competitive. I grew up playing sports, being competitive against my older brothers, getting smoked by my older brothers and everything, and then taking that competitiveness over to people that, you know, I played sports against and just absolutely demolishing people. So for me, you know, that competitive edge never really left, and games are extremely fun, but there also needs to be that, like, that competitive drive. And I don't feel that with games that are already established. I feel it a lot less when I hop in. It's like the joys of seeing a house that you built yourself come together versus going into a house that you just bought. You're still happy that you bought a house, But you know, if you could really control it, you'd want a different house type shit. You'd want to see the house come together. You'd want the entire experience of it. You'd want to consult on it, and that's just more fun for me. I'd rather allocate my time to that. Because again, we all have finite time. But it's also from a streaming standpoint. I look at games that have the potential to grow over time, not shrink over time with stream. And I think of streaming the same way that I think of investing, because it's quite literally that. I have a finite amount of money to buy stocks with. Please give me more. I would like to buy more Ouster right now, but I cannot allocate more unless you guys give me more. Exclamation donate. So basically, I have a finite amount of money to invest. I have a finite amount of time to invest when I'm on stream. So I've kind of got to look at all of my options and be like, okay, I think this is A, going to be enjoyable for me to play. B, it'll be enjoyable for my viewers to watch. And C, it'll have potential for growth in the, you know, in the mid to long term as well, while I'm working towards that, you know, that long-term incentivization. It'll potentially grow the community, grow the channel, grow whatever, right? So I personally just try to kind of keep that in the Venn diagram of streaming. Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of people kind of forget about that. If I wasn't streaming, so to say, or if I was so rich that I didn't have to care about viewership, subs, you know, donations, stuff like that to pay my bills, then it'd be different. I could go play fucking Hello Kitty Island Adventure. But when you're my size as a streamer, it's like the blue collar streamer basically versus the white collar streamer, right? I'm out here and like I stream 7 days a week, yes, because I love it. But because if I don't stream 7 days a week, then it's going to make it harder for me to pay my bills and, you know, make this happen, because any time that I'm not on stream is time that I could be on stream growing the channel, making money, you know, getting myself situated, all of that, right? So there is a very real element of when you're streaming, you are kind of running a business. And if I hop into something, it's like what I was talking about with PoE 2 earlier today, where if I hop over to PoE 2 and I start grinding PoE 2 type shit, and I notice immediately the stream just like it has pretty much every time I've switched over to PoE 2 in the past, then that's going to be something where I'm like, all right, well, even though I might want to play PoE 2, that's something that I just can't play right now because I'm not rich enough. So, you know, it's one of those things. Someday I strive to be a successful enough content creator to where I just, you know, command that presence everywhere I go. But until that time, I got a lot of work to put in. I got a lot of luck to accumulate, so... Priest is back. 70% crit is fine. Brother, that is cap. I was literally using Amon Ram yesterday, and 70% is the same thing as 100% crit because it's just additive. I'm not even in combat right now, and I don't even have a crit necklace on. 16.5% base crit. And then I can get another 5% from my Ram. And then if I put on Raclette Pan, I can get another 5%. And then through my talents, I can get another 8% on all of my attacks. You can just get 100% crit again. It's the same thing. These pictures are the same. It just requires you to scale a small amount more crit than previously. It's actually kind of silly. Personally, I would have loved to see them let these changes marinate for a week or so before they freaked out about correcting the changes based on sentiment from players that probably played it less than an hour. But... Supposed to be Fury should be Arsenal still. It's not consuming sunlight again. Did they fuck up the sunlight changes? Wait, I immediately put Amon Ram back in my main hand. I'm not even gonna lie to you. After they changed it, I didn't even check to see if they had actually switched it or anything. Like, I literally just started playing Amon Ram again. I saw 70% crit, and then the B Fury buffs aren't impacted by using main hand or offhand. Sorry, main hand or Arsenal, sorry. It's literally a buff just to cast a weapon ability, get bug shield, which exists entirely within the Arsenal as well. So the changes effectively just put us back on Ram B Fury. No, it's consuming. Yeah, no. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Whoa. Thank you for that little heads up. Apparently, that was all I needed to find myself a little glider today. I appreciate you, my friend. Thanks. But yeah, no, Bee Fury's still consuming sunlight. What Bee Fury doesn't do is build your crab shield buff. That's the big shitty part about it right now, but hold on. What do we get here? Oh, I don't have that one yet. Wait, that's fucking massive. I got green pumpkin. I tried it in the morning. Yeah, it might have been something fucky, but when I put my zoomies down and then I just auto. Yeah, it seems to be working. Seems to be anyways. Let's see if we can get one more off to double check. Yeah. Yeah, because that one crit, and then that gave the purging strikes as well. So, you farm Gatsby, I need that glider, is the last one, and then I'm done until new content. Why do you think I have good luck with cosmetic drops and shit? I do not have... I don't have streamer loot. Very good as a priest player, better than ever. My concern as a priest is that we're gonna be too good. Like, you know what I mean? I don't play games to have a feeling of dominance over everything. I play games to feel like I have to at least a little bit work for the rewards that I want. And when I go into every boss fight and all I'm doing is ignoring every single mechanic and just blasting through an ability rotation because the builds are so strong, I feel like that to a certain extent devalues the boss fight farm and makes it a little bit boring for me. Which is a little bit of what I ran into a while ago with it, where I was like, okay, you know, heroic content will be out at some point, will eventually be up tremendous, just gotta hold out until heroics come out, right? And then we'll be just fine. But even right now, I almost worry that the builds are either going to be far too strong for heroic, or heroics are going to have to be this immense jump up in difficulty to where your average player just isn't going to hit heroics at any reasonable point in time because it's going to take them so long to farm their shit to be able to do heroics. I worry that we're going to be in kind of like a catch-22 if our builds are too strong. So that's just my long-term. Like, short-term, yeah, sure, it can be fucking awesome to just feel like you're rolling through all the content. But when we're thinking about level 30 and level 40 and level 50 and 3 talent trees and 75 new weapons and all of the scaling that comes with that, I'm trying to look at this game as more than just a 2-week thing. And I feel like a lot of people weren't able to look at it as a 2-week thing when the balance patch first came in. I feel like a lot of people just kind of like rushed to an oh shit scenario. Emu, what up, dog? Hope you're having a beautiful day. I've seen it. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I have terrible luck with gliders. Terrible luck with pretty much everything. I plead the 17th. You know, we're as healer, so I put the level 20 blue starting weapons on Guild Merchant Trade. Yeah, I already grabbed one of them and was messing around with it a little bit. I will say, it is interesting, but the fact that it's a double cast speed, or sorry, double cast time, nukes it for me. But it does also play a little bit more like a traditional priest. So maybe that and like, you know, maybe like Fiery Scepter could go crazy. I'm not entirely certain though. I tried it in my arsenal slot with a melee weapon because I was like, okay, maybe these will be good if they just give it to us as like an instacast or something. Nope. Nope. Kind of could. I need the developer's insight into whether their planned content is supposed to be able to clear it as solo or not. I'd love to know that as well. That's something that I've been wondering. Are heroics going to be group intended content or are they going to be solo intended content? Because if they're intended for solos, then again I think we just blast. Now, same thing though with groups. Hear me out. If we group up in a group of 4, we don't need a healer because everything can just self-sustain. I can slap on my tank talents and just lose a couple % fervor and have an absurd amount of threat generation. So we don't have to worry about anybody else taking unnecessary damage other than me. Everybody brings their own damage, their own sustain. Group play right now is going to feel off the holy trinity, so to say. Which again, I don't think is inherently a bad thing. But I do think group play is going to feel peculiar compared to what we know it as. But I really hope we do get group play, man. Just something that's a little incentivized. It's like... This is a solo adventure right now, which is fine, but Mage is nasty right now. Is the Mage bugged again? With clam slams? I think I saw that they fucked with the clear casting period for mages, right? And now you just get, like, infinite totems again. I'm pretty sure infinite totem builds back. Full B build is crazy. I go spear wing. What is your B build doing? Do you have a B summon mechanism as well, or what? What's your B build do? Because as priest, we just play Amon Ram again. Just Amon Ram. We don't have decent groups. They need to remove self-sustain from other classes but the healer. I don't inherently think they need to. They could just play off of the Trinity structure. And they could effectively just say that groups can either have a tank to keep it smoother and you can go with the Trinity structure, or you could augment your group however you want to just have damage spread and have a bunch of self-sustains. I don't necessarily think that they need to inherently play on the self-sustain side of things as a detriment in PvE. The design of games PvE can always change based on structure. And personally, do we want that is going to be a question that's all subjective. Personally, I do want something that at least brings people into groups for one form of content that they can't just hop into and clear solo and ignore every single aspect of multiplayer in this game. It is supposed to still be a multiplayer adventure game and a MMO light, but again, it gives effectively zero of that right now because there's no content that's even really incentivized for groups. So I'm hoping that that's something that the hardest content in the game does address, right? But no class has anywhere near the sustain as priest, maybe warrior if damage to content's raised slightly. Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing as well. Priest is going to be tanking. So what I see is Paladin just being like your tank and your healer at the same damn time. And then other classes just coming in. Keep in mind, if you're only taking intermittent damage, this is going to be crazy for some people to hear because people probably haven't even filled out all their slots. But you can technically bring 4 different forms of healing. You can even take this off, and then you can put a 4th healing slot there. I know that's crazy, but every class does technically have sustain. You can pop a shitload of potions and have a 10-second health buff. And then you can pop your elixir as well and refill those throughout. I know it's crazy. But if you bring a tank in for group content, and people have to play off of their actual consumes, which are relatively ignored right now. When was the last time any of you guys made health pots because you ran out from using them too much? Some of y'all are probably like, wait, there are health pots? Let's lean into those a little bit. They're kind of useless right now. Also, Leon, thank you for the hydrate, my dog. I appreciate you. Much love. Oh, I love coffee. Neo, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Anyway, they just need to make it that in a group, dungeons are even harder and more loot. And people group up to play. I mean, that's kind of what they are right now, in all fairness. So, it's like, it's N+1 in terms of your drops right now. N being the group number from what we've been able to determine. So, like, you do technically get more loot in a group of 4. But it's also not going to be an immediate, like, you know, lootgasm just because you're playing in a group of 4 type shit. And if they put it too high, then nobody will play solo because it won't feel worth to solo. It is a little tough. Prison inspection passed in our new house today. RPD is getting closer to moving. Wait, that's fucking huge, dude. I'm very glad. I'm happy for you. The housing process is an absolute bitchington. Bitchington. So many things that can go wrong, which is what we learned. And we're taking like a 2-year reset to just save and invest as much as we can and try to come out in 2 years, hope rates are lower, because we have a really consistent place right now that we don't have to worry about anything with. And Corla and I were looking at houses until probably like last month. We were in the housing process and we got up to the point of appraisal, and then our bank had basically put us on the wrong loan path with me being a 1099. So it got to underwriting. The day before the appraisal was scheduled, we get a message from the underwriter, and they're like, hey, why did Dusty make no money last year? Like, what happened? Is this a typo? And the underwriter was basically like, hey, you said you made a lot more money on the application, right? I'm like, I did. What do you mean? I made way more money than that last year. And then the deductions got brought up, and they didn't point us in the right direction, knowing that I had deductions as a 1099. So instead of a non-QL loan, QL? Yeah, I think it's non-QL. They instead pointed us a conventional way, so we got to underwriting, and then the underwriter was just like, yeah, this isn't good. Also, I just lost my cast again on my shield. Like, it just didn't go up there. It's really weird. All that go wrong. I got stuff fixed, and I passed it. Early Cali on 13th. How close is the 15th? That's fucking huge. You got an FHA loan? Ooh. That's nice as well, because FHA inspections are a little more stringent than just a normal inspection, too. So if you pass an FHA loan, that means there's not going to be a lot functionally, like structurally, that you have to do to it. It'll have a lot of potential improvement there. No, that's huge, though. That's fucking huge. So, you're moving out of California, so I'm assuming you're basically just saving like 95% on your expenditures every single year now. Making health pots until I realized they weren't needed. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't play with consumes at all because they're just not needed. Like, sure, I could kill stuff a little bit faster, but even just the time spent gathering and making the consumes, it's just not worth it for the current content. And like managing those consumes and keeping them up while I play, it's just tedious because there's literally nothing. You paid a $1,025. You live in a mansion? The fuck do you mean $1,025? Are you mining Bitcoin? Brother, my rent with everything included is $1,000, except my internet. I pay $100 for my internet. What the fuck do you mean? Brother, that's absurd. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Yeah, I'm happy you're getting the fuck out of California. I hope that you are saving an absurd amount of money, dog. Because that, like, keep in mind, people don't realize making $200,000 in California is basically the equivalent of making less than minimum wage in Maine. You could move to Maine, you could work as a fucking Walmart greeter 6 hours a day, 3 days a week. And if you don't spend money on dumb shit, you can make enough to pay a mortgage in Maine. It's unironically fucking insane that people live in California still. Well, you have to deal with the winter in Maine. Don't go outside in the middle of a blizzard. And then you don't have to worry. We have heating here. We do have some modern technology. Remember 1,000 Iowa is $3,000 less than what we pay now. And is that like just the payment itself, like not factoring in utilities and everything else? Jesus fucking Christ. Yep. You're gonna be level that. Yeah. Yeah, that's bro, that's gonna be such a fucking game changer. You'll have so much more money floating, even if you take a small pay cut. Because of that, you will have so much more money floating at all points in time. You'll be able to put money away, max out Roths. If your Roth is already maxed out at 7K a year, you can buy you can put into CDs. You buy I bonds if you want to buy I bonds and play it safe. You can get yourself into some ETFs. You can get yourself into whatever, dude. That extra floating cash. I'm gonna play USPS, city people in town removing. Bro, I was just telling Carla today, because Carla just got hired for a job for the state, where she has super cushy benefits and a super cushy job and everything. It's one of those like work till you retire jobs. And we're going to the post office today because she's been selling stuff on Depop, and we're trying to like, trying to clear out a little bit. And basically, like, I was telling her post office jobs might be even cushier than state jobs if we're being completely upfront. State jobs are nice, retirement super cushy too. Oh yeah, like she's gonna be making more than she did in sales to do way less on a daily basis. She's gonna be doing like a customer service-esque job for the Turnpike Authority, where she literally just has to answer a few calls a day and help people like pay their bills and shit. She makes more than she ever has. She gets insane benefits off of everything. I would get cheaper insurance and healthcare and stuff like that as well. So that's fucking lit. Dude, it's just one of those where they even have like a holding pool. so they can train people up to prepare for retirements. Not because people leave, but because people literally retire. So they have a training pool where it's like you sit in the pool for multiple months while you're waiting to actually like get your job, and you're basically working still, but you're not technically for the state until you get cleared through that pool. It's a dude, it's an entire process, but once you're in, you're set. USPS pays 25 plus an hour in Iowa. Yeah, and you get crazy benefits. Like when you're making your actual wage in terms of benefits and you're just saving all of that money, bro, it's so stress-free. People really devalue the like a retirement match on a very high level if you're working for a state or federal and you just have healthcare. That's not even a, hey, we have to take this out of your check type shit. But like when I worked for the state in the college system, I just got healthcare coverage. Pretty fucking dope. I just got it. Wasn't even something that I had like taken out for. It was fucking fire. So anytime that I would go, I would just give them my card and then we were Gucci. Dude, it's so nice. The retirement matches, all of the benefit packages that you get, it's great. But now I have none of that. I have literally zero benefits whatsoever. I have no match. I have no guarantee. I have nothing except uncertainty in my future. And I must live with that. But honestly, wouldn't trade it for the world. I think I've done enough material farming over here. I have 39 coyote meat, which I was really fucking low on previously, and couldn't make consumes because I didn't have enough. I have 39 spark samples as well. Excuse me. Which spark samples are my largest constraint for crafting right now. So as long as I can get those bitches taken care of, we're ballin'. Boss grind is probably gonna be easy as fuck today. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I think this is gonna be the easiest day of boss grinding that we have had yet, because the builds are just going to be that stinky. What do we get for salvaging this, I wonder? Okay, same stuff. I was wondering if we were gonna get different scrap for salvaging the starter weapons. And we do not. You really hate to see that. Really hate to see that. I'm gonna play BOE 2 today. I've thought about it, if I'm being honest. Like, I've kind of floundered back and forth about going to check out the new league. And I've checked out PoE leagues in the past. I worry that PoE would be an immediate, like, drop-off. And not many people would come in for the PoE side of things. So it may be one of those where I just kind of, like, you know, bow out gracefully before finding myself in there and hitting the panic switch of, oh shit, I gotta get out. Because I unfortunately know quite well what happens with my channel at different points in times, you know. Also the biggest expansion they ever released to. Right, which is why everybody's gonna want to watch the PoE content creators. Not the people who are coming in as first timers. So when we look at the PoE directory right now, it's about to be really front loaded on the people that play a shitload of Path of Exile. And like, if you are, oh wait, Path of Exile 2. I looked up PoE 1 and I was like, wait a second, that's not good. Okay, yeah. So Fub Guns at 16.3, Quinn's at 14k, Ziz has 10k, Darth has 7.5. Mathil has his cosplay going right now for 4k. And all of your PoE creators are just blasting right now. Like, even the ones that I follow that are normally like 80 to 100 viewers have gone up for the launch. But when you look at the smaller ones that aren't the immediate draws, I'm looking at people on my follow list right now that average 200 viewers in other games that go over to PoE, and they're at like 20 viewers, just because everybody's going to want to watch the people, especially the first couple days, that are just absolutely insane at the game. And just for perspective, right? To find a familiar face from the MMO scene, we go all the way down And even Canon is buried in the directory. It's tough at that point. Like, it's really hard to go over to games like that as a content creator and actually see something out of it that's good for your channel, instead of just falling off a fucking cliff. Shredder, hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. It do be smelling like grind up in this bitch. And I'm happy about it. I wouldn't change that. Motherfucker. Wouldn't trade that smell for the goddamn world, dog. Wouldn't trade it for the world. What you be up to on this fine day? Magic B. What you mean, Magic B? Oh, you're running Mage B build? Okay, that makes sense. Are bees actually doing damage now, or are they still not doing damage? Because it feels like when I was using them, they weren't doing damage yesterday. But also, you're still doing so many instances of damage that it's fucking ridiculous. Okay, hold on. Let me go pee, and then I'll show chat this real quick. They did like 20, but I want the magic pen. Yeah, that was kind of where I was at with the bees as well. I think they're scaling off the wrong thing. I'm not gonna lie. I feel as though they are having a damage conversion go wrong somewhere. Somewhere. So we'll see. But I'll be right back. I gotta take a piddle, and then I'll be right back. Good day. Oh yeah, I've returned. What's the first farm today? I feel like feel like I haven't done Lady B in a while. Let's go do some Lady B for a little bit. Let's guarantee QE2 to at least 1 death for an out if you want. Elite gaming supposed to yeah, I just again.
Abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, name, thank you for following much. It's just one of those things, right? If I'm on stream, there's a certain element of like my fun on stream comes from yes, playing games that I enjoy, but also a matter of like knowing chat's enjoying it too, instead of just like I go play this and everybody's miserable watching it. And there have definitely been games that I have played in the past where like I can tell chat's not necessarily into it, and I'm just like, okay, we'll put this one on the shelf for now, maybe come back to it a little later type shit. I try to be aware of like what's resonating and what's not, because again, I think when you start forcing people into what's not resonating, you start kind of taking people out at the core. So I don't know, I don't inherently think that I'm at the point where, you know, a day or two of PoE would also completely kill my channel. But I also kind of have a large growing feeling that it's not going to be good for my channel, so to say. And PoE is also a very like YouTube heavy game, very guide heavy game, stuff like that. I hate posting on YouTube. I hate recording videos. It's so awkward. I feel so like forced, especially when it's a scripted video. It's really weird. And now you're also in the weird meta for YouTube intros where you're not going with the traditional like, what's up YouTube? And now it's gotta be this like this weird hook. They've like fucking mastered it. So now I gotta come on camera and I gotta be like, my balls are stuck in my ass. And then everybody will be hooked. It's weird where YouTube intros are going right now. So I don't really like YouTube posting that much, if I'm being completely honest. It's fucking strange. I like live streaming. It's just so much simpler. It's you know, it's a world that makes a little more sense. A world that I enjoy being a part of a little bit more. Like maybe again, maybe I play PoE 2 at a certain point. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know that I can get myself to do it at this point in time and not have the little like nagging in the back of my head of like, are you sure you want to be playing this and not trying to grow elsewhere? But I will also say, I think Forever is at the point where the hype around it, so to say, is more or less gone. Not in a bad way, but like the 2-week hype cycle of the game being new where everybody's gushing grannies over it as the next big thing. I think that's subsided and people are now just accepting that, you know, Forever exists and will exist. And I don't think that there's necessarily a bad side of going over and checking out other shit. But it's also cozy. It's very cozy over here. GFD guide videos, above, like no editing, no effort, just thumbnail and titles, and the guide itself being good. Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage about guides. The bad news about guides is that guides aren't really evergreen content, but also if you're pumping out enough guides, you don't necessarily, like, you don't need evergreen content inherently. So, there is, you know, there is a caveat to it, and I don't inherently think, like, whoops, I don't inherently think guide stuff is the worst. But I'm also not immediately gushing grannies about going back to just being, like, a guide guy, so to say. We're gonna be lower now that we know the content isn't arriving until late June to early July if they delay it. And keep in mind, it's game development. Delays can happen. Delays absolutely can. Now, part of it too, everybody is going to be clearing content. Bro, I'm just resetting 100% of the time, by the way. Amon Ram is literally the same as it was pre-nerf. They haven't done anything to it at this point. It's just a stronger build. Like, we just reset all the time. It's so crazy. It's actually fucking wild how good Amon Ram is. Again, they effectively just undid the entire nerf to Amon Ram, and they're just like, hey, Dusty, your build's better now. When I was already just like, oh man, this shit, it's kind of a little easy right now. Like, this is kind of plowing through shit. So thank you for the B Fury buffs, bro. I swear to God, watch them come in and like nerf B Fury as a result of this. And they're like, it appears that something other than Amon Ram is performing too strong. We must kill it with fire as quickly as humanly possible. Fucking hate him for that. I would never forgive them if they touched my baby at this point. They must just let us exist in peace, in happiness. Motherfucker, stop knocking me into the goddamn goop. I don't want to go into your goop. That's a two-bagger. That's okay. Chat, super hard fights, by the way. Incredibly hard fights. Really glad they brought back those nerfs that they brought into the game, so that way the content was actually going to be somewhat, you know, have a brain type content. Really super glad about that, by the way. That was fucking sick. Best patch ever, chat. Easy 100% crit chance being strong in a game. Never would have guessed. Who would have thought that when you can scale up to 100% crit chance and those crits also give you a cooldown reset and an instant cast on your next ability, that would be really strong. What in tarnation are you talking about, you stupid piece of shit? What do you know about video games, brother? My dad is a video game. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You think you know this shit? Nah, 100% crit sucks, bro. Fucking hate this. How did we get back to having guaranteed crits? I just don't get it. Why is it 70? Anybody can scale up 30% crit. Like, I'm not even using a fucking crit build, my brothers. Ay, 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 ay. Big great move. Everyone was asking for content. They nerfed everything. Players were distracted, just wanted to be strong again. They undid nerfs, and boom, people are temporarily happy again. We'll be complaining by Monday. So, I would like to hope. Hear me out. I would like to hope that they're still going to bring down the power scaling, but they're going to maybe do it at a little bit slower and less shocking of a pace for people, so to say. I feel like a lot of people got kind of caught off guard by the girth of this update. They found themselves in a, oh shit, this is targeting the thing that I play and it makes it seem bad. I haven't even tested it, but rah! You're gonna laugh when someone says it is nerfed. One passive 20% plus crit chance is basically guaranteed. Excuse me. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier today too. There's effectively zero nerf coming in with it whatsoever, just from a functional standpoint, because again, you can get 30% crit incredibly easy. And it's not really much of a task at this point in time, really. If like any task to get 30% crit, if you're optimizing it in your build, I could slap on a trinket change and I could pretty much be there. It is not a large task, man. And 70% increased crit chance on top of what we natively have, even without crit stacking, I'm just getting a shitload of resets. And again, I'm not even playing around inherently every single reset. My shield just like isn't casting sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. It's really strange. I feel like I'm mostly noticing it with crab shield. But like my crab shield just straight up does not want to fucking cast. GG, well played. Fun first phase. I'll see you soon. But I just, whoops. This is the hardest part of the game. Just dead ass. This is it. I don't know where they intend for scaling to go as harder content comes out. Again, I hope that they choose more difficult scaling. But as of right now, I don't really see a world where anything in this game is going to feel difficult, right? Other than maybe like terrain mechanics or just one-shots if you don't miss them. But other than that, it's like the bosses aren't going to be able to hit hard enough. If they make the bosses hit harder, then it's going to lean into the strongest builds that do have the most meta cheese sustain being able to do exactly what we're already doing. And then outside of that, any build that's not one of these hyper strong builds will inherently feel worse as a result. And you really won't be able to do much content on those hyperscaler builds whatsoever. And it's a little, uh-oh, I forgot to move. little unfortunate, because then they're looking at power creep or, again, just nerfing everything. So, again, I think it's solid that they're responding to player and community feedback very quickly. But my big wish with this patch is that they would have let it marinate just a little bit more, instead of freaking out about, you know, Discord saying, oh, we're mad about this. If you start overcorrecting, then the vehicle can go into a skid very quickly where the directionality is a little bit lost. And I'm hoping that's not where they end up, where they're like overvaluing community feedback and sentiment. And I think they need to see the vision for their game before they try to give us a vision of their game. And if they don't know exactly where they want their difficulty scaling to be as a game, if they don't know exactly where they want their damage to be, of course, that's going to be relative, right? But if they know that they want their kill times to be 3 minutes in hard and 5 minutes on heroic, and we're nowhere near that, then I think they gotta stick to that and not let the community force them into 30 seconds on hard for the, you know, for the strongest builds, and then a minute and a half on heroic. Because at this point in time, it just kind of seems like that's where we're going. It just seems like everything's gonna continue to get a little bit easier and easier and easier, and then we get 3 talent trees, and then we get more weapons, and then it gets a little bit slippery. You know, we're kind of hyped that the new boss has a bow. Hope the bow's good. A bow and a quiver. What are they giving us ranged players a quiver now? Be interesting for an offhand scenario. I will say, like, Rogue also, for certain weapons, doesn't have an offhand, which is a little bit interesting as well. Like, if you run a cheese moon on Rogue in your main hand, you don't really have anything. So, your face gets a little bit slippery when your mother's around. Yes, sir, you fucking know it. What up, self? What you getting up to today, mon frere? They effectively unnerfed most of the stuff that they nerfed yesterday. GG. It's, definitely a time. Definitely a time. No way? Oh, yeah, way. Oh, yeah, way, dude. It's actually, like... It's actual balance patch 2. Made it a little more fun. Yeah, I mean, I think that's great. Like, the things that were feeling bad after the patch, sure. But, like, they literally unnerfed Amon Ram, which was still usable yesterday, by the way. It was still giving 5% crit all the time and fervor, and then giving you 15% crit on your next 3 attacks. And they unnerfed the crit passive in the priest tree, so we can just scale up an ungodly amount of crit again. Like, we can literally make a build that gets up above 100% crit chance with Amon Ram. They deployed the D-balance patch today. I mean, I think it brought in some good changes for some classes, but I'm like, okay, why did we take the highest use rate weapon for priests, nerf it for a day, and then just immediately be like, all right, well, we're undoing the nerf? Surely they know that builds are capable of hitting 30% crit, and 30 plus 70 equals 100, and it's the same thing as having 100% crit, right? Like, 70% crit, 100% crit, and 700% crit are the same thing when your builds are capable of hitting 30% crit baseline without very much investment whatsoever. So they might as well have just brought it back up to 100% crit and fully just undid it. I don't really know, because it's not even like 30% requires a ton of investment. You're looking at a weapon enchant, you're looking at green jewelry, you're looking at gems, a boot enchant, maybe Raclette Pan if you need it, and you should be right around 30% if you have solid baseline gearing. Like, I could probably get to 30% in combat, like, with what I have in my inventory right now. I could re-enchant the old bootsy wootsies. I feel like Amon Ram just went... Hello? Hello? Yeah, it's back. Good day, boys. Sorry about that. I think my net literally dropped for a second. It's really strange. I usually don't have the actual net drops. Usually when OBS goes out, it's like OBS itself. But this time it actually like got my game too. Huh. That's a little strange. Fox, I appreciate you. Little strange. That really doesn't happen much. Good news is, we've arrived once again. We've arrived once again. Now, yeah, as I was saying, I just kind of... I worry a... Well, hello again. I've arrived once again. Excuse me. I don't really know, I don't really know what's going on. But it has... Why is the internet going out? I don't fucking know. I'm not the internet guy. I have no idea why the internet's going out. We shut off 3 times since yesterday. Well, I would assume there's probably a problem with the internet. Maybe it's the fact that a fucking rocket blew up yesterday. I don't know. Weird shit happens apparently after literally the second largest explosion in the history of the Earth happens. Yeah, no, I have no fucking idea. We're back? Yes, we are back. Oh, the internet prawn? I told Carla to stop her downloads, but I don't think she is. So anyways, little tragic. Little tragic. They're really trying to hold us down out here. Goddamn. Good news is, I've been starting stream at 4 anyways, so people just show up. Anyways. Didn't like hearing the truth about Al1RAM? It's the French. It's the French. I just any % banned a Discord, Chud. Wait, what? Was it like a bot? Or what was it? What was this? What was this speed run? Excuse me. I'm curious now. Was it an actual yapper? You didn't even see it. Well, my internet went out twice. Maybe you banned me. There's an yeah, we gotta check perms for that. Was it in Cat's Cord? Because I think whoever messed with the perms last fucked up the perms for some of it. But we can also probably get Cat's Cord like shored back up. I think all WoW operations are done now. So we can trim all the WoW stuff and then just turn it into like general community Discord like we've been trying to do. Because I don't believe either side is raiding anymore. TBC side died out a while ago. And I think retail is now merging into a different guild. So probably easier for us to just go through Discord. Get everything like trimmed, nuked, stuff like that we need to. And then tidy it into full comm Discord. Just as a like an ongoing housekeeping thing. Little spring cleaning type beat. And then we can prep for other playtests and whatnot throughout it. Would be quite nice. Excuse me. Alright, well, good news, we're 5 minutes without the net going out. That is fucking phenomenal. I am immensely grateful for all of which we have been blessed with on this fine day. Another round if we want. Work with Carla on it. Anytime Carla doesn't do Discord stuff, somehow it gets messed up. So then Carla has to go through and double check it. But work with the Gooner, but she's probably playing League right now, I'm not gonna lie. I have a largely growing suspicion that she's leaguing as we speak. Despite my immense disapproval. Frowny face? Yeah, that's how I feel pretty much every day, dog. I too be sad. But yeah, I don't know how, like, every time she does the perms, nobody even has, like, perms to at everyone or anything. And then anytime there's, like, a perm that's added or adjusted, or a channel that's added, something always gets fucked up. If you want anything done right, you gotta tell somebody else to do it these days. You really hate to see that shit. I don't know why I'm getting so many phantom casts on my depth shield. I think the patch brought in something weird with spell consumption while you're holding down your attack. It almost seems like it keeps getting caught in the animation, and the game registers that I'm pressing the button, so it puts it on cooldown, but it doesn't actually put the input through. That didn't hit me, you're a fucking liar. Which I think is the weird part of it. Like, I kind of don't get the shield, I lose the cooldown, and then sometimes the cooldown refreshes after a few seconds. It's super fucking strange. But we'll see. I mean, I'm sure. Oh, god damn. That might have been one of my finest yet. Holy. First time band didn't have perms at. Could have just been the channel. Depending on like what channel they threw out the at in, it might have just been that channel that gave them the perms to at specifically. When a new channel gets added on, if they don't like clone the perms or something, then that can sometimes impact it a little bit, but I'm not entirely sure. I feel like drop rates are cooked today. I haven't found jack shit, if I'm being completely real. I have found, I think that might be my first purple. Wait. Did I pick that up? Or did I not pick that up? Did I just run by without picking it up? I could have swore I picked that shit up. Where did it go? I could have swore you picked it up. Content. Video producer. Hold on, I'm watching the VOD. Hold on, what the fuck? Excuse me. I'm like 99% sure I picked it up. What? I did. Interact. It pops out. Pick it up. Leave the dungeon. And then it's gone? And here we stand. Wait, what the fuck happened? I'm so confused. How many runs have I done? You reverse duped yourself. Because I have rewards from 2 runs. I wonder if it was because my net crashed in that instance and I didn't go out into a new instance. You know what I mean? Like my net went down and then it came back up while I was in this instance, and it didn't kick me out of the instance, it just reset the fight because my net was only down for a second. Odd. That'll probably be a clip to send up though, I will say. That's very fucking strange. Not quite sure what could even cause that, but that's for them to figure out, not me. That's why they get paid, and I sit here asking you for your Twitch Primes, chat. Because without those, I apparently can't pay my internet bill. Fucking, I don't know what's going on. But internet company just said we upping that shit a little bit, and I guess I haven't sent in their extra money yet. So they're holding me down. So make sure you guys check your primers if you have not already, because let me tell you what, it's a cold goddamn world out here. Cold goddamn world. So, have I only done 2 runs of Lady Bee? Prior to that? I feel as though surely I had done more than 2 runs. Because that would have been my 3rd kill? No, maybe that was my 3rd kill since I've come over. Because I came over relatively recently, all things considered. That's really strange, though. I want to try to repro that in any way that I can without having my internet disconnect again. Because that was really fucking weird. I picked it up clear as day, and it wasn't even like it was a close pickup timer or anything. It was like pick up, time to go into the inventory settled. It's really strange. All is well though. We absolutely cook. Maybe I do play some PoE 2 today, just for a little bit of a shake up on things. Not quite sure. Confirmed. Devs destroyed the no CD exploit. Devs 2 exploit is over for now. It made skill casting 100% server authoritative with this new patch. New sign of PvP coming sooner than we expected. I don't think large-scale PvP would be coming out at any point in time. Like, or not larger scale, sorry, but like team-based PvP, I should say. Like Battlegrounds or anything like that. I feel like they're gonna start with duels just because they already have a working duel prototype from what we've heard on their internals. So I would almost expect duels to come out in June at this point with that content deployment. And then after that, start working their way into BGs and stuff. Definitely could see dual-sided things, but I will say, give it time. I, as somebody that has played in an ungodly amount of like MMOs and just general multiplayer games, have unfortunately turned a little cynical when it comes to like, oh, they fixed this exploit. Because I know at this point in time that it's very likely fixed until future notice. Or until there's another exploit that's actually figured out, right? It's always kind of a cat and mouse game. And I'm hoping that they, you know, at the core can figure out where all that shit's coming from. But it is genuinely such a hard task to have kind of a, you know, a clean slate as a multiplayer online game now with how capable people are and the resources that exist. And also how many games people have played over the course of it all that enable them to almost have that frame of, you know, this exploit worked here before, let me try to find repro steps based on what I know. It's almost the same thing as a PvEer coming in and recognizing, oh, that's a fixate mechanic, right? And it's unfortunate. But as people exploit in more games, the exploiting gets easier and easier and easier. Okay, so that time I got it. So it must have just been because of the disconnect within the actual server itself. So it's probably one of those really weird, like, niche cases. But that's weird as fuck, if I'm being honest, because that was basically the same speed that I had left the dungeon at last time. Must have been the DC. Yeah, let's hope I don't have to run into that again, but I'll throw in a bug report for it. Give feedback, bug, disconnected in dungeon instance. Actually, internet dropped in dungeon instance. Not long enough to kick my character from game, but long enough to reset boss. Internet came up with me still in instance. Killed boss, picked up loot, left dungeon, and no loot was in inventory. Next instance acted normal without a relog. Just fixed itself after new instance. Boom! We're up! Imagine a legendary drop there. I mean, fortunately, I'm not too caught up on legendaries, especially knowing that in June, content update and level expansion already announced. So now it's almost like in the stockpiling phase, so to say. They have also said that because of the dupes and the exploits, they're gonna have different materials for upgrading stuff in the future. So we can't even like stockpile that much, so to say. But for anybody that does want to get ahead, I'm sure there is some relevant shit that you can stockpile to get an advantage once the patch comes out. But even then, it's probably going to be primarily new stuff coming in, so I'm not quite sure what to even plan for with the stockpiling of materials. I don't know if there's much validity. I think we're probably going to, if they redo mats, and if they add another tier, we're probably going to end up with like material inflation pretty quickly, where we'll need even more bag slots in the bank type shit. But it all depends on how that goes. If we don't need the lower tier materials for any higher tier crafting, then that probably invalidates it at its core. If they work in lower materials with higher tier mats for top tier crafting, then they could actually find this somewhat synonymous balance with it, where you consume a lot of the lower tier mats that were duped and were existing in the economy unethically beforehand, while also encouraging people to get out into the new higher tier mats. It all depends on how they want to go with it, though. Oh, shit. That did not hit. I'm going to be completely fucking honest. I kind of sailed that one. Kind of two-ed that, if I'm being real with myself. Almost done fucked up a little bit. I will say, though, with them announcing the patch for late June, don't mind that, by the way. With them announcing the patch for late June, I really feel like player base is probably going to drop before then at this point. A lot of people that were in the point of hitting more endgame are no longer going to be grinding for this because obviously all gear gets replaced at a certain point, right? That's what live service games are inherently. However, knowing that there's going to be an expansion of content in June for a lot of people is probably going to devalue a lot of that, like, I've got to chase and have the best gear that I can while I'm playing, because they know that in just, you know, likely a couple to a few weeks, all of that gear that they were grinding for is completely irrelevant. So grind doesn't feel great when the level cap's about to change. It's something that I think probably brings the player base down in between now and June. And then if the June content update isn't enough, or if something has come in that's going to provide people a lot more excitement, they might find themselves in an uphill battle once June hits. But I also still, I will say with my entire chest, their content cadence has been fast, especially for a smaller dev team. So I don't inherently think they're gonna like drop the ball and just go to 0. But I could definitely see their, you know, their daily peak before the June update getting down to like 2K, 3K. Hopefully it stays afloat around that and doesn't go much lower. But I could absolutely see it going to a standpoint of like 2K, 3K concurrent players before the June update. And then it's just a matter of like, what do they bring in June and how does the word spread about that? Do they run a marketing campaign of any sort, right? But that's all for them to figure out in the long term. It just really coincides on how they can retain players in between now and June. And as we get closer into the typical peak for the day, we have a peak today of 5,058, and then we're on the downhill now. So typically right around this time, EU peak hits and NA peak hits right around, I think NA peak is like right around here. So EU peak hits and then NA peak hits 6 hours later. So yeah, literally right here is NA peak. And we're through the EU peak for the day at 5K concurrent. And that's after 2 consecutive balance patches. So it's great that this is coming in. And I hope that they can sustain through it. It's just there's probably going to be a little bit of a drought in between now and June. Which is also part of the reason why I think a lot of the people that are playing and making content right now are going to be kind of on the outs. Unless somebody is just seeing growth that they have never seen anywhere else in the world before, then they're probably going to make their way out relatively soon and try to find something else sustainable, at least as a, you know, as a holdover until something else comes along. We had people in chat that have been playing Monsters and Memories playtest today, which I had considered checking it out. A lot of people are saying that they're having a decent time with it. I haven't talked to too many people that are over there for it, and I'm not sure what they're pulling for numbers or anything, but it's eh. What do you find to be eh about it? Just the fact that it is so EverQuesty? Because, like, Monsters and Memories is a true, like, classic-inspired MMO. Ashes said it was inspired by classic MMOs, but Ashes was a modernized take on a classic MMO. And M&M is really classic, bro. That shit's EQ, but, like, you know, smaller dev team. It's very, very early. Where are they in their development? M&M's great for a classic vibe. Yeah, exactly. I think that is what they set out to nail. And for those that really fucking love the classic vibe, I think M&M actually has a really good chance with that community. That's just a lot more of your, like, your established MMO players, so to say, right? That's gonna be like the nostalgia kick, but also a certain element of like, oh, what's different over here? It's almost like how I felt with Dracantos, where I went into it and I was immediately like, oh, this looks like old Final Fantasy games. This looks kind of familiar to me in a certain extent. And then as I got into the systems a little bit, I was like, oh shit, there's a little bit of fun depth in here, you know what I mean? Benenson's closed alpha, social aspect, camp grinding, name spawns, etc. Very, very, very OG based. See, I like camp grinds and name mob grinds and stuff like that. I do genuinely enjoy it. But what I also really enjoy is a snappy, responsive modern combat system. And that's where the classic gets me. I love the vibe and the aesthetic of classic games. But like this is system-wise and combat-wise, I can acknowledge those are two different things and two different parts of the game feel. And for me, it's like, I can appreciate the systems of something, but unless it has that, like, gorilla grip coochie combat for me, where I just feel like I am shitting on people anytime I'm in combat, like PvP combat, I feel like I can have outplay and I can have potential to outskill. Classic games tend to be focused more on the, you know, the systems and the immersion and the community, which is amazing. I love those things. I love the systems of old games, but I love the combat of modern games, if that makes sense. I'm like, I'm the guy that puts a really souped up modern engine in like the old Volkswagen van. So that way, as soon as I take off at a stoplight, I just dust anybody. I wanted to like NMM, but it bored me, and I was a huge EQ player, and Drillin' a line, it hooked me more. What did you find not liking about it as much? I watched some people play Eminem, but I never really find myself like... Oh, it's raining outside. Word. I never really found myself like fawning over it, so to say. I would check in on my friends who were streaming it and stuff and see what was up with it, keep tabs. But it is kind of the same vibe that I got from watching EverQuest Legends. And I still... I'll watch because I try to educate myself now more about the general MMO scene. And even when I'm watching that stuff, I'm like, okay, this is a little tough. It's a little tough to palate in today's day and age. Felt very incomplete and barren the couple of times I played. Do you think that could be almost like by design? Because it's so classic feeling? I almost feel like the classic feel of a game is far less constant dopamine receptor hit and far more of a, like, not every moment is exciting, but every moment is a moment type shit. Which is something that's been interesting for me to kind of, like, keep tabs on and look at. But something with Ashes as well that I really kind of learned to appreciate over time was the space in between stuff. Everything had simple labels, a jackal, pup, a skeleton. Well, that's the EQ inspiration. So if you go look at EverQuest, EverQuest also has all of their labels like that. So that's just kind of like the, you know, the EQ vibe. That's like the whole, you know, that's all like the Dungeons and Dragons type thing. You encounter a skeleton, what do you do? I feel like that's just that like retro-y type thing. Hear me? See, that's really where I get into the whole like systems of classic games versus, you know, gameplay of classic games as well. And modernization of games in some areas, combat capabilities, movement capabilities, and all of those things. Oops. Oh, we phased it, we're good. Those modernizations have become incredibly sought after for me. With the classic social emphasis of games as they used to be. And I, to a certain extent, that's really why I like Ashes. It was a lot of the classic, you know, social systems of MMOs, and it was meant to bring people together in this living, coexisting world. Good, bad, and different based on the interactions. But it was meant to feel like a living world that you yourself were involved in. And it also had modernizations in combat, in movement, and how your character handled and how you explored. It was wonderful. Never even played EQ, but I did get a good change of pace from modern MMO combat, like putting on a vinyl record, vibing with homies. Yeah, I get that. I get that. And that's something that I could do like every now and then. But from an element of like, could I make this the main? I definitely need me some good old combat. I need my smackers to be smacking, or I feel empty. I wish it weren't that way, but I always say my two most interacted with things in a game are movement and combat. And if something as simple as pressing my W key or throwing out a basic attack doesn't feel good, then it will be very detrimental to how I look at a game and how I, you know, perceive that game and play that game. And I definitely feel like the classic vibes, like EQ Legends, I worry about that. That is literally just EQ again with extra steps. And I've had that come across my Twitch a lot because we yap about it a lot. But man, anytime it comes across my Twitch, I'm just like, ooh. Like, it gets easier to know what's going on once you understand, you know, the textures and the effects and everything. But man, watching it is real rough sometimes, especially from a viewer standpoint. And like I've always said, I worry about the viewer standpoint of you guys not enjoying what I'm putting out. Your Legends of the Classic, though, is still a game with an EQ skin. Right, well, even with the EQ skin is more so what I'm saying. Like, outside of the systems, just from like a gameplay and a visual standpoint, I look at EQ Legends and I'm just like, oh shit, that's like, it's a little too classic, like, playing for me, a little too classic feeling. And there's a certain extent where classic can be quite nice and it can be this really nostalgic feel. But then there's the extent where classic just starts to feel clunky and old. And it's like driving an old jalopy. It might be cool for a certain amount of time, but if you yourself have to drive that everywhere and it goes 0 to 60 in 2.5 minutes, and 60 is the fastest that it goes, and it also wobbles when it goes 60, versus having another car that's a little more modern that you can drive as your daily, might be a little bit of a game changer for you, you know what I mean? That's what I try to keep in mind with classics. And I think something like, even my love of Diablo 2, right? If I go in and just blast a Diablo 2 ladder, I'll have a lot of fun with that for a little bit, but I don't fucking know how Llama has played Diablo 2 for years and years and years, pretty much every day, without ever getting bored of it. I don't get it. I genuinely do not understand. I would lose my mind if I was playing Diablo 2 on on repeat, no matter fucking what. But it's really fun if you can live with the voxel graphics. What does voxel graphics mean? Is that like the really old school? Because I'm stupid and I don't know all those fancy words. So, because compared to Androlin again, the world feels so much more complete and lived in. When it's dark, I'll turn off. Turn people off on that game is voxel graphics. Voxel is Minecraft. Oh! So it's like blocky? Like Kanye and Lil Pump in the I Love It music video? It's kind of fire though. No building though. Right. I bet that runs at 17,000 frames per second. I bet that shit feels like zero friction at all points in time when you're running. And probably has zero performance issues. At least I hope. Because they got performance issues on that. They're cooked. They're absolutely cooked. I'm bringing out my coffee cup real quick. Will I fly? And then we kill Crabman and hope for mountains. attempting to cut coffee out a little bit sooner in the day, so I can actually fucking sleep. It's been wonderful. I've started cutting it out at like 4:30 now instead of 5:30. It's made a huge difference, boys. Crazy how far I'm and Drillin come compared to something like Pantheon. Game dev's hard, bro. Game dev's hard. Don't forget all the titles that literally, like, had development going on them but no longer do. That are just fucking cooked projects. I think any game that is still standing at this point in time and is still receiving any updates whatsoever is doing, unfortunately, very well. Like, the metric of success isn't even a true, like, how is your game? It's just, is your game? Yes or no? And if yes, then you're doing great at this point. So many games are just getting shut down. So many games that are funded by larger projects are getting their funding pulled. It really is a little tragic to see where the gaming industry as a whole is at. Everyday's patch we're using different build. I've been using kneecap shield with B Fury and Toothpick as Arsenal. I like B Fury with Arsenal. And then I think I'm on Ram's back into our main hand. I think Ram B Fury is just the best build by far now. B Fury got buffed substantially, like substantially yesterday. Doubled our damage and healing that we're getting from B Fury. It's, well, not all of our damage, but made it much, much, much better. And then they rebuffed Amon Ram today. So now Amon Ram is absolutely insane again. So, they're good games. It's MMOs that are cooked. Yeah, I think part of it too is that the barrier of entry for MMOs is so fucking high now. Anything that is not on the level of 10-plus-year-old titans of the industry, sometimes 20-plus-year-old titans, is immediately shunned and shit upon. When realistically, we need to understand that, you know, games coming out, of course, they're not going to be coming out as rudimentary as 2004 WoW was or anything like that. But there is a bar of, like, these games are just coming out, and we need to at least be semi-realistic about our expectations with them, as they are going to be new games, right? At any point in time, I need to pay more attention. At any point in time, we are going to have to worry about, you know, the growing pains of new titles, where it is going to be around. Well, I'm back. Bro, why is it literally just going out for like a second? I'm so confused. I'm like very confused. Like, it's very unfortunate, if I'm being honest, because it keeps just nuking stream as well. Like, very, very...
Thank you for boarding the Dusty Express. Straight to
very much cooked it. Let's see. If it happens again, I'll just restart stuff. Not just you, the last few days, I've had other streams go out. I think it's Twitch. No, it's our entire internet. Like, sometimes it's Twitch, but like, it's just our internet as a whole. It's even happening for Carla right now on her PC. And usually I have problems with Twitch where like my OBS studio will sometimes crash, but it won't impact my actual like PC. But now it's impacting the PC and it's like the whole internet. And it's really shitty because it cooks viewership every fucking time it happens, man. Like, I can't climb viewership because everybody that's lurking that doesn't auto-refresh gets absolutely fucking fried. It's, a little unfortunate. Hoofsy, what up, my goat? Hope you're having a beautiful day. It did just start raining here, but it dropped once last night as well. So, streak safe? Good. What you be up to? Are you... You're not watching PoE 2 today, are you? I'm still not settled if I want to check out PoE 2 or not. I'm a lot hesitant. PoE 2 was not the greatest, like, venture for me last time on stream. It was not the best in terms of growing the stream. It's an absolutely beautiful 79. Oh, dude, I'd be outside all day if I were you. Holy. We got just under 60 and some light rain over here right now. And hopefully the plants like the rain. I think it's supposed to be gorgeous today. Not a yellow type. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm feeling in the modern, you know, the modern dustization of it. The only shitty thing is, like, what type are we right now, you know? Where have we arrived as a community? What is there to play other than PoE 2 if we want a little bit of spice in life and a little variety? I wish there were more tests happening right now for things that were just, like, calling out to me. I think Monsters and Memories from a system standpoint, like, I love what they're cooking up systems-wise, and I'm really cheering for the project. I just don't know that I would have the most fun piloting characters in a classic MMO. So, that's my big holdout on that side of things. Like, I'm just not your typical, like, super classic MMO character handler. And if the combat's a little basic, then that may really get to me. Because I'm such a big combat and movement person. But, Roman then. I just hope we land a little bit smoother than the whole launch resulted yesterday. You know that was the second largest explosion in human history? The Boom Origin launch? Well, not launch, but their little static test. Also, is a static test really just sitting there and dry firing the rocket but holding it down? Because that sounds like a really good way to have a rocket blow up. Do you see the aftermath? Yes. I saw some pictures. I'm sure I haven't seen everything. But, like, I saw that the right tower's gone. I saw that the roof of the little fire pit that they have is also collapsed. So either before the explosion or during the explosion, it seems like the roof gave out, which was supposed to, like, you know, contain and direct all of the fumes and shit, or not all the fumes, but all the fire and stuff, and direct it so it didn't go up. So I'm not quite sure what happened, but it seems like the roof could have collapsed during the static test. And then maybe there wasn't a place for things to go, so it went up, but surrounding area was less damage than I expected. See, that's what I said. Given the fact that that was the second largest explosion in human history, kind of effectively had no impact as of right now. Like, as of this point in time, it kind of really didn't do anything. Rocket explosion. No, it was largest, largest rocket explosion by a good measure. I think the only human explosion that was larger than it was, or only human explosions were the nukes, right? So I guess considering those as one. Hold on. Largest explosions history. Largest artificial non-nuclear explosions. Is it artificial? Hold on. Oh, and volcanoes. I guess volcanoes count as explosions too, huh? I feel like volcanoes shouldn't count as explosions. I feel like that's just the Earth peeing. I feel like if volcanoes count as explosions, so does my ass after a late night meal. And that would probably dethrone the Blue Origins. Boom. I'm not gonna lie. The view from the SpaceX building being built, the plume went up like a nuke. Oh yeah, there are a lot of crazy POVs of it. There's also a video that's circulating that shows a helicopter that's going around the outside for an aerial view as it explodes. And if that is a NASA helicopter, then the Freedom of Information Act would basically get that POV out if they didn't just release it, because the impressions would go crazy and probably fund 2 rocket launches in the first place. Volcanoes are just pressure relief valves. You see, that's what I've always thought. Volcanoes are just trying to stop something worse from happening, because if we didn't have the volcanoes, then the whole Earth would swell and blow up. Exactly. Exactly. It's tech. volcanoes are basically just Eartheria. And I'm sorry that you have to think of that now. But it's just spicy poops from the earth. Is the earth burping? Yeah, we'll call it burping. We'll call it burping. Listen, man, I don't know about you, but I don't start quaking when I'm about to burp, pussy. But I can tell you I've had some quakes before. I've had some seismic activity in my belly from time to time. And that is not followed by burps. If something solid comes out of your mouth when you burp, I'd see a doctor. Isn't it technically not solid, but it's like molten? So it was like previously solid? Currently equivalent to 500 Tomahawk missiles hitting the same spot at the same second. Yeah, and we kind of just tanked that shit. Which is kind of wild, if you really think about it. Like, the whole... How much do you think that just devalued other nations, like, looking to send bombs at us and shit? Because if we can tank, like, 500 Tomahawk missiles at the same spot all at once, realistically, like, what can't we tank? And that also got through the air defense systems. I feel like that might have just been a stress test for, like, how large of boom can US sustain? Very, very large. Because I was looking at the trees and shit surrounding the complex, and I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't really know the scale of the launch pad. It looks like it is miles upon miles of just, like, concrete and shit surrounded by trees. But some of the trees directly on the, like, outside of the facility were scorched. But I expected, like, a complete, you know, hellscape. I expected, though, the river to be, or the little pond that they have to be, like, dried up. I expected the trees to all just be gone. Like, no more trees, just the full, like, trees pushed back like they're laying down type shit. And the trees were just kind of like, damn, you see that shit, dog? It was kind of wild. Kind of badass. My dude's a reinforced spot meant for such events. Yeah, that shit took, what, like $1 billion to build? Like it's a $1.1 billion launch pad or something like that? That took like $1 billion and just a year of raw labor to actually build and get to the point structurally that it was ready for the heavy launches? Because that was also one of the specialized launch pads that's specifically for the big boys, right? That's not just like an oh shit regular launch pad. That's basically like, you know, the big booth at your local restaurant getting closed. Pocket change. Well, sure, okay, pocket change, yes. But labor and time is not pocket change. The 1 year is the larger setback than the Billy, because the government will probably subsidize the Billy. Like, they're just gonna charge everybody else for that. I can't say us because I deduct everything, but they're gonna charge you guys for that. I bet someone's happy about getting a contract to rebuild. Yo, whoever did the launch pad the last time, as soon as it blew up, went, yeah, baby! There are two sides to every story. Everybody at Blue Origin was in tears. Everybody that's at that concrete company was freaking the fuck out. They were like, get everybody on the phone. Get ads up on Indeed. We're going to work, baby. That shit is a crazy rebuild. I wonder how they'll be able to expedite it as well. Now, how many heavy lift pads are there? Like, how many of the big boy pads are there? Speaking of contracts, SpaceX just got awarded one from the Space Force to create a satellite network to monitor everything in the sky. Well, yeah, because fucking Blue Origin's not getting their satellites up anymore. Also, bonus for SpaceX there, because Blue Origin was supposed to have all of their satellites in the sky for their, Starlink competitor. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Their Starlink competitor. They're supposed to have like 1,600 satellites up, and they're still well over 1,000 satellites off, and that big boy was carrying like 44 satellites or some bullshit like that. And there's another launch today from... It's another space company. It's like the United Launch Association or some bullshit like that. that's carrying some up, but that's going to set back their progression on the deadline a lot, which means Starlink is going to continue to have the best coverage, which means that SpaceX in the short term is likely going to continue to get all of the contracts awarded around that level of space coverage because their capabilities are just so far, you know, established. They're already in such a good spot. U.S. Space Force has just announced that it's awarded SpaceX a $4.16 billion contract to build a constellation of satellites that can track airplanes, cruise missiles, and airborne threats globally from orbit. It's for space-based airborne moving target target indicator program. So what are those satellites using to track? I'd like to know the sensors that those satellites are using, Hoofsy, and the manufacturers of those sensors. Flash track! Flash track! My entire feed is drumming videos. Yo, you know what videos I love? When they bring in, like, really famous, well-known drummers, and they have them listen to a song for the first time without the drum track. Like the drum backing, and then they have them just free drum to it, and then they let them listen to it after to see how they varied from the actual track. It's a really cool series. I don't even remember the name of it, but I've watched so many of those bad boys. Watch Fubo just pop in and be like, I'm betting on that. But it's tight? That's what I'm saying, bro. Sometimes the remixes go even crazier than like the original. It was 1,600 satellites by June. I think it was by July, if I'm not tripping. But they're basically like, we'll call it a month away from needing effectively 8 times the amount of satellites that they currently have. And they just lost their largest capability to get those satellites up, as well as multiple of those satellites. They lost a fat stack of the satellites themselves. They lost a big boy in the process. They gotta come up with a new name other than Glenn, dog. That shit's cursed. Technically, it was less detonation and more deflagration. I don't know what that means. The boom looked big, but it was more just fuel burning. Oh yeah, everything literally just like combusted because it was fully loaded with fuel. Now, part of what it was also, once everything started burning and it went to shit, the big boom was likely the same thing that facilitated the big boom during the SpaceX landing, where it was just the fuels mixing, right? Because from what I've gathered, keep in mind, I know this is a shocker, not a rocket scientist, but from what I've gathered, it's like liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen that it runs off of or some bullshit, and then when those mix, it effectively causes big boom. So when the SpaceX rocket came back down, the fuels mixed when it turned over, some bullshit like that, and then it just boom. Which is kind of metal as fuck. Kind of metal. And I was doing some light research and effectively learned that rockets are just like giant bombs that we're giving just enough release or like relief to have them not be bombs, but instead propel themselves slowly. Like rockets are the actual equivalent of chancing a fart. And we saw Blue Origin not reach the safety point yesterday. Like, it's literally just chancing a fart. You are packing as much force into something, trying to release a little bit of pressure at a time, and sometimes there's a little bit too much pressure, and then just, oop, not a fart anymore. Whereas something like ammonium nitrate explosion in Beirut was a lot more detonation. And a lot less. I get scared saying that other word. Either way, very large boom. Large enough boom to mushroom cloud. And the energy released by large boom was also fucking large. Freaking large. I wish that I... Wait, Nin. I just saw on my phone the notification. They saw the explosion on the Doppler weather radar. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of POVs that are coming out. Like, there's one POV that was apparently taken from a plane that was flying, like, far away from the explosion. People that were in like Tampa saw the explosion, which also, I didn't realize that there was just like a giant campus that just had pretty much all of the launch pads. I was doing some research on like a more independent space company that does some launches a year still, but they're working on fully reusable rockets just from their baseline. And they have to build and test their rockets, and then they have to transport their built and tested rockets all the way down to the launch pads. And I want to say they build out of Washington, and then they have to transport everything down to Florida. Because that shit is crazy to think about, bro. Like, I don't even know how they transport that. Use hammer again, why? It got buffed again today. It's really good. Yo, King Bob, what up, brother? How you doing today? Hope you're having a beautiful one. So, yesterday, they nerfed the hammer. Today, they rebuffed the hammer. So, we just have pretty much 100% crit anyways. You get... Motherfucker. You can very easily get to 100% crit with very little scaling to just constantly get resets on your Ramville, providing you're playing it with any effort. And you're just playing it how you were before. Wait for the first hit of your combo to go off, and then use an ability, and then out of nowhere, you have unlimited resets, and you just cycle that through. So, it's more or less as good as it was yesterday. And then with Bee Fury in your arsenal, Bee Fury does twice as much damage as it did yesterday. So overall kill times are going to be looking a little bit higher today than they were yesterday. It's not like a, oh my god, it's completely different, because yesterday, Ram's still good. But yeah, just new changes to the balance. Are there cheaters? I mean, as much as there are in any game, in all fairness. Like, no matter which game you go to and you play, if it's an online multiplayer game, you're going to encounter accusations somewhere of people doing something they shouldn't. And it's unfortunate, but it's kind of like just the state of games now. I will say, in this game, even if other people are duping, are exploiting, are cheating, you are not forced to interact with those players, play with those players, play against those players. Anything like that. You don't have to. You can just play your own game entirely, no matter how much other people cheat. It doesn't really impact you. So that's the good thing. And the developers have also been very responsive to trying to chase down these exploits and make sure that the game itself is in a very playable state. They've been doing pretty well. How the battle people cheating in forever? Brother, I wish I could articulate. Like, I wish I could articulate. It is crazy. Keep in mind, there's already a damage meter that's been developed. There's already, like, add-ons that have been pushed out to people that the developers were like, yeah, we're not going to pursue add-ons as a thing that we, like, you know, will ban people for or anything. And they, I don't think, have any idea the can of worms that they just opened up by doing that. Because now add-ons are eventually going to get very invasive very quickly within the game. And I don't see it really going well in the long term. Them trying to actually, like, I don't know, control that, so to say. I feel like as soon as they open the door for add-ons, they're kind of going, 1 button rotation macro incoming. Not even that. I worry more about the add-ons that will be more around the element of taking out the actual explorative route of the game than anything else. So when I look at things like Azeroth Autopilot or Questy in WoW, I apply that over here, and it just devalues the core concept of this game, which is exploring in your own area. Or, sorry, not in your own area, but like in your own, like, areas of desire, so to say, right? And within that, we are naturally going to see add-ons that do compile different prog routes, compile different ways that you can go, and will put you on the most efficient route, 1 to 100 or 0 to 100% completion. Now, those that have played a lot of games with third-party software that people make, you may also eventually know that add-ons and third-party software has a very high chance to become monetized. So at a certain point, it becomes, hey guys, make sure you do exclamation leveling to have DustyWhy's leveling guide. It'll get you my fastest, 1 to 20 progression route. And then from there, if you want my gearing guides, make sure you do exclamation guide. That's where you're able to pay $5.99 to get a DLC for the add-on that'll show you where to go to collect all of my gear pieces with an in-game checklist. Once you get everything, it'll tell you exactly what abilities to use. It'll highlight what's on your bar that you should be using, when you should be using it in the cooldown rotation, all for the low price of $5.99 per build. Now, consider yourself a completionist. Well, there's more. I've got the easiest 0 to 100 completion route, including all of your mounts, all of your companions, all of your gliders for the low price of $19.99. Yes, that includes every single one of those. I don't clear this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're safe. Could have like a few percent left. You guys kind of see the route that it's going with all of these cute little add-ons that start out as just, oh, it's quality of life. Turns into something a little bit worse than quality of life quite quickly, and it becomes a little bit more invasive. So, Cineru saying, cheers for flying across the map, just duping whatever they want. An economy already has essentially infinite max to your weapons. They're selling them for free or dirt cheap, removing any new dungeons. Cheers can also modify their ability cost time into spam cost, making any boss die in a few minutes versus 20. Okay, well, nothing's taking 20 minutes, if I'm being honest. Like, I'm doing a boss right now. So, first things first, those are definitely exaggerated claims. I can go through all those. So, cheaters flying across the map literally does next to nothing because there's a fast travel in the game anyways, and you can just teleport across the map. There's no PvP or, like, reason to compete for things in the open world. You can just hop to another layer. So, basically, with the world, they have many layers of the same world, all of which hold about 20 players. So if somebody's farming what you want in the open world, you just log out to your character screen and then log back in, and you're on a new server or layer. So you can just avoid cheaters anytime. Now, I also haven't really seen anybody flying across the map or anything like that. But again, there's a glider, so you can literally fly if you jump off of a high area. Regardless, there's not really an advantage to that. The economy, there is no economy. Like, the only way to trade with somebody is add them to your Steam friends list and then drop trade with them. There's no auction house right now. There's no player-to-player trading. And even then, this game isn't a matter of, like, you've got to sweat super fucking hard to get all of your gear. The content's really easy, right? So, I'm doing a boss fight right now, and I have legendary weapons and a shield, and I have pretty best-in-slot gear. I'm not using any consumes or additional power scaling or anything like that. For this one, I'll throw on... We'll throw this bad boy on. And then I'll slap on an Elixir of Faith. So I'll slap on a couple of consumes and a weight stone. There we go. I got a couple of consumes up for this fight. So keep in mind, this build is nowhere near the #1 clear time build in the game. Like, this is, by all means and measures, a relatively slow build. But it's a very consistent, cozy, and comfortable build, which is the important thing to keep in mind about Priest. It's going to be very, very, very cozy and comfortable. So, with Priest, this is, again, it's like self-heal, whoops. It's like self-heal oriented, appreciate the follow, dog. You're playing very much around sustain, being able to keep yourself up. I tanked an ability there that's literally supposed to be a one-shot mechanic, and it just did absolutely nothing to me. So the bosses die pretty quickly and pretty smooth. It's not to the point that you need a top-tier build. With that, again, the economy, right? Tanking that hits wild. Yeah, I'm not even the only class that can hit. I didn't have my defensives up for it. Warrior can tank it easier than I can. Especially if you're going an armor-based build. I don't really have that much armor scaling. But yeah, so there are a lot of classes and builds that clear faster than this one does. I am a consistent, cozy, tanky build that also does good damage. Not necessarily your #1 nuker build that's out here absolutely shredding shit from the bottom up. I do, again, great damage, especially in an AoE, but this build's largest emphasis is simply how can I stay alive? How can I be cozy as content gets harder? All the content's really easy though. You can do every boss in the game on any class. You're not restricted. You can do it solo or up to a 4-person group. And again, there's nothing that says you have to play in a group over here. I've done everything. Again, I like playing in groups, but it's just been so easy for me to do everything solo that I haven't even really been caught up in the whole, like, you know, get in a group, get super active on that side because the game's just so accessible. So, in terms of removing the need to do dungeons, sure, if somebody wants to trade for everything, that's great. But, like, dungeons are really all that there is to do right now. You're either doing dungeons to get gear, or you're doing dungeons to get cosmetics and drops. Again, there's no PvP. There's no, like, me versus you for anything. So again, there's really no need to worry about the economy or anything, as it's really not a player-driven economy whatsoever. Again, then in terms of cast times and shit, like, it just doesn't matter. There are builds that will kill this boss before it gets into its first enrage. So the balance is just super easy right now. It's... I'll be real, that review seems very over the top. I can say in my 169 hours so far that I haven't had any difficulties due to cheaters. I've had no grief. I've had no run-ins that are negative or anything. I literally just exist and do my own thing on a daily basis. I occasionally run into some other people, but it's not even it's not an MMO at this point. So perfect block out on PvP if that's our frames. Yeah, PvP is going to be really rough if add-ons come in on the PvP side that bring in higher quality of life for certain people using those add-ons, right? Even something as small as detecting if there's a cast bar that will highlight your interrupt and make it smoother for you to see that you actually have an interrupt available, right? There are unfortunately no boundaries when it comes to the capabilities of what people can develop add-on wise in today's, whoops, I missed that. In today's day and age, man, like, people are really talented, and there are a ton of people that can make something from effectively nothing and will make something from effectively nothing as well, right? You don't have to be a genius game dev to make an add-on. I'm far too stupid for it. But there are people that we had in cats that were not game devs that made crafting calculators and shit for games as soon as our old crafting calculator died. There are so many people that have the capabilities to just slap that shit together. And then when you bring in people that have done it for a very long time, you start to, oh my god, you start to notice that they can truly do just about anything. So PvP is going to have add-ons. PvE is going to have add-ons. There are going to be required group checks where, again, if you want to get into a group, if there is any hard group content, groups are going to start demanding you to post logs more sooner than you would like to think. DPS checks will be I dropped a little too soon. That's on me. I dropped just a smidge too soon there. Might have greeted it just a wee bit. Anyways, there'll be DPS checks, there'll be gear checks, there'll be all that shit. And I just inherently don't think this game is that type of game. And I think it's going to create a very large divide in who this game is intended for versus who is actually willing to play the game. And once it starts to get into, I don't want to say like the wrong type of community, but when you change your demographic entirely, you also end up changing your gameplay design and scheme and philosophy all the time. This game's gonna have the same problem like WoW has been. I hope it doesn't, because this game is really fun. And again, everything is soloable right now, so you can ignore all of those problems right now, right? But it's definitely on the horizon that this could go down the same route that WoW does with the add-ons. The developers came out and literally said, hey, we're not going to be pursuing any, anything against people that are using add-ons. You're good to go. You don't have to worry about getting banned or anything. And again, I worry about that. Anytime third-party software starts, it doesn't stop. And even if they're just like, we're gonna allow certain add-ons and then disallow certain add-ons, people will then try to toe the line as close as they can without going over. And eventually people are going to go over, and as a developer team, they're going to have to deal with people that are going over that line 1000%. And that's something that they now have to dedicate manpower to. Just simply discerning, like, should this add-on exist or should this add-on not exist? Instead of just taking the stance of, hey, everything that you guys will be playing with will be featured in the creative suite of the game. Third-party software is a violation of TOS and won't be supported by us. Please refrain from using it. Then you don't have damage meters, you don't have minimap overlays, because you can have your own minimap in-house at that point, so you can control what's seen on that minimap and what's not seen. You can control what your player base is kind of downloading a little bit more and have a little QA around it, because third-party add-ons are made by third parties, and third parties aren't always verifiable. I don't like downloading random shit from people, man, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's a really good way to get your shit hacked. More judgment / null more DBS for 10 seconds less of boss time. 30-second clears or kicks. Yep. I worry a little bit, if I'm being honest. I really have been having fun with the cozy side of this. And again, I'm somebody that when I want a competitive game, I go to a competitive game and I get my grind out in that more frictiony competitive game, and I really enjoy it. But this doesn't give me those vibes. This gives me incredibly cozy, comfy, fun vibes. And I hope that that's where this stays. But I kind of see it infringing in a different spot already a little bit. You know, I worry. I think the vision is getting a little muddied, because people are coming in with a way different goal set than the developers had possibly, like, for the game. Waiting for the game Dracantos. Oh, I love me some Dracantos. I did the Dracantos PvP test this past weekend, and I miss it very much. It was a very, very, very fun game, if I do say so myself. I really look forward to getting more practice once that game comes out. They said their goal was to launch before the end of this year, which, please, for the love of God... Please, for the love of God, if they can pull it off, I will be so unbelievably happy. Because that game did have some incredibly engaging PvP. And it was just the start. That wasn't even the open world. That wasn't even the full gameplay loop. I just really enjoyed how that PvP felt. It kind of, like, called to me. I, too, will be very excited for when Dracantos is in a playable state again. By the end of the playtest last weekend, my entire community was sad that we couldn't play more of it, which hasn't really happened to us in a while. There have been a lot of titles where we've playtested them and it's just kind of like, okay, the playtest is done. That's good, they'll develop it more now. Dracantos went down and we were like, no, please, we need more. We are so down bad, please don't leave us. They left. They'll hopefully be back soon though. The add-on stance makes this game less desirable. It felt like a little bit of a gut punch when they did say it. I'm not gonna lie, Hoofs. Between that and the fact that they have also just immediately conceded with a major balance patch and unnerfed a lot of things that were nerfed originally, I worry a little bit that the directionality of their game isn't known to them. If that makes sense. Like, if add-ons were asked on a large scale of, like, are these okay? And they were kind of like, no, add-ons will be fine. That's okay. It's a damage meter and a mini-map. That's fine. It shows, like, naivety on a multiplayer scale. And I also think that them dropping a major patch getting blowback from the community, and then instead of being like, hey guys, let it marinate for the weekend and see how it feels Monday and we'll reevaluate, and immediately going, no, 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 it's okay, the baby's crying, we must tend to it. You gotta let the baby cry out sometimes, dog. And they didn't let the baby cry out, they didn't let the patch marinate so they could even get organic feedback. Discord is not a verifiable source of feedback because you do not know who in Discord is actually playing the game or not. It's a floodgate they didn't know had water behind it. And they're not really like developers of this genre of game, but they have other successful titles from the RTS scene, which is, if I'm being completely honest, a very cozy scene. And I don't think they know what they're getting into with the MMO degens that will take fucking Club Penguin with a combat system and then min-max the shit out of it. Like, MMO players are effectively weaponized autists of various things, right? It's either the ability to min-max like crazy and never get bored, the ability to PvE or PvP on loop nonstop, the ability to hit rocks, trees, gather, econ, whatever it is. People in MMOs almost have their like savant route that they focus on. And I don't know that they know what they're getting into with the whole like add-ons everywhere. Add-ons can earn postable shop monetization. I'm not even worrying about it from that route. They're in Europe, and it was like a 15-person development team when everything first started up over here. So I'm not even necessarily worried about the whole like, oh my god, they need monetization route. Like, they do, but they probably already sold more than enough boxes to be pretty happy with that. But, well, I pay for what I can make an add-on to do? Yeah, that is entirely fair. Entirely fair. Now, that also depends a little bit on where they were planning to go with their shop stuff. But, yeah, the add-on world is never-ending, man. Third-party software can do just about everything. And I think we have to remember there are skin packs, texture packs, especially with things being client-side instead of server-side very heavily. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be too difficult to have something that on your side of the game change the look of mobs, change the look of other players, change the skins they were rocking, change the look of whatever. Cursor packs, text packs, small things like that that eventually just bleed into much more invasive shit. I wince a little. It's almost one of those, like, I'm not mad, just disappointed things. Because I've seen it so many times before at this point, and I've seen where add-ons not only can go, but do go, inevitably. And I think once add-ons become commonplace in a game, one thing that I really disliked about WoW for a lot of our new players that were coming in when we did our little WoW escapade was the laundry list of like, hey, you know, even after add-on purge, in TBC it was really bad. In Midnight it was less bad at the start, but got quite bad quite quickly as soon as everybody realized that they weren't actually purging add-ons. They were just kind of like saying that they were going to. It was basically like the dare officer going outside and smoking a cigarette after he gives your class a presentation. And everybody just realized that we're just going to be smoking cigs anyways. So the laundry list of add-ons compiled once again for Midnight. And that's unfortunately where I feel like this might be headed. It seems like it's going to be a game that is supposed to be incredibly easy and accessible and fun. Just getting kind of cooked with the add-on way of life. But I also don't necessarily think that there's a way to avoid the add-on way of life at this point in time in gaming, unless developers truly take a super hard stance against it, which many aren't gonna do, especially just because of the raw manpower required. Like, even if we look at, you know, going over to PoE 2 for a little bit, PoE 2 has path of building. It's got resources on the third-party side that are, you know, commonplace in the game. So just for PoE 2, I'd have to find a loot filter that I wanted to use, run the loot filter. If I want to homebrew a build, then I could go into PoE building, and I could basically, or sorry, path of building, and then I could make my entire build ahead of time so I don't have to explore anything in the game. It just feels like everything's so optimized by things outside of the creative suite of the game nowadays. And I miss when we played within the creative suite of things. It was really fun. When I played New World, I didn't have shit for an add-on. I just vibed. I played the combat as it was. I enjoyed it as it was. Played Ashes. I really enjoyed it because I played it as it was within the creative suite of the game. We didn't have add-ons. Oh, it was a little bit different. It was a little bit more fun in my opinion, but to each their own. Some people don't really like any form of actually exploring and testing, and they don't want to do a bunch of boss runs and check their kill times on multiple runs to see what is actually better for them. They just want to have a spreadsheet or a build guide or somebody else tell them exactly what is best for them to run at all points in time. And it is what it is. I don't blame people. It's the path of least resistance. But it's just where gaming is going right now. And it makes me an explorer, a tester, a player really sad. Really sad. I miss the days when we were all just grinding stuff out. Like back in the New World days even, we used to just group up so we could run duels and test out different builds. And we would sit there in between duels and we'd be like, stand still so I can smack you real quick. Okay, switch your armor around. Okay, let me smack you with this real quick. And it was that level of testing versus just sit at dummy with damage meter up and then extrapolate data based on something that's, you know, in a vacuum and in an ideal scenario. Because dummies don't reflect actual boss damage. But I digress. Sounds like you're missing out on the Eminem playtest then. Honestly, the Eminem playtest does sound intriguing, like systems-wise. But I really worry about classic MMOs from like a gameplay standpoint. That's my largest thing about Monsters and Memories. Where are they at right now? Yeah, I mean, they have a few hundred people over there watching it. But, like, it's real classic, man. It's real classic. Like, their description on Twitch uses the word harkens. I haven't heard that fucking word since, like, 1998. That shit's crazy. They're definitely a retro game. Now, I will say, just from a visual standpoint, it's not the worst. It's just got like the UI reminds me of Diablo 1 and like Hellfire. If I'm being honest. Oh fuck, I'm cooked. PoE2 gonna be taking up most of the viewership on Twitch for a little bit. I don't know if PoE2 will hold for a lot of time, because you gotta keep in mind, PoE2 viewership is going to be focused on like the large creators over there, and then as soon as people get to the point of farming the shit out of the content, it's gonna be done. So just from a standpoint of like, we'll go through my following on Twitch, right? So you have a couple forever, you have PoE2, Kanato's still in New World for some reason, PoE2's, Asmongold's in PoE2, Shroud's in PoE2, Arrowlee's in Black Desert still. Summit's just playing DayZ for some reason. Let's see, Deadlock, all PoE2. Let's see, Ortizi's playing PoE2. Pretty much everybody's playing PoE2. And the thing about it is the most successful people in PoE2 are going to be the ones that are very well known for PoE2. Notice how Cannon's at like 500 viewers, which is really low for him. Really low for him, especially for launches. MMO launches, it's common for him to climb up above 1,000. But basically everybody's going to want to watch the actual like PoE people more than the people that are just coming over that don't really know what they're doing. Because watching the PoE people is very exciting, right? The people that know what they're doing get to the content super quickly, complete it super quickly, and just blast. So it's very highly focused. Very highly focused. And again, even on launch, your smaller Path of Exile content creators, they don't get a lot of the hype around these launches. It all goes up to the top where people are most interested in seeing, you know? It all goes to the largest names, the people that are the most familiar. So I see like there are a lot of content creators that are usually like 200-300 viewers that are down to like 100 viewers because most of their viewers are probably in like Mathil, Ziz, Fub, Quinn, Dartstream, just through there, right? That immediately is 60k plus viewers, realistically. Like, it's an absurd amount of viewership that's just going there. The directory as a whole has 410,000. Oh, that wasn't even a refresh. Quinn's at 18.7k now. Soda's, Jesus Christ, hold on. So let's just go through the names in the directory real quick. Asmon, Fub, Quinn, Ziz, Darth, Soda, Lyric. Holy shit. Gazi, Mathil. Bro, everybody. Shroud. Everybody is streaming PoE 2. Gork is streaming PoE 2. Crip, of course, streaming PoE 2. Everybody is streaming PoE 2. This is insanity. This has to be at the top of Twitch by a large amount, right? Where is it? Hold on. Browse. Viewers high to low. Oh, yeah. At least Twitch Gaming. Just chatting always cooks. But that's fucking wild. Biggest update they've ever done for it? Indeedly. Indeedly. Massive update that also brings in a lot of casual quality of life for it. So if we go and we look up Path of Exile 2. Keep in mind though, this is a pretty normal league launch for him. Like, all things considered, this is a relatively normal league launch. It always does this. So 290, then they had 353, and then they had 246, and then on release 578. So it's likely going to continue to go up for a little bit, but waves, you want to see some crazy waves, and you want to know why this is exactly what they want? Chris Wilson is a genius. And they plan around having every single player quit the game every single season. But they always want their players to know that they have a returning point to come back into and when that returning point's going to be. And as a result, they always have a fuckload of players for every single update. It's absurd how well they do seasonal cyclical content. They have actually mastered it. Like, it's unreal. Keep in mind, this is because this is the last season before 1.0. Everyone's hyped for 1.0. Everyone's hyped for 1.0, yeah. But also, this season truly isn't... Like, this league is fucking phenomenal with the updates they've brought in. The quality of life that they've brought in... I believe they've brought in a ton of new types of abilities. New like, classes as a baseline, I'm pretty sure. This basically revamped everything about the title itself in a very, very, very good way from what a lot of people have been saying. And I wish that it wasn't like streamer hell right now, where if you go in and you're not one of the PoE like main dogs, you don't just immediately get squashed. But here we are, getting squashed. Now, there is a trade-off that if you're putting out any Path of Exile content right now, that shit's going to go fucking crazy on, like, short form. If you're blasting PoE TikToks and YouTube shorts and stuff like that, you'll probably rack up 1 million views on shorts easy as fuck. This was focus on quality of life, sacrifice some content planned to be released before 1.0 was best decision quality of life first over content. With a game as deep as Path of Exile as well, I think even though they've tried to de-bloat from where they were with PoE 1, it is still an incredibly complex game that has a very, 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 very steep learning curve, right? And I really believe that accessibility for that game is core, but casual guys are crazy popular. Yeah, but also earning a reputation as someone that knows enough to put guides in that casual context and have it be a very good build is very difficult. Very difficult. PoE has, like, you know how I talk about with established games when people are like, Dusty, why don't you go play this game? Why don't you go play that game? And I'm like, I'd have to spend a year catching up. Bro, I'd have to spend 3 catching up on PoE. To be at, like, top level, to the point where I can put out, like, you know, worthwhile build guides and content that's actually meaningful and get myself established as, like, you know, a known player, so to say, with a good build. Oh, that's about to be rough. About to be rough. Didn't like PoE 2, but even these many quality of life implementations hype me. Yeah, I mean, I'm a large ARPG enjoyer as, like, a gameplay person, but ARPGs are notoriously bad for my channel anytime I've gone to them. Now, I will say, this has effectively been the same thing that PoE would be. I'm not even going to lie. This has more or less been like cushier, more accessible PoE. Background games like Diablo probably helps. You'd probably be similar. Yeah, every time I've played PoE in the past, like, I have been able to put together a feasible build, right? Like, when I played PoE 2 on early access launch, I homebrewed a build that was doing high-tier maps extremely quickly. And I think it's just a matter of feeling it out and having a baseline and knowing where to go. But, like, bro, I'm gonna be real, this might be some bitch shit, but sometimes I'm too transparent with y'all. I get nervous thinking about, like, going into larger games, because it's not just daunting from a player side, but daunting from a streamer side, especially coming off of WoW not doing well with the community and the channel. There's a certain element of, like, would I genuinely, at my heart of hearts, like to go check out PoE? Yeah, probably. I think I'd have a lot of fun with it for a couple of days, and I'd probably get a lot of content out of it. But, like, realistically, I don't think it'd do well for the channel. I don't think I'd see any new people coming in that are just like, oh my god, it's Dusty or anything like that, you know? There's the element that almost, like, holds me back there, which is shitty. Because then I'm in a spot of, like, I keep playing what feels comfy. But there's always the part that's like, if you did play it, maybe something good happens. PoE 2 is less get in the PoE 1 since there's not a decade of seasons and gear, etc. to overcome. Yeah, that is fair. There are a lot of carryover mechs that did kind of come through from PoE 1. But yeah, overall, I will say, PoE 2 did feel a lot less gated than PoE 1. It felt like it was much more accessible. I've considered the prospect of, like, doing a solo self-found for a little bit and just seeing how that goes. Maybe eventually, if that does well with stream, like a private league, I think would be fun for the community, so we could trade stuff, but only, like, you know, what we find within the league. I think that could be quite fun, because that could bring in some, like, multiplayer aspects to it as well. But I mean, PoE inherently isn't going to be a multiplayer game really in any capacity. Granted, I don't really know what PoE 2 has for, like, ZDPS, like Culling Strike, Aura Body, supporty type builds. I'm assuming there's some solid depth there. But I don't really know. So I don't know what the multiplayer incentivization would be or anything like that. People have SSF for some reason community, but you just have to be aware of a lot of backseating. Yeah. I mean, that's something that, you know, honestly, I've kind of become used to in gaming, which is, it's perfectly okay. Some people get really annoyed with backseating. I don't really mind that much. I do kind of get sad when people come in and they're like, man, why is this guy so fucking dog shit? It kind of hurts a little, but that's okay. I've learned to not let it bother me too much. It's just one of those things. But yeah, I mean that's the thing about streaming, man. You can find your community. You can also run into so many people that are like just not who you're trying to run into type beat when you're trying to build a comm. You get the best of both worlds, so to say. It's really fun. God damn it. God damn it. Maybe I do an SSF run just to mix things up while we wait for a little bit more content over here. Chat. Are everybody just gonna fuck off and go somewhere else if I do an SSF run? Or not? Because I do feel like there's a certain amount of like... Again, I think the hype over here is going to settle a little bit until the content update comes out. And I feel like pretty much everybody is going to see a pretty, you know, pretty steep downturn, so to say. Viewership-wise, like... I think the player base is probably going to shrink a solid amount, too. It's kind of calling out to me like the Green Goblin mask. One's 1.0. What, for this? Or for PoE? Also, hello, Dr. Chefron. Hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. I'm waiting to play. For Forever or for Path of Exile? Which one? Because Forever 1.0 is probably at least a year down the road. Which is part of why I'm like... Both? Forever probably a year down the road. I believe PoE 2 is actually getting relatively close to a 1.0. Based on their content deployments, it's usually every like 3 months. So I'd have to guess before the end of this year. Chat, does anybody have like... a more up-to-date metric for somebody that hasn't been following PoE? Just play both? Yeah, I mean, there's also kind of a little lull right now. Where people, not people, but there aren't really a lot of MMOs in testing. You know what I mean? That's kind of the hard part. Infinite more time, Gurge, what if I go? Yeah, a lot more time. A lot more time. That's the biggest thing. 2 years prob. For PoE. Beauty of PoE is that the devs don't feel like it's ready. They'll just shift the date. They don't afraid. Well, yeah, they also have PoE 1, which is an absolute, like, cash cow. And even in early access, if they have to push back 1.0 launch and just drop seasons pre-1.0, it's still fucking Path of Exile. It's still phenomenal. You know what I mean? Like, it's still the only thing comparable in the ARPG world to the success of Diablo 2 in a long term. And people will absolutely give that the grace. I mean, look at how PoE 2's initial early access was received and how many people complained and bitched about that. And then people came back the next league to blast once again, dude. Have you been playing the new league, Gurge? I'm really on the fence about checking it out. I really, like, I think I want to, but I just hate, like, killing the stream temporarily to do something fun. It's a tragic feeling. Supposed to, though? Yeah, I almost feel like I'm supposed to. I have no obligation to whatsoever. But I almost feel like I'm missing out if I don't. Especially since I can just make Selv and Nin slam up like 700 clips every single day. And then I could probably play into the clip side of things to try to grow a little bit over there. That might be good. But... I don't know, we must see. We must see. I'm conflicted on everything right now. I wish there was an MMO that gave me the hype and the appeal of new patches like PoE does right now. If there was something that was getting this much content, this much quality of life, oh my god. Oh my god, just anything that wasn't dead. I'd be so happy. Realistically, our next MMO playtest, chat, what are we looking at? Monsters and Memories is right now. And outside of that, Dracantos is going to be before the end of this year. Scars of Honor is dark for probably a considerable amount of time. Was almost New World? Yeah. Yeah. And was almost ashes after New World, and then the business side fell through. It's almost like, it's kind of uncanny, really, how similar New World and Ashes went out. The only thing is, New World wasn't called a scam because it was from like Amazon Games type shit. New World was insane. Yeah, they just had such a long way to finally like recover the community though. Even with it being absolutely insane, they were still at what, like 50k concurrent when it got cut out. It still would have needed a few more months, but I do think Nighthaven was really a step in the right direction. But one thing I talk to the Ashes comm about a lot is like, we can't look back on our favorite games with just like rose-colored glasses. Nighthaven was also, on Nighthaven launch, people just farming like massive amounts of like open world spawns and just getting a shitload of drops, RNGing the drops, then putting together gear sets off of that. I tried to watch some, and like people got into the labyrinths and stuff later for funsies, but it just seemed like everybody at the start of it was gearing off of the same RNG shit that we used to, where we just sit there and torch drops like crazy, pray for the best. But community said, then they killed it. Just, it was kind of in what I describe as like the AAA hell right now. Oh, this is amazing. They had a lot of good changes in, but when we look at, oh my god, the player base right now is so sad. I've always been saying like AAA hell tends to be like the 20 to 60k concurrent range, and it's really unfortunate that they couldn't bump out of that. They had a lot of content creators that were over there as well. And it's shitty that the New World curse was 4 months of growth and never any more than 4 months. It was so fucking tragic, man. Genuinely. Like, this was their longest period of growth that they ever had. And if they could have strung it together just a little bit more, then they might have been on a good path. Like, they had not seen this level of hype and growth through a month in so fucking long. And then it got cooked. And it was really like, what was the exact date of the announcement? That was in Nighthaven? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then Nighthaven dropped like here. Nighthaven was literally right here. And then Nighthaven was well received. And people kept coming in. All I did was not shut it down. You wanna know what's crazy? They shut it down for this. King of Meat was what Christoph Hartmann, the CEO of Amazon Games, called their first step out of the MMO genre. Like, that interview that I freaked the fuck out about and left New World because of, when I kept telling people the interview, he literally said that they were stepping out of MMOs and that King of Meat was their first step out, and that he didn't see them as a developer anymore. He only saw them as kind of a publisher, and that they were going to bring in AI to replace a lot of their devs. EDU Crackle, how are you, brother? It was really sad. I only talk for myself, but I'd love to watch you play PoE, but really I'll be here for wherever you play. I appreciate you, noob. I appreciate you. You're a real one. I might take a chance on it, maybe do a little SSF type run through so I don't feel obligated to trade or anything like that. I can take feedback from chat and we can try to cook up the build a little bit more as we go. I think that would really be fun because I don't mind people like helping out with the build, and I don't mind the theory craft. I don't mind testing new things. And I do think it would actually give a little bit of like content to try to figure stuff out. And a lot of potential for YouTube content right now to absolutely pop. Just putting Path of Exile in the name of anything right now is almost a sure sign of success for a YouTube short. So, yo, Crackle, I'm doing well. Also, Nate, what up, brother? It's going very, very, very well. Is that like a title Final Fantasy? Title Titus Final Fantasy X? How's it greeting? Jesus Christ! I had a fucking aneurysm. I got so excited about the Final Fantasy X reference. Holy shit. But to us stuff and just committed to trying to beat the game with the build you can cook up is the best way and absolutely can be done. Oh yeah. That was my entire goal anyways. Like, when I went in for the original early access launch for PoE 2 way back in the day, I cooked up a homebrew summon build and I shit out a Headhunter, and I don't know if they've adjusted Headhunter since then, but like, I immediately was in the element of like, do I trade the Headhunter, or do I, you know, do I make a new build around the Headhunter? And Headhunter in PoE 1 was phenomenal. Headhunter at that point in PoE 2 was really bad, and I ended up trying to roll a Lightning Arrow Deadeye for the Headhunter usage, and it ended up fucking sucking. And then by that time, the value of Headhunter had crashed, and also, my stream was literally dying when I was over there. So I was like, all right, well, maybe I shelf that for a little bit. So why? And he said it just like that, so it stuck with me. I fuck with it. I fuck with it. I do think solo self-found could be fun though. It's just like, there are a million other solo self-found players. But we'll see. We'll see. I do feel like I might give it a shot a little bit later tonight and see what's going on. Maybe start a character, see what the haps is. Maybe once Asmongold stops streaming it for the day, so that way there's a little less competition in the directory. We'll wait for him to end stream. Get like 40k viewers freed up type shit. Bro, I wish I wasn't such a bitch. Actually, no. I wish I wasn't so poor. If I was richer, I could just stream whatever without giving a singular fuck whatsoever. Because I'd just be like, I don't care if stream dies. Fuck it. I have enough money. I don't have enough money for that. I can't live that belligerently. I need your guys' primes. And someday I may be that well off. But this point in time is not that point in time, chat. This is not where we are with the stream. Maybe a few more years down the road, but not right now. Pray for Ouster. That is the simplest way I can put it. If I were to play PoE 2, just hypothetically, probably solo self-found, probably play myself like a witch so I could transition into a summoner build. Like, does it sound fun? This point in time is a time to grind. And the truth, brother, it's always time to grind. Come over to PoE 2, rivalry on stream, so you're already there when they leave. That's true, and then they'll know. Let's see people watch for the entertainment and the personality, not because we're killing crab on repeat. You know what? That's pretty fucking real. That's pretty fucking real. Are you guys sure you don't like watching Crab Gantua on repeat? Like, just a lot? Is anyone simply here because I am fucking up this crab on loop? No, nobody? Okay, interesting. 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 So you guys don't want to see me go for #1 crab kills all the time. I can imagine losing viewers from switching off crab. Also, hear me out. Hear me out. Can't imagine losing viewers today either because stream crashed twice early in the stream. So pretty much all of our normal lurkers throughout the day got absolutely fucking shredded. Which is kind of tragic. We had like the whole Nodi army that pulled up, so to say. And we lost like half of our viewership today because my net decided to go out twice. So it's not like it can get much worse today. Or can it? Just listening to you out while I try this Tabibia game. What is Tabibia? I think solo self-found would be fun as well because I wouldn't be like competing against other people. Have an experience? I get nervy, guys. I get nervy. But also, it's not like it's gonna kill me to have a little bit of fun. It's not like it'll completely kill me. Chat, I'll make you a deal. 1 Twitch Prime, and I'll check some PoE. We'll give it a little gander. I'll make myself a little summon build. We'll do SSF. We'll work our way through the world. And who knows? Maybe some people start up SSF as well, and we talk about our builds and compare and see what we're finding. Oh, see, that's cheating. That's not a Twitch Prime. Hoofsy, that's cheating. Thank you for the 5. I love and appreciate you. That is not a prime that's bad. That's like when I throw out food for the small birds and the big fat birds come out and they eat all the small bird food and I have to yell at them and say, let the small birds eat. Goodness gracious. What if one of those 5 were gonna prime? What if it's cooked? I realized as I clicked. Hey, that's okay. I have no complaints. I have no complaints. It's just your currency's no good here. Poopsie, thank you for the 5, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. I mean, I guess I could say 5 T1s is equivalent to a prime. I guess that would be a relatively fair conversion, if I'm being honest. Hey, caramba. 8% oust move today? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, honestly, we should add you to a group chat. Lesh and I should. So, basically, my uncle bought oust a few weeks ago. He got in at 25. He's been messaging me like, holy shit, 40% movement since I got in. Oh my god. Lesh and I've been waking up to messages from Lesh like it's a high school relationship, like, we're up another 10% today, honey. Like, we're going crazy. We're also very much cheering for Nokia, but Nokia I think is more of a long-term play with 6G coming in. But they've already got their NVIDIA contracts and stuff, and NVIDIA is effectively a US government contract, but larger now because they don't have government red tape. So I consider the NVIDIA contract effectively the peak of everything for tech companies right now. So Ouster's got the NVIDIA contract, Nokia has the NVIDIA contract, and satellites are being launched into fucking space that are gonna support 6G type shit. So Oust is on the move. I bought more Oust today. I bought more Oust. I bought more Nokia, which were both, honestly, they raised my cost basis purchasing both of those, but my cost basis was very low anyways. So you bought more Oust? Yeah, and instantly it went up. Yeah, we're up. Because Oust is still, what Oust end at today? Its new price target is $75. And when a price target from Roth is set at $75, you know it's typically going to be relatively safe around that. So I wouldn't be shocked to see it go north of 60 quite soon. Not financial advice, of course. But even with buying more, my position's already, like, established enough. Oh yeah, I went up on the day already. So, like, my position's already established enough that it only adjusted my cost basis $2 to pick up more. So my cost basis is still 25 on Oust. My Nokia cost basis went up, but my Nokia cost basis is also still insanely low because I had Nokia from earlier. And then I grabbed the couple of Corsair as well today just to see what they would be doing. And I bought when they were in a little bit of a Dipinski. So, gonna grab myself a little bit of Corsair as well. And then we sit on that and see how it goes. And then when we get more clams from Twitch, we get more Oust. As a first level 20 priest, what should I farm first? I need better gear. Personally, I think as a priest, one of the easier fights in the game is Queen Bee, but you can also just do some of the easier dungeons over and over and over and over again. So you can start out by doing, realistically, like, you come over here and do Minestrone. You could do Lost City of Maida. You could do Crab Gantua. I personally think one of the easier boss fights that has really good gear for us is over here, and he's the best Hive Trunk. That one is very easy once you've got it on repeat, on loop, and just gives really solid gear. So I would start with those. The good news about Hanizabeth as well is technically you can farm it on easy mode, starting at level 19 for easy mode, and that'll give you level 19 armor and shit like that, while also giving you some weapons. Now, if you are just fresh level 20, I will also say, there are some really easy to acquire pieces if you just have ass gear before you get into bosses, right? So I run green jewelry, crit rings, and a fervor necklace. And then I run the level 6 crafted trinket that gives 10 fate for 10 seconds because that's a lot of faith. You'll notice I have 101 right now. That's 10% for me. So I run this and I run green rings. If you are down bad on gear and you have nothing, you can come out here for a little bit of time and fill up an inventory. So as you cross the bridge, there's one spawn here that patrols this way, one spawn here that patrols this way, and then one spawn here that patrols this way. So you basically want to start here, kill this spawn, then bounce over here, kill this, go here, kill this, run back across, and then just keep doing it on loop if you can. These are level 16s, and those can get you a lot of solid starter pieces too. So, oh, and level 20 blue weapons, you can find some of those bad boys at the vendor in town now too. So, crazy video drop at the end of the day today, huge sell. How much did it drop? Maybe I buy some Nvidia. Chat, we're gonna need more primes for Nvidia. That's gonna be a little bit of a problem. Puts my software updating on X. Interface is on the top of the iPhone. Hi, Twitter. Hi, Twitter. Sorry. I still call it Twitter. And I will not stop calling it Twitter. I will never stop calling it Twitter. Dominion level 20, where can I find? In town now. So, as a part of today's changes... Oh, yeah.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Yo, Neo Alchemist, how are you, brother? As a part of today's changes, they added in some vendor acquirable items over here at the guild merchant. So basically, you can go trade, and then he has everything from Glory, Dominion, Radiance, Credence, Judgment, and the starter weapons that you can get for 1,000 gold apiece. Ain't too shabby at all. So now you can actually make your builds function. They are blue instead of like legendary, but it really doesn't matter that much. Blue to legendary is just a small stat upgrade. So blues will be just fine to get started with literally whatever you might be wanting. And you can get 2 weapons from there as well. So they're easier. What we got? What we got? It is the DustyWhy. I think I need a new logo. Started mage last night, got 10 radiance, was like, damn, RNG's chalked, and I saw the level 20 radiance thing and was less worried. It is a good change that they've added in. Who would have thought that people having access to loot in the loot table was a really good thing for the game? Goodness gracious me, oh my. Who would have thunk? Who could have possibly ever gathered that? That people would want to be able to experiment with weapons. And also people would want to be able to upgrade their stuff. Real question is, hello, am I going to get Ramulus and Remus? That's all I got. That's all I got, dog. Literally just greens. Only a gaming guru could have known. Truly only the Dusty Damas of gaming. Like, it's just... Bro, it's just a different level of it. Truly like the Baba Vanga of this shit. How large of an update do I have for PoE 2? Oh, nope, not that one. Path of Exile 2. Oh, I don't even have this bitch installed. Hold on. Chat, I'm about to get really choppy out here for a second. It might get real hairy for a sec. Good news, I think that can run in the background while Forever's launched. Or am I tripping? Officially can't do Monsters and Memories, I tried. You want to try starting a Path of Exile 2 solo self-found character with me? Not like with me, but like aside me and do a let's play together? I'm about to maybe do like a solo self-found little delve into PoE 2 on a summoner and see what we're actually running into. I really love myself some summoner builds. I just started solo self-found. What are you playing? I don't even know what abilities exist. I don't know what summon skills there are. I literally just have a desire to play a summoner. Barb, oh yeah, they added a lot of new classes and shit too, huh? And the thing about Path of Exile is most classes can work out to be pretty much anything. Ascendancies help out a lot. No idea what I'm doing. No, that's okay, dude. I'm gonna literally call mine a clueless self-found. That's gonna be the entire vibe of it. New classes? Hold on, let me see. PoE 2 update. TLDR. Let's see. The patch notes were insanely long. Like, do you want to see the patch notes for this? These are the patch notes for this league. Just this league. Literally just this singular fucking league, chat. This is insanity. It's actually fucking wild. And then updates to patch notes as well. Literally updates to patch notes as well, dude. What the fuck? That is genuinely kind of crazy. How much support comes in for that? Kristen, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate you. There's the primer we needed, boys. There's the primer we needed. Those are some insane patch notes. Like, this is fucking stinky. Added support for build guides. Community creators who write build guides can now create .build files for players to download when selected in-game client. These will show you everything you need to know for that build, including passive skills to allocate, which ascendancy passive skills to take, skill gems to equip, as well as recommendations for support gems. OP as fuck. Whoa, wait, so if you're trying to play Summoner Works out, the newest ascendancy literally lets you take bosses. What? Wait, how and for how long? What do you mean allows me to take bosses? Like, I can have bosses as my summons permanently? Or what is the what the fuck do you mean? Yes. Is that for which? Or like what class is that? To ascend there. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Alright, maybe summons are looking a little appealing to me, boys. I'm not gonna lie. How to summon with Lightning Arrow Ranger mobility boost. Interesting. Yeah, see, that's also one thing about Path of Exile that really gets me. The race car builds. But I've heard bossing is better than race carring now. The new Spirit Walker Ascendancy for Huntress, I believe. Interesting. We're at 20% on our download right now. And then we'll probably go over and cook. Huntress. I'll give it a fucking shot. I'll give it a shot. Worst case scenario, I just come back here tomorrow and my stream doesn't crash, right? So, not the end of the world. Boys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water real quick while this downloads. Un momento. Good day, soldiers. Hope you're all having a splendid one. My ultimate hope is that when we go over, my net doesn't crash 72 times. How large is this download? Because it seems like it's a pretty fucking large boy. I'm at 40%, and then we'll switch over there. Chat, I'm nervy. I'm trying to go in blind as well. Like, blind, clueless, solo self-found. If I'm being honest. Which is probably not going to go well. But I think I'll have fun with it for a couple of days nonetheless. Yo, Clack-a-Lack-in, what up, dog? I hope you're having a beautiful day. My download is only at 14%. This is a hefty boy. Are we all just making solo self-found? Hold on, that might be the play. Now, I've been saying, if there is some hype around it, I'd be down to do a community league. I don't know if it's something that we have to pay for, but having a private league that the community could get into, and we could all play that, and then trade, like, within people, that'd be nice. Oh, you mean your car? Yep. Could you download PoE 2 on your car? Because that'd be kind of fire. Nothing, I just got here. Keith, I hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. We are talking PoE 2, yes. I've been like floundering back and forth on it, because honestly, like, the hype around Forever is settling for a lot of people, especially as Forever announced that they have, you know, a content patch planned for late June. So in between now and then, a lot of people are going to be like, okay, well, we're going to call that good. So there's definitely been a downtrend with Forever, you know, viewership, Forever hype, everything like that. And I really do feel like, you know, it might be time to branch out. But I'm also a little bit nervy about any time I branch out, so to say. But they don't drops this league. Drops, and I think gift 2 subs to get something. I'm pretty sure. I can see, hold on. What's this league called? PoE 2 Twitch drops. Return of the Ancients launch new Twitch drops. Week 1. You'll get the Arbiter of Ash waypoint after 3 hours of accumulated watch time on any channel in the PoE 2 category during the first week of launch. Week 2 drops. Wendigo's Crown helmet attachment. Support a streamer. To support our community streamers, we'll also be offering the Verisium Parasite Pet for purchasing or gifting 2 Twitch subscriptions of any tier. Between May 29th and June 13th. That's kind of sick. That's kind of dope. We do love to see that. Have you watched any of the launch stuff? Not a ton of it, if I'm being completely real. I saw all of the hype, and I kind of followed some of the updates, like loot filter stuff, the skill tree having the downloadable guides and whatnot. Like, I saw that. And then I was like, all right, there's so much more to this. But I genuinely, I'm going in relatively blind. I have played PoE before, but I'm blind. I am clueless on everything. And it's going to take me quite some time to actually figure it all out. But favorite updates in this big update: increase summon speed by 25% and use the door LED strips for blind spot warnings. Hoofsy, increase summon speed by 25%, again, could be a patch note for PoE 2. I feel like it's time to just play some PoE 2. Why not download PoE 2 while your car is downloading? And comfort breaking out break smoother. You got better summon tech. The AI is getting a little better. Played when it launched, haven't played since. Keith, same vibes. Same vibes, brother. So I'm hoping everybody doesn't just, like, I don't know, leave as soon as I go to PoE 2. Excuse me, but stream crashed a couple times today already. So I'm hoping A, my internet holds up. We have a little storm rolling in. My internet usually doesn't get spotty, but I'm also hoping B, everybody just doesn't get tired of watching me stream this shit. So we'll see what's up. But like I've been saying, worst case scenario, I just come back here in a day or so. Level 17 blue Ramulus. It's too easy to stay ignorant, bruh. You got a level 17. That's huge. That's huge. How do people have Lego ones? Alt runs. Like, absolute crazy. Like, absolute mad. PoE2 says watch, but yeah. I also think that, like, everything kind of depends on the content creator and also the viewer, of course, right? Personal preferences or something. And I've streamed long enough now to know anytime you go game to game, there are just some people that are like, yuck. But there are also some people that'll pop in. Like, I can think of probably 20 people that are waiting on me to play PoE2 that'll pop in and be like, oh shit, Dusty, you're actually checking it out. But then my worry is like, who else comes in other than those 20? So it's one of those things where I always try to make stream less about the content that's actually happening on the screen and the content that's happening kind of like in your ears, right? So for me, I like to run this almost like a podcast where the gameplay is a bonus. I kind of have a joke that it's like inspired by Subway Surfers meta, where it was just people talking in narrative videos, but Subway Surfers was on the bottom half of the video, or it would be like the Rocket League, like, you know, race maps people were getting through. And I try to have that level of entertainment value just from people listening in, having it be second monitor content. And then also consider that some people will want me to be on the primary monitor, and then try to have something fun to watch there too. But that's one thing about PoE. A lot of people really like race car builds. A lot of people really like big zoomy builds. And I play cozy, comfy summoners and stuff. Yo, Ark, what up, brother? How's the grind? The grind is good, dog. I'm actually thinking about, well, I'm in the process of downloading, and then I'm going to hop over to some PoE2 for a little bit. And we're going to check some of that shit out. I'm going to do a solo self-found clueless character and see really what's going on there. So, it's a good day. It's a good day. They came in with another set of balance updates for Forever. And, you know, some people in the community are loving them. Most of the content is just getting blasted still. And they did announce today that they are going to be working on a content update for late June. Which, at this point, being a month out from a content update, is kind of like, kind of a hindrance to some. PoE's fun and boring at the same time. I think that's where a lot of games are at right now, you know? Crazy, thank you for the follow, dog. I appreciate you. Yeah, PoE has its appeals and its drawbacks. I mean, I play a summoner build typically when I go over and play, especially since I'm going in blind without researching guides and metas and builds and stuff like that. I'm definitely going to be doing some work with the SSF minion deck. Yes. That's exactly where we're going with it. So, I have played summoners and ARPGs since I was a fucking lad. And it's always been my kind of like my point of comfort, so to say. So, it's kind of nice. The Witch is fun. I traditionally played Witch in the past. Now, I heard that Huntress has an ascendancy that allows them to summon bosses, which is really interesting. Nothing but Guild Wars 1 Necro. Yo, I was so young when my older brother played Guild Wars 1 that I don't really remember much, but I do remember I would get the little AI followers, and I would play on his account, and I would just go out and blast content, and just, like, PvE and kill shit, and it was so fucking fun. I don't remember anything about, like, what I played, anything like that. But all I remember is very fond memories of going out into, like, a dock-themed area and just cooking shit. Over and over and over again, dude. It was a blast. I do love Guild Wars 1. I will say, my summoner, like, bias, so to say, leans into Diablo 2's Summon Necro, which establishes a very low floor. But Diablo 2's Summon Necro, when I was just a wee lad and as I grew up, I had an appreciation for damage conversions, being able to strip and break resistances and playing off of percentages. And it kind of got me in a min-maxi mindset, literally as a 4-year-old kid, when I started playing. Because I was always running a Summon Necro, and my older brother, AMC, would run a Blizzsork, and he would teleport around, and I would basically, when we were playing together, get lower resistances. But I wouldn't want to over-invest in lower resistances, because I only had to get enough to strip the mob's resist. Well, I'd pay $99.99 for PoE2, all cosmetics. So the cool thing about PoE2 packs, Hoofs, so they will, based on the packs, they front load them for every season. So it's kind of like FOMO packs in that sense, right? But with all of your pack purchases, you get skins, like skins or cosmetics. Sometimes it's pets, portals, whatever it is, like actual, you know, armor skins, weapon skins. But with almost all of the packs, you always get your worth. Let me get out of here. You always get your worth of pack purchase in in-game currency as well. So it's like if you spend $100, you're typically getting $100 in in-game currency if you were to just buy it straight up. And then you're also getting all of the skins that come with the pack. So if you're somebody that likes cosmetics or quality of life. So there are quality of life purchases in PoE 2, additional stash tabs, premium stash tabs that can be set up for like, you know, names and sorting and stuff like that. I don't know all of it. Map tabs, just, you know, quality of life things that you can buy. So if you end up playing it, you know, a decent amount, those are nice to have. As a first-time player, you don't need to have those. I myself have absolute fucking drip. Can you upgrade it after if you like the game and you bought the cheap pack? Yup. Yeah, their monetization fucks, if I'm being honest. Like, their monetization is really, 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 really good. Really good. And they also have a rolling shop inside the game where you can just get, like, again, ability transmogs, different weapon mogs, shit like that. So, it's quite nice. PoE 2 did it right. PoE 2, I will say, while I really do admire their monetization, they also have figured out how to walk the line between pay for convenience and pay to win with the impact of their stash tabs. They are like, y'all remember when Nick Wallenda walked across the Grand Canyon on the tightrope type shit without a net under him? That's where PoE has always been with their monetization, just like teetering back and forth. And they haven't fallen yet. Everybody's just kind of cool with it. Everybody's just like, yeah, dude, these stash tabs are fucking sick. Because you can play without them. You can have all of your maps and stuff and just put them in a tab, right? But when I log in for my solo self-found, I do have some tabs. I have some skins. I'll have you know. I did play a little PoE 1. I played PoE 2 on its release, like its early access release. But I didn't go back. I'm pretty much clueless, and I'm a year plus outside of PoE. And that's partly why I'm nervous to go over. I'm very scared. I'm very scared. I will say, though, out of pretty much everything that I have played, PoE 2 gives me the most of a, like, Diablo sense. Peep Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I'll have you know, where does it show their DLC? I have the deluxe edition. Straight up, I have the deluxe edition. And I spent my ashes all refund on gifting other EA games to my main account. Who bought you that? I don't fucking know. I don't, some crazy cats. Golly. I do love my Hello Kitty Island Adventure Deluxe Edition, though. That shit does slap. I feel like it's one of the titles of all time. If it had a combat system, you'd be so up. There's like 10x the number of support gems as there were on launch, and you can use them in multiple abilities now instead of only once. Bro, I want to be honest, I don't even really remember how the, like, gemming and shit worked in 2 comparatively to 1. I'm actually going to be so fucking blind going into it. So this is going to be really great for people that are also coming in as first-timers. Like, something about this stream that I really like is I'm not too... PoE 2. Something about this stream that I really like is that I can be extremely, like, vulnerable in terms of I don't know shit. And other people will also be like, hey, I don't know shit either. It's okay. And we can kind of share that. I feel like a lot of streamers are super obsessed with trying to be the greatest at everything they play. And I talk a lot about how I'm super competitive minded. But it's also very nice to have this community where everything is just like, yeah, you guys want to, you also want to make solo self-found characters, and we'll yap about the builds that we're cooking up and see how everybody's clearing. I think there's inherently, like, a lot of fun to that, and in sharing what we have. So, yo, Patton, what up, brother? Solid B Fury now, Proc Sunlight. Haven't played forever in a while, but doesn't work now. I know you're into the same build I was. Yes, it's a lot better now. Like, it's a lot better now. But the ones that are lying, bro, you'd be shocked at how many streamers put on, like, a fake face a lot of the time because they have like a certain reputation that they want to put out or a certain like appearance that they want to manage. And like, I couldn't do that every day. Excuse me. It would burn me out so unbelievably heavily. If I'm being honest, I'd be so sad. All right, hold on. Bruh. Bruh. What the fuck? Why is my internet cooked today? God damn, brother. God damn, my bad, my bad, my bad. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Well, that's not really helping a lot. I'm not gonna lie. That's part of why I'm just like, fuck it, might as well play PoE 2. I can't even, like, keep people lurking today because everything's so cooked, like, internet-wise. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. We simply enjoy our existence here. I'm invisible currently. And my download's done. Golly, chat. I'm nervy. I'm nervy. I haven't played PoE 2 in a hot minute. Alright, so who's still here and who died in that Thanos snap? Not again. Is it happening again? I think we're out of it. I think we're vibing. I think we're stabilized. Maybe not. Chat, who's here and who's not right now? What? I think we're good. If I do this, who sees it? Hello, noob. Very glitchy. Okay, try to refresh. Everybody refresh. We should be Gucci. Should be Gucci. God damn. I have no idea, like, what is actually going on with my net today. And I do substantially apologize. It's kind of fucking me up a little bit. All right, chat. So you can literally see. Is PoE 2 1.0? PoE 2 is still pre 1.0. Still pre 1.0. Bro, I had the drip. I had the actual drip. Now I've played in 6 months. I believe this is their latest, or sorry, not their latest. This is their final patch before 1.0. Some people have said, but I've also heard other people say it's like 2 years out still. So you never really know with PoE. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't stayed like up to date enough to know 100% exactly what their plan is, if I'm being real. All I know is that PoE 2 effectively never dies. That's not a class.
Ranger.
I just thought that was going to be a class. So Ranger, Warrior, Druid, Witch, Mercenary, Monk. And then, does Witch have... Wait, how many more classes are there? Mercenary, Huntress. Oh wait, Ranger and Huntress are literally inside of each other. Oh, that makes sense. They have too many of those. So what's the difference here? Savage Attacks, Primal Fury, Harness of Ferocity of the Wilds, Tame Beasts, and Whip Up Storms. This sounds kind of sick. Although I just feel like Witch is so cozy. If I'm being honest, I feel like Witch is just so traditionally like what I like to play. Because the bottom ones too. Do I have to unlock those? Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Can I like? Hold on. Where's the... Yeah, we're just gonna do that. Dog, Jesus Christ. If you call me a foul witch again, I'm literally going to kick you in the balls. This is coming out after 1.0. Okay, word. I think I just go witch. If I'm being honest. And then just see... What the fuck? Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I have also... How do I close my PoE trade overlay? Open his desktop window. Ah! How can I get rid of this? Uh-oh. Chat. Chat, it's happening. Everything's bad. Pin locks position becomes transparent. That was not it. Hold on. Because I don't even think I need this anymore, right? It's like an old-ass overlay. Let's see. How do I get rid of this? Although I guess that's like the auction house overlay type thing now. So I just need to figure out how to get this. Oh, there's a campaign guide. Wait. Hold on. So there's a campaign guide now that will show you where to go. Which is kind of fucking sick if I'm being completely honest. Chad, are we WASDA moving or are we mouse moving in 2026? Which way are we going? Cars, 17%, PoE2, 28%. Oh no. WASDA, I knew you'd be here as soon as I fucking selected PoE2. I'm not gonna lie. You haven't been here before this. I knew you would be here. I was talking to chat before I popped over and I was like, I know there are like 20 or so people that will immediately show up as soon as I start playing PoE. I just go home. What a coincidence. We're doing solo self-found. We have a lot of people in the community that are doing solo self-found. I haven't looked at jack shit, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I have not looked at a singular fucking thing at this point in time. Hold on, where did I took my escape key off my board a little while ago. It kept infringing on me. I gotta put that back on now. Hold on. Alright, we're good. Shut in a private server. See, that's kind of what I was thinking. Was basically just like community private server type shit. Oops, don't mind that. I was thinking maybe community private server if it sticks and if my, you know, stream just doesn't instantly die as soon as I start streaming this. But no, we'll see. We'll see. I can just do more, right? Okay, we're up tremendous. Dude, I'm so fucking like blind with everything right now. I genuinely feel as though I have unlearned effectively everything that I fucking knew about PoE. Just straight up. Game's dark as fuck. It's very Diablo palette. Yes. Also, what the fuck did I miss out here? Chat, are we cooked? I'm so confused. It's very, very Diablo palette-y, but I will say, I like that I can spin constantly. Where's my bloated Miller? Is it over? Okay, wait, never mind. I swear to God I had a red wall there a second ago. I'm not gonna fucking lie, chat. This is the speed run that you guys weren't sure you wanted to watch. I don't think... Do Quicksilver Flasks still exist? Or no? Because I'm gonna go out on a limb and say probably not. And I'm hoping I don't have to worry about those bad boys. But as of right now, we just vibe. I need to get some support gems as soon as I can for my summon boys. And then we're good. I'm not gonna get baited by the checkpoint. Never mind, I should get baited by the checkpoint. So what a private server is literally just trading within the server itself, right? So from there, we would just be able to change... sorry, like run our own league type shit. Use spacebar to dodge. We're lit. This already has a better dodge system than Forever. I miss... Ow! Wait, it's not an iframe. It is literally just a positional dodge. Okay, understood. Forgot about that side of it. That's entirely my bad. I thought we were looking at a positional dodge and an iframe. I may have fucked up on this fine day, but it's fine. Everything works out. Do people die on this? Because I feel like there's a non-zero chance that I could definitely fucking die on this. If I'm being real. There's iframes just very small. So it's literally like, okay. That makes sense. So it's just like very, very, very tiny iframe. People suck at games. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably one of those people out here, bro. I'm genuinely probably one of those people. Also, chat, welcome to the PoE2 skill tree. This is your passive tree. Every class is on here at a different starting point. And there are so many different routes that you can take. And typically, you want to plan out your route a little bit more than I'm going to be. And they have a lot of capacity for guides being downloaded and whatnot. But nice to be with the skill tree stuff. So every class has their own, like, starting points, right? Holy overstim. It's okay. When you zoom in, it's a little bit better. Or is this just by class now? Did they make it just each class for PoE 2? Or is this still every class? Oh no, it's by class for the start because it just goes off of here. Never mind. Each class affects the starting nodes. Right, and it just launches you in the actual direction. So basically you have your different starting points here, and then it launches you. Almost like Scars of Honor tree. But it's just a more in-depth Scars of Honor tree. So you can effectively branch anywhere into any build stuff. Hey, MC. Thank you for the 2, dog. I appreciate you. Enjoy the pet. So, basically, you can get any class to more or less have accessibility to any other base classes shit except for ascendancies. You could make a witch melee if you wanted to. Bending tree accessibility. Some things are obviously much better than others, but okay. I'm not gonna get too caught up in that. We're just gonna blast down the minion side for now because I have like probably 15 points that are going to be extremely accessible on the minion side. Because in PoE 1, there isn't really a ton of bloat. It's just insane. PoE 2, they've been working on iron stuff. Some of that out. PoE 1 is so much depth, but it's also existed for so long. Adding in newer mechanics, adding in league mechs, just adding in everything over time, right? It's nearly impossible. Whoops. It's nearly impossible for it to not, at some point in time, where the fuck is a blacksmith? Reach a point where the power creep has just hit a point where it's borderline incomprehensible, right? And I think that's kind of what happened with PoE 1. They added in more mechanics, they added in more depth, and over time, those that were there that could keep up constantly, easy peasy, right? But those that were not in a point to keep up constantly really ran into a point of coming back into a league and feeling extremely overwhelmed. I can say personally from my experience, I felt real overwhelmed trying to find my way back in. I'm assuming arsonists have been like brought down to earth since I played last, yeah? Surely, right? Or no? Because I vaguely remember arsonists absolutely fucking slapping from a leveling standpoint. I think that was actually like what I was clearing with. Wait, they added a sprint? Since when has this been in? Wait, what the fuck? That's actually insane. When did they add in that sprint? That's one of the coolest things that I've fucking seen here. I didn't even know that existed. I knew that I had like the little dodge 2 seasons ago. Huh. So is this to give every class just more of a baseline movement? Cause like that's actually kind of insane. I fuck with that very heavy. I don't feel quite as slow at this point. Press the button. I don't want to fucking press the button. Okay. Choose a combination to inscribe. Wait, so what does this do? So this basically just augments a magic rune, upgrades a normal item. Okay. And then this is this season's mechanic? Compromises a Quicksilver shift and boosts any move speed fix. So is move speed not as necessary at this point in time? Oh. Right. 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 So the first thing that we're going to do is put on our gas arrow. That hit harder than expected. I'm not gonna fucking lie. I was not quite paying attention. Wait, what is this? What is the one? Jesus Christ. I hate all of you. What is my skill gems bind? Hold on, it's somewhere. It's literally somewhere. I don't want to press 1 to use a life loss. You know? No? Nin, I don't support this. Not that, 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 not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. G. Okay, cool. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I have not... Oh, I don't even need to drag it. Chat. I'm not used to this quality of life right now. Wait, why can't I have... What? God fucking damn it. Everything's falling apart right now, chat. Everything's falling apart. All I had to do was that the entire time. I literally just had to press my fucking button just in a baseline, and it wouldn't have fallen apart. I also think I just discovered that you can spacebar through all of these interacts. I think. Yes, you can. Chat, we're evolving as we go. It's gonna be literally a day of me just full shaking off rust in a clueless level. But I'm fully convinced as soon as the rust doth become shaken, we're up tremendous. This is actually not the worst. We're fine here. Not fine here. Fine here. Everything's peachy. I just have to play behind the summons, and I must let them cook. I'm just not supposed to... I'm not supposed to be a tank. That's gonna run it in. Honestly, I'd rather have this than have you out here posting brain rot links like you were before. That... I'm not gonna lie. That was a de-evolution of my mod team that I literally never thought that I would actually see. Open with B. Okay, that is not causing me to open literally anything at this point in time, I'm not gonna lie. When did they make everything hit so hard? What the fuck? What is a talisman? This is a weapon type? God damn. All right, I'm gonna grab some. I'm gonna grab a little bit of armor there. Everything's fine. Everything. I hate this. I'm going back to forever where I physically can't die. Everything will be fine over there. I don't have to worry. Do I reopen PoE 2 or do I not? Why did you close it? Every small upgrade's massive early on. Yeah, I'm very bad about doing my... like my skills and whatnot as I get them and as I prog. So making sure that I equip gear. Oh my god. Making sure I equip gear. Making sure that I actually utilize my skills in a meaningful way. All going to be very large. I haven't played it in months. I haven't played it in over a year, brother. Join us. It is a beautiful time to do so, my boy. The water's warm. Hop on in. Because honestly... we're all clueless out here together, big dog. It's just a fun-ass time. I will say, the Unearth minions are kind of fucking sick. I just have to stay mobile. But I think I need to be leaning more into Unearth, if I'm being real. That shit seems really strong. I shouldn't fill up with everything early. Oh, wait. I do want that, just in case. And then I'll ID this. That's a level 2. Oh! Wait, once I hit level 3, that's fucking huge. So that gives me 32% to all minion damage. How do I roll? Wait a minute. Oh, wait. That was a cold rise. I don't know what it is at all. I think we get, like, little trophy things. Wait, no, I don't want to do that. We get, like, little trophies as we clear bosses. And I think we can have, like, a certain number of them active at a certain time. I'm not entirely sure. Dude, I haven't played PoE in well over a year at this point. And I feel so fucking clueless coming back into it right now. But it's also refreshing to just do something, honestly, like, for fun. And not really worry about being good, or not really worrying about, like, knowing what's going on. This amount of passive upgrades, restore boss, etc. There's a couple of choices. Oh. Did it just pause my game to tell me to use a life flask? Did it literally just put me in, like, single player mode? Did I just get a difficulty reduction in real time? Brother, I'm okay. I'm just yapping. Press escape. Right. But I didn't... This game is a full boss. How did the guy escape? Like, I got hit while I was yapping, and then it put up the use a health flask notification, and I hadn't used a health flask, and I was just chilling, like, playing my HP a little bit. God damn. Here's the corpse of 1 spikes and convert corpses to minions. So I want to have the corpses, and then I spike the corpses. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. I wasn't really sure how the mechanic on that worked, but that's kind of sick. It's like if teeth in Diablo 2 were actually a little bit more usable outside of just... What is it? It's Z? Okay. I didn't have my Z on. That will also help quite a substantial amount if I do say so myself. But it's like if teeth on a Summon Necro in Diablo 2 were actually useful and meaningful in any way, shape, and form, outside of just being like a normal, clear bottleneck thing, which I always kind of hated. Excuse me, sir. Gotta get the fuck out of there. So far, we're chilling. I may have 2 deaths, but we're shaking off the rust, and I feel like these deaths are what the greatest players must start with. They need to disable tutorials. Escape game, disable tutorials. Yo, on God, I'm not gonna be a proud man. I might keep those bitches on. I feel like there's not a lot of reason to not, with my lack of information at my disposal. I am pretty much the equivalent of, like, clueless with this. Now, I will say, that's fucking fat for me already. Is there, like, a quick equip? Or no? I don't know. Gotta go back to the crab farm. We need more crab kills. Anything that's not a crab kill will not be supported in this stream. I am permanent crab man. I've heard that crabs are the peak of evolution, and I'm here to contest that. Quick tip, dodge roll doesn't iframe AoE abilities. You knew I would try that, huh? You knew I would try to time up the damage instance and iframe it. I appreciate you, brave soldier. You, okay, that's the same thing that I already have. Don't need to worry too much about that. You are a kindred spirit, a brave soldier, a kind soul, and I appreciate you very much. Huey to 100%, Car 34%. Do you know what kind of build you might want to play? Ow. Been absolutely fucking destroyed, Jesus Christ. Grab the helm, and then... What is a talisman? Oh? I'm bear? What? And then I'm wolf. Wait, what the fuck? Can I still run summoning stuff while being wolf? Why does this seem strong for leveling? Wait, what the fuck? Why does this actually seem kind of... Oh, wait, this is a boss. We'll see if it's actually strong or not. Not strong enough to do that. All right, very interesting. We're not seeing a lot of movement out here. We're not seeing a lot of synergy. I'm probably going back to the wand. And we'll get the summon build back out here. Goodness gracious me, oh my, okay. I will say this might be just a little bit smoother for anything that actually requires them. Very interesting forever badge. Lesh, they actually have the bottleneck solved now. Holy cannoli. What a set of circumstances we found ourselves in today. The rare witch bear. Listen, if a barb in Diablo 2 can turn into a bear, I too want to be able to turn into a bear. Ow. Yep, we're not gonna tank that next time. That's slightly unfortunate if I do say so myself. Just gotta get some of our petty boys out. And the more petty boys that get out, we're up tremendous. I just keep spiking the corpses. And then I get a little bit of my army assembled. And as long as I can actually get the corpses before they're consumed, my damage is really good, question mark? Despite not really having much of any, never mind. The survive is leaving a little bit to be desired. At least on the summon side, but it's fine for right now. I might get a resummon in time. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're so set. And I have so many of my, like, little dudes as well. So many of my little, oh my god, my unearthed minions. Fucking Christ, he hits hard. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine, chat. We're progressing. This is smooth. This is as intended. Oh god. That's not mine, I don't think. I don't think that's mine at all. So what's the best tech for getting, like, ID scrolls now? Or is there somebody in town that IDs my shit for me? Why do I feel like they've probably quality of lifed out the identification process? Because I will say, ID scrolls early are one of my least favorite bottlenecks that I ever have to experience. And they make me incredibly sad. Solo ID for you when you progress slightly. Oh, okay, cool. Uncut support gem or uncut skill gem? Support gem it is. I am fucking thrilled with that. Until the end, but you have to unlock it first. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. I will just keep fucking progressing then. I'll keep pumping. So are you guys doing Standard League, like Trade League? Or is everybody pretty much doing SSF? Because I know a lot of people in the comm were just like, they heard I was doing SSF and everybody was like, all right, we do SSF now. Which, I like the SSF. If we have enough people that are interested, we might also do a community league at some point. I feel like that could be very fun. So, probably SSF when it downloads. Brother, join me. I feel like SSF is really fun because there's no, like... There's no obligation to Zoom, if that makes sense. Like, you can kind of just go at your own pace and exist and have fun with the content itself, which I've really grown to appreciate. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, Hosty. Hosty, I appreciate you, brother. Goodness gracious, PoE means pizza. Dominoms?
$30. PoE means pizza. PoE means pizza.
Oh, the Dominoms. Oh, I don't know if I can ethically do the Dominoms. Goodness gracious me, oh my. I want pizza now? Do I have to do it for those that can't do it for themselves? Gosh, frickin' heckin' dang it, Hosty. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 30. Dominoms. Oh my god. Gravon. Download content. Next gonna start talking about pizza and I'll be cooked. Oh wait. Hoofsy did the pizza. Oh no. Oh no. Brother, I'm not trying to do it like that. I'm not trying to bring shame and hatred. I just want people to love a little bit more. Be there for those in need. Oh, what, you want me to buy all y'all Dominoes? I can't do that. I can't even get Dominoes and have you guys live vicariously through me. Because I will actually just shit my pants. Like, I will undoubtedly poo my pants. Hoofsy? Hoofsy, I cannot be bribed. I am a man of honor. You also have to convince Carla. And Carla's on an eating healthy journey. Pets? You only had to give 2 for the pets. It's the upside down 5, dude. It always gets you. It always gets you. Goodness gracious me, oh my, Hoofsy. Thank you for the 5. My man is going absolutely crazy. Discounts? That is fair. That's economical. If I'm being real, economical, ethical, all of the good E's in life. And really, you can't beat it. Pizza sounds so good. When does pizza not sound good, though? Just from a realistic standpoint. Can we just address that? I don't know that there have been many times in life where man has looked at pizza and has been like, nah, I'm alright. I feel like pizza is just always undoubtedly on top no matter what. After you've eaten a whole pizza? Well, no, the pizza still sounds good. It's just what comes after the pizza that doesn't sound very good. At least my take on it. I feel like the actual, like, inherent pizza consumption is always joyous. Ragnar, what up, brother? How are you? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Forever dropped an update today and it changed everything. They also announced that they weren't bringing in a content patch until late June. And it's kind of tragic. Good change or bad change? They unnerfed a lot of things that they had nerfed yesterday. So effectively, everything is now, once again, insanely strong. And it's kind of like, okay, well, what's even the point? You know what I mean? They're bringing in new content in a month. So up until that point, it's like, what's the point of the new content, or doing content until the new content comes out, right? We're kind of just patiently waiting on that new content. So they're dropping some balance stuff. Personally, they've had a couple stances lately that I've kind of like, I don't know, almost raised an eyebrow at a little bit. They seem to not care about add-ons existing within a very cozy game, like damage meter, shit like that. They said they weren't going to, you know, punish anybody or discourage people from using that shit, which, you know, is what it is. It's their decision, but I also feel as though, to a certain extent, grants level 2 Bone Blast. What are you? I feel like to a certain extent, you also have to be willing to take a stance on like, hey, this is a cozy game at its core, and the emphasis isn't going to be supporting the, you know, the competitive gaming culture that a lot of people may have become accustomed to over time type shit. Also, this might be bad. I kind of just changed my flasks. Oh, the sigils. No. Not like this. I don't have any flasks left. But I think we're fine. I just need to not go on the sigil. Not like this. Okay, we're actually fine. Everything's perfectly fine. And I have support gems. This isn't an MMO, this is off-brand. Okay, my counter is that recently I haven't really been playing that many MMOs in the first place. Like, I love MMOs. I fucking love MMOs. But the games that I've been playing lately aren't exactly your, you know, your craziest MMOs. I'm almost playing an ARPG light already with Forever. There's just no social in Forever. Support skills which create minions, causing your skills which can target minions to prioritize targeting minions from the supported skill before your minions where possible. Your skills target minions from the supported skills within 6 meters if possible. Wait, what? Oh, so if I'm like running minion instability, so I can just get a shitload of warriors and then I can just blast those. If you have a detonator consumption, right, that makes sense. Sauce, what up, I go? Didn't expect this. I didn't expect my internet to be crashing 17 times today. But you know, that is what it is. How do I like lock the thing? Oh, here it is. I can just see this. Grants 1% more attack damage per 1 rage. By default, you have 30 maximum rage and lose 1 rage every 0.2 seconds. Rage loss is paused for 4 seconds upon gaining rage or after taking damage. Only 1 hit every 0.5 seconds can cause you to gain rage. So if they're already sustaining, then I could just grab rage for them for now. And I could always probably just change that at any point down the road. Might mess around with other classes anyways. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of where I was at with it. I was either going to start messing around with other classes, or I was very simply put going to run into a spot where I just had inherently like nothing to do at this point in time. I feel like rage there, and then corrosion, causing poison applies to also break enemy armor. Breaking enemy armor's probably solid over there, especially for like single targety fights. I can only assume that that's going to be quite beneficial to have down the road. And then this gives an explosion of bone fragments after a short delay. Sure, let's give that a shot. Does this do more damage or less damage? This seems okay. The delay on it's a little long. It's a little cheeky, but it's not the worst, I will say. We'll roll with it until I get something a little better. The summons are feeling much more summony already, though. I don't even have, like, more spirit or anything at this point in time to reserve for them. But the rage, I think, is inherently helping the boys do some more damage. But maybe I need meat shield with it. I might need meat shield. Can I do another one? No, I cannot do another one right now. I might need meat shield as I get into some harder content, but we are not there. Sauce, are you playing PoE or what you be up to, Doc? Because honestly, like, I didn't expect it either. And I was hoping that the update that they were dropping for Forever today was going to be a little bit different than it was. When I heard that they were dropping an update, I was really hoping and praying that they didn't just, like, panic and respond to community feedback that really didn't need a response this early. And unfortunately, they kind of like, just simply put, they did. And they also announced like, hey, we have a new content patch coming in like a month. So Forever effectively, at least for me, cooked a lot of the immediate hype it had. And I was like, I was hitting crab and shit before I came over here. And man, it just ain't feel the same. It wasn't the same crab that I was used to smacking. And it felt a little emptier knowing that everything was inevitably going to get replaced. Now, of course, it was going to get replaced at some point anyways, right? But knowing that it's a month out for the content update, I'm just kind of like, okay, well, it's going to be completely new materials. It's going to be entirely new, you know, new weapons, new armor, new mats to upgrade those things. New everything. And there's really zero continuity when we think about, you know, now to then because of the dupes, the exploits that they've had. So it's like, all right, well, I ain't too fucking worried about that. I don't feel like I'm missing much because naturally, find the entrance to the Red Veil. We're good here. I love this little overlay, by the way. But naturally, at that point in time, there's just, you know, there's not a lot of hype with the game. So I'm hoping that at least for a couple of days, you know, bare minimum, that PoE 2 is a little bit fun. It is something where I am completely clueless. I have played PoE 2 in the past, just a smidge. I played a good amount of PoE 1. But like my PoE 2 experience is not what I would consider high. Like not what I would consider high at all. Part of the reason I'm going into a summon build is because it's something that, you know, I know from the past a little bit. And it's just incredibly cozy for me. But as well, I played 800 hours of Unofficial EA, but I don't know what I'm doing now. Isn't that really crazy? How you can play so much with a PoE title and then still feel like you know absolutely fucking nothing when an update rolls around. I showed chat like the size of the patch notes and everybody was just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like even myself, man, it's daunting to really look at getting into. And I think that's the nicest way to say it. And it's very intimidating. And from a streamer standpoint too, there's obviously not a lot of room for like new streamers to just hop in out of nowhere and start getting, you know, getting hype in PoE and getting a lot of consistency in PoE. It's very, very, very populated with so many incredibly knowledgeable people. If you want my friend, come play Deadlock. Oh, Deadlock. Ay, 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 ay. I don't know, man. I'm gonna feel so lost coming back and I only missed like 2 major patches. Bro, I haven't even played in probably a year and a half. It was December of, what, December, October-ish? Something like that, of 2024? When we actually saw the early access launch? Which is fucking wild to me. That it was like that long ago, because all through 2025, I was in Ashes. Summer in 2024, I think is when I did it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's when I was playing as well, because I did PoE 2 right before I went over to Ashes. And PoE 2 had just about killed my channel. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen again. Now, we do always have the fallback of like, you know, I can just go play Forever tomorrow or whatever. I can just go back into some MMOs and then everything's perfectly fine, right? There's not much to worry about. I feel like we've got some consistency and some surety there, but it's also something where I'm fully aware that, like, you know, my last delve into PoE 2 absolutely fucking nuked shit. Like, I was down to like 20 viewers, dude. It was that in Deadlock were two of the most detrimental things that I've ever played for the channel. And then going back to WoW this last time around was also a little bit cooked. And it's like, it's almost this fear of like massive games at this point. Because I think to grow in massive games, it's a little bit different of a growth strategy. You're trying to really embrace YouTube a lot more. Anything with Path of Exile in the keywords right now, in the title. Twitch, thank you for following. Much love, dude. Anything with Path of Exile in the title right now is just naturally going to have potential to do extremely well on YouTube. So come up with a sleeper build, that'll help too. Yeah, that just takes a little bit of knowledge, but there are so many builds. And I will say, like, one thing I didn't lean into last time was exactly that. I had a really good summon build early on that was clearing, like, T16 plus maps like nothing. And I was just walking through content, and I kind of, like, I didn't know the most about, yeah, I was newer to full-time content creation. And I really was just riding the whole, like, wow, I can stream full-time on Twitch type thing. But I was also kind of hitting the panic switch of, like, I was trying to figure out where to go after New World. And I wasn't embracing the YouTube side for growth at all. Over here, now that we have a setup where I could actually embrace the YouTube side. Envy! Holy shit. Long time no see, brother. How are you? X-Panic Switch PoE 2. How things have changed, huh? So, like, you know, last time I was over here, it was definitely alive and well. Listen, that's all we can hope for in today's day and age, brother. I am very, very, very glad to hear it. But, like, coming around this time, I know a lot more, and I have a lot more infrastructure for the channel as well, around basically, you know, being prepped for that YouTube side of things. And I think with the size of the channel now, right, the last time I played PoE, I had like 4,000 followers coming out of New World. And, you know, the channel has over tripled in size since then. The consistent viewership that we have here is phenomenal. X Guild invite, exclamation guild, my boy. I haven't made a guild yet, but I definitely will have to. I wasn't sure how many people would come over. I was actually yapping to chat about, like, man, I really hope everybody just doesn't, like, go away and vanish on me. And I'm doing, like, solo self-found, so I didn't have the pressure of trying to keep up with other builds in trade league and stuff. We might do a little community league if everything is, you know, if everything's picking up hype over here. But honestly, we've transitioned into, like, a multi-game community at this point. I've been bouncing around doing a lot of, like, MMO tests. And the last one that I played forever, I've been on it last few weeks. A little cozy multiplayer explorative game. But it really, oopsie. Oh my goodness, Hussy, thank you for the 10. Brother, you only get one pet. It's okay, it's okay. You only get one pet. Honor the return of the OG GOAT. Man, I'm not gonna lie. Envy knows the impact that Envy had in my original full-time journey, like getting to this point. And Envy truly was a huge facilitator of that. I have a lot of love for Envy and the OG New World gang, man. There were a lot of people that really, like, lurked every single day and came through with so much love to make sure that I made it to this point. Dude, it's a lot of deep-rooted appreciation. So it's cool. I definitely understand there are a lot of people that are from the community that are over here on PoE 2. So, you know, I'm hoping I can brush off some of the, you know, some of the old knowledge gap, so to say, and make some exciting content out here. We enjoy the content. Listen, that's all I can ask, man. I just try to have a community that enjoys showing up every single day, and as long as I enjoy showing up every single day, man, I never work a day in my life. And in the 3 years-ish since going full-time at this point, dude, it's been a dream come true. Genuinely. Come back for a bit with PoE 2 until wife applies sanctions. Listen, that's the cool thing about this, though, man. I have met so many different people through so many walks of life, and like Za recently graduated college, and he just came back in after like a few months of the grind and was like, Dusty, you'll never believe it, I just got a college degree. And that's kind of the cool thing about stream. And as we get more into the long term of it, and like the, you know, hopefully the long-term presence of stream being even more secure, it's nice to have that almost, I've been calling it the confidence lately. The Rust King. Oh god, that's me right now. Oh no. Oh no. I get some armor shred out against this lad. But it's almost like that confidence to know that 3 years down the road, you will be in a spot where your long-term viewers come in and they're able to... Okay. No, understood, Mr. Rust King, sir. I will allocate some of these points which I have not allocated yet. That is perfectly understood. My bad. We'll give it a try with all of these. Okay. Was that this obelisk? What just absolutely nuked my shit? Because that man hits hard. Man, it's very hard. Defeat the Rust King. Okay, yes. Yes, this is indeed the Obeliskington of Doom. And I am slightly terrified. Bro, I'll be real, I might need meat shield after all. Jesus Christ. I feel like I got good damage going out when I can keep him there. But the whole keep him there is a little bit rough. Maybe I should have gone with a meat shield. So Progressive must defeat himself. Some say your largest enemy in life is truly yourself, chat. And you may have seen that earlier in stream. Who knows? Maybe I truly am my own worst enemy. And maybe sometimes I do just have to defeat oneself before I can truly find the highest version of myself. You must consume the ayahuasca, defeat the demon within before you can truly embrace the blessings that you have. And this man's making me count my blessings right now. And they're running fucking low. Not the swords again, sir! I don't have time for the swords right now. Oh my god, Poppy, please. Oh, lordy. Where are my summons when I need them? Yeah, I definitely need to grab a meat shield for my front line. That's a little, ineffective right now. If I'm being completely honest, the whole rage thing doesn't matter when they're fucking getting nuked. Did you try the Chrono Odyssey beta? I actually have not played Chrono Odyssey up until this point. So I'm really excited for the next Chrono Odyssey playtesting opportunity. I don't know if it's like their 1.0 launch or what. But as of right now, I haven't played Chrono. So, good thing you didn't. Was it bad? I heard a lot of people had some, quarrels with it, to say the absolute least. The Spirit Shield's not gonna have anything like a Scepter would in terms of minion damage. That's just gonna make me a little tankier, so I don't actually need that. Move you over here, and then chat, it begins. The inventory management of Doom. God fucking damn it. I hate it here. Okay, I am gonna feel a lot tankier after these upgrades though. Oh wait. Double res this early is fucking Gucci. Incredibly happy about that. Life regen, I'll take that as well. And out of nowhere, Papa's got a ton of space. Papa's got a ton of space. Think of Timu New World. I mean, inherently, is that bad? Like, is that really... Wait. Is that much of a bad thing? Being Timu New World? Because, like, I know. New World is New World is New World. Right. But when New World's not there, and you're the only option, that might be good for those that are looking to capture an action combat system. Especially with those being few and far between at this point. Master Chief, what up, my dude? How's your day? My day's been interesting. My internet's cut out like 5 times, but only for a few seconds each time, just enough to like nuke stream viewership. And it keeps doing it throughout the day. But other than that, other than viewership getting absolutely cooked, we had an update over on Forever that I checked out. And they also announced that they would be bringing in more content towards like late June. So up until then, I'm probably going to be doing a little bit of roaming and seeing just, what's what. So I decided to test the waters with some PoE 2. A lot of people in the comm were checking out PoE 2 at this point, especially with MMOs being so light right now. And I figured, it can't hurt to check it out for just a little bit of time and see what's up. And coming over here, I've already had a lot of fun shaking off some of the rust, if I'm being completely real. It's been a good time so far, so I'm hoping that I need to socket that there, and I don't have enough spirit. That's 50 spirit reserved, so I can go there, and then I can run 3 of them, or I could just run... I don't have 50 more spirit. How much are these each? Oh, I can just run 2 of these regardless, and then each one is 44. Where do I see my spirit again? Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't know where the fuck my spirit is. I have 100 and then I get more by default, right? But where do I see my reservation on it? Uh-oh. MRI says another turn. Wait, Oh shit, you just gotta walk slow for a little bit? Well, I'm glad nothing serious happened. If I'm being honest, I'm glad you're upright, dude. That's good. MRIs are fucking expensive. Fuck that shit too. Leon, thank you for that. What class are you? Witch. I like summons. Where the fuck do I see my actual spirit? Wait, hold on. So if I have... It's above your health on the left. That's my energy shield. My spirit's for my summons. Reserves 100. I think I have 100 by default. And I just need to do math, maybe? Maybe I don't have a tracker on it? I'm sure there's a tracker somewhere for my spirit, though, right? Enjoy skills panel, passive skill tree, character screen. Character screen? Mana, life, resists, rage, charges. Spirit, 100. Okay, so I see how much baseline I have, and then I just have to do the math on how much I actually have reserved. Chat, I'm gonna lean into you guys for that. Whenever it's math time, I'll be real, that is where you guys come in. Do I even have my portal bound? Wonder what my portal bind is. 100s until Shadow comes out. Someone was saying earlier, Huntress New Ascension can basically, like, take over bosses as a summon. Which kind of seems stinky. Like, kind of seems really, 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 really stinky if I'm not tripping. But that seems really good. I don't know if that's, like, where you're planning to go with it or what, but multi-shot, 10 dex required. And then more AoE. I need dex. And I'm sure there's something I can grab in town to get easy Dexington. If I had to guess. Is there a way? That's buy, sell items. Once you learn about companions. Oh, wait a minute. 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 What do you mean companions? What are companions? The fuck do you mean companions? Like more pets? Just enchant items. Can I place your items here to disenchant? How can I just quick click? Oh, control click. I always forget that control is a big interact over here. Okay, so that'll give me something. You can name like any creature in the game and they have their own movesets, etc. For Huntress? So like, is Huntress the new summoner, basically? Because that seems really solid if so. 25 MRIs for the price of one? I mean, hey, a value's a value, big dog. I'm not gonna lie. I do love me some good old value. Where could I find jewelry? I don't have enough gold for that currently. Anyways. Okay, I guess I just don't fucking worry about it for right now, if I'm being honest. Although. No, I actually don't need to worry. Not price, result. Oh, just because you're out of work? Yeah, but I mean also vacation. Like, vacation sounds like anyone can use Tame Beast. Wait, what the fuck do you mean? What do you mean anyone can use Tame Beast? Like, at any point in time? So, I can have Commands you, vacation with a bum leg? Yeah, but aren't you supposed to kick your feet up on a vacation anyways? I feel like if you're not kicking your feet up, what are you doing, my brother? Sucks. Just relax. Play some PoE 2. Kick back, dog. Everything can be just perfect. You've just got to embrace it. At least you still have the leg. Someone out there is on a vacation without a leg. Just in general. So I consider that an overall success for you. At least you still got those bad boys. You're my gamer, living vicariously through me as a gamer. I know. You're on the level, but it's a spirit summon. Once team one. They also inherit any of the fixes they have, so people fish for elites with good bonuses. Hold on. And then we're gonna... I thought that was gonna be a Streg joke for a minute, I'm not gonna lie. Streg has been coming in crazy with like... I almost think they're inadvertent dad jokes, but they're still dad jokes nonetheless. And I can't condone those bad boys as much as you all are whipping them out. It's just... It's a little much. It's a little much. You guys are absolutely just unchained with it. Did I miss the Grim Tangle entrance? Because we're in Grellwood right now. I think I might have forked up. Am I supposed to go in the tree? Like, what was the point of me doing the whole, like, tree shit? I feel like I'm supposed to go into it like the Great Deku. But I guess I just keep exploring for now. I'm sure we'll be just peachy. Whoops. I keep trying to escape and close my minimap. But I'm mowing. Wait, is this still nice enough out to mow? We're getting some rain right now, and it's coming into like 50 degrees for me at this point in time. So, definitely not the greatest. Fuck yeah. Oh, dude, I'm so jealous. I wish I had a yard to mow and weather to mow in. This shit sucks. I will say, I got some flowers that are finally sprouting. So that's awesome. 73 in sundown. Oh, that's purty. That's very, very purty. Goodness gracious. 86-year rain 3 days ago. Is that like a common thing for you? The whole like rain 3 days ago? How often do you get rain down there? Because you're in like the Texas desert type shit, right? Ay, 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 ay. Dude, I don't know how I would do with the dry heat. Just constantly, all the time, no matter what, over and over again, just breathing. I mean, 3 times a year. Like, just in total? What do you mean 3 times a year? Like, it rains 3 times a year? That's like a constant drought state, right? Then you can start initiating condos about lawn care? Oh, listen, listen, listen. I already have the lawn care tech. Just because... Can I take this off and then put it down here? Nope, I cannot. That's absolutely tragic. You really hate to see that. Can I put that on here, though? Oh, I absolutely can. Oh, that's phenomenal. Oh, causing poison it applies. Oh, okay, I don't have any poison that I'm applying. That's fucking tragic. Yo, Hookah, what up, brother? This is Path of Exile 2. They just dropped like, their largest update of all time today. So, I'm over here giving it a little look-see and seeing what it's like. I have not played in a very long time. So, I am doing a solo self-found run-through, which is honestly going to take some time, but there are a ton of different builds. Hold on. Boop. I'd update the YouTube title. There are so many different builds and so many routes of customization that you can go into with PoE 2. So, is D4 next or what? D4. Ay, 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 ay. D4, D4, D4. All equipment plus 6 to Dex. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of fire because I need Dex right now. Playing solo self-found, I think, is actually kind of nice because it's making me consider my decisions that I'm making, especially early on. I need Dex so I can get multi-shot for my Mignones. And then once I can get that going, then I'm in a really good spot for my bombers. I don't remember what they're called, the Arsonists. Because Arsonists just do a metric fuckload of damage, if I remember correctly. And I'm pretty sure they will... Oh, my spirit's on my mana. That's where the tracker is. Chat, we found it. I found it literally all on my own. With no help. It's over my mana, not my health. We're so up. I'm so glad that I have everybody here to help me through these trying times. I would not make it through it without you. I basically live on the edge of a desert. I like visiting hot places. I just don't know if I could live in a super hot place. Like, I visited Phoenix, and Phoenix was really fun, but living there all the time would absolutely, like, mentally fry me. I would shower in the morning, and then I would go outside, and I would just, like, dry my hair outside by standing there for, like, 5 seconds, dog. It was not a pleasant experience other than needing to dry my hair. I will say, dry heat's better than wet heat. Maybe I just don't like heat that much in general. Except, I like sitting out in the sun. Maybe I just like bitching, now that I think about it. But it was a dry enough heat to where evaporative cooling actually, like, functioned. I would sweat, and then upon sweating, I would, like, we'd be driving somewhere, right? And my back would be sweaty while we were driving. we'd get to the point of arrival, and I would immediately just like stand outside, and my back and my shirt would be completely dried off. Just 100%. Utah is very fun to travel through. Living's a different story. Well, yeah, because then you got to deal with all your wives, right? It was miserable after the rain. Humidity at 80%. Heat at 90. Yeah, Maine gets a lot of those, I'm not gonna lie. I wish I was fibbing. Actually, might just throw this on for some decks, just in the short term. But yeah, like Maine gets very high humidity, and we get, unfortunately, pretty high temps a few times a year, no matter what we do. And I'm talking like, it'll break 100 a few times each year. So, it's fucking tragic. We've already had a couple very hot, very humid days that have worked themselves into the rotation. And it hit in the 80s up here. And I don't know the exact humidity that it was, but I can tell you, humid was how humid it was. It was too goddamn hot. The stream room hit 85 because I haven't put the air conditioners in the window yet. And I literally just like, dude, I wanted to die. All right, what is chaos? Oh wait, chaos bolts my pew pew, right? Oh yeah, that's easy. So I just end up upgrading that in the long term anyways, boys. We're perfectly up tremendous. And then over here, there's the quality of a wand. I'm not really worried about wand stuff yet. I feel like I'll just need stats early on for my augmenting. And as long as I have solid attributes, then I can level my skill gems. And as a summoner, I feel like the hardest thing that cooks us is not being able to level skill gems. Yo, Elder, what up, brother? Did they finally do an update? Add anything cool? Brother, the largest update in the history of the goddamn game. We scrolled through the patch notes, like, before I came over, and it is truly insane how much they brought in one update. Oh my god, that's actually fucking insane as well. My god. Alright, well, I know where we're immediately going after that. Let's see. Bone Cage. Damaging and pitting those enemies. Raising a new ring of spikes destroys the previous ones. Bone Cage could be solid, or I could just keep upgrading the things that I'm actually going to use. And I'm just going to keep upgrading the things that I'm going to use for right now, because I'm going to have so many of the skill gems in general very, very, very soon. I have the support gem for the Arsonist. I want to get multi-shot on them. So I think what I'm going to do is put 6 stacks. Oh, wait. Place into an empty augment socket in any equipment to apply its effects on an item. I don't have an augment socket. How do I add an augment socket to something? Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. Well, I guess I'm just waiting for Dex at this point in time. I did not know that that was just not slamming something onto it. I'm not gonna lie. I've discovered something today. How close do you think? Good enough for official launch? Honestly, I don't really know enough about PoE to honestly tell you that. I wish that I did, but I haven't played PoE in any capacity for over a year. The last time that I played PoE was, you know, the PoE 2 initial early access launch in 2024. And at this point in time, I'm kind of like, I'm borderline completely clueless on even what the systems are. Like, I know what I'm supposed to be doing, and I know the prog, but like, I am not what I would consider a PoE player at that point. I'll need a few weeks to probably come up to par with that if I end up enjoying it, and if stream is consistent enough for that, you know, for that period of time, then I'll be able to shake off a lot of the rust with it. But I will say there's a lot that I have to get caught up on. I'm not sure what their long-term plans are. I'm not sure what all of their like mechanics have been scaled upon. Do they have an int strength class yet? Probably druid, right? Am I tripping, or was there literally a druid now? I play a witch, and they also, I don't know what else there would be. If I'm being completely honest, I probably couldn't even tell you all the starting classes right now. Like, I am actually that clueless. All I know is I play summons, and summon is witch. Ood, what up, brother? What's this? This is the most clueless you'll ever see me, and by far the most clueless I'll ever let you see me. Which is int? Yeah, witch is int. I know that much. I think druid, is druid strength pure? Because I know their warrior is just going to be like a pure strength. Is Druid hybrid or is it just one? Because I feel like Druid would probably be the best bet if you're looking for something that's like strength inty, right? There are also like new weapons that I've seen. Nin says 3 bodies. Nin is lying to you. I assume it's not Diablo. Oh, wait. You actually don't know what PoE is. Oh my god, I thought you were kidding. So... Or is it? So, Path of Exile is effectively like the ARPG genre's follow-up to Diablo. So, made by Grinding Gear Games, is PoE 2. Yeah, PoE 2. So, they dropped their massive League launch today. And honestly, I couldn't tell you what's new. I couldn't tell you what's not. I couldn't tell you what's good, what's bad. So tiny on my phone. I'll show you what's tiny on your phone, you little bitch. But yeah, so I'm checking out the League launch and I'm doing solo self-found. So I know nothing about the game, but I also feel like if I go from 0 to hero through solo self-founding my first character, then that's going to be very solid. Templar and Druid will be strengthened. Oh, word, and Druid's already in, yeah? Okay, so Druid's in. So you can just hop in and play Druid at this point in time. I'm so glad that I was actually able to answer a question. I had a hunch, but I wasn't exactly sure all of what that hunch was truly going to be. If it was going to be correct, if it was going to be wrong. I'm glad that I'm like 1 for 1 over here, chat. Maybe it's a sign that PoE won't be that bad after all. Maybe I'm being a little too harsh on myself. Maybe I need to give myself more credit where credit's due. No download, kind of on the Quinfall right now with all the good changes. Hear me out. PoE League starts are only so often. Quinfall is going to be there. Any live service will constantly be there. We have a lot of people from the community that are hopping in and they're either doing solo self-found or they're doing trade league just in their own respect. I'm doing solo self-found, but I've even talked about the prospect of if this goes well and people enjoy it, and we have a lot of people over here on PoE, the prospect of rolling like a community league so people would have a place to play and we could do like community trade league type shit. I think that would be incredibly fun, but it's wild that it stops all of this in the background. That's just such a quality of life. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of large for me. I really enjoy that. I enjoy that a ton. I'm incredibly thankful. Ooh, skill jumps. We're up tremendous. PoE League starts are electric and then they slowly fizzle. I agree. PoE is very much built around League starts. And I think even a lot of the content creators that like are ARPG content creators frequently have a rotation of ARPGs that they actually, you know, play in games that they play. And they almost go through these like cyclical realms of content creation as well, which, if I'm being completely real, kind of fits into where I'm trying to end up. Now, I don't necessarily know that ARPGs and just, you know, having a PoE guild is where we want to end up with the guild side of things. But the fact that it is supportive of kind of like coming and going as you want to, you check out the league start and then something else comes along at a certain point and you're like, okay, well, I've reached my point of completion. It's great. And I also think solo self-found is going to be a huge catalyst for me being able to enjoy it more, not having the pressure of keeping up with other people's builds. Granted, that'll somewhat apply, but not having the pressure of, you know, min-maxing through trades and feeling like I'm supposed to have the best gear is a very important thing for me, just like mentally, to enjoy what I'm doing. Because if I'm in trade league, I'm immediately gonna feel like I have to start wheeling and dealing to have all of the best stuff. Sorry, did I see someone donated for pizza? No, nobody donated for pizza, Carla. Just seasonal character? Yeah. I have a league character. I have league SSF. Yes, I appreciate you. No one donated for pizza. Don't let them lie to you. Carla, don't let them lie to you. They are all liars, scammers, and scumbags. There is no pizza in Ba Sing Se. Pizza? No pizza! What kind of pizza would we even get? There is no pizza. We cannot. We must be healthy, responsible adults. Ow. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that kind of hurt a little bit. But I think I can just kind of brain dead this. And I think my left click might just do more. We're kind of blasting right now. I just sit back here and fucking Harry Potter my way out of this. Excuse you. Very glad my minions do all the hard work for me. And I literally just sit here and do nothing. Because I will say I'm getting absolutely blasted by pretty much every mechanic that I can. But the minion build comes in so incredibly clutch for me. Excuse you. It's incredibly fucking rude of you. Would not like to get involved here. I'm gonna get out of that because the last time I was in that, it did like the little chocolate rain type shit. It was slightly scary. I'm gonna dodge that. Okay, maybe I just spam dodge all the time as a summoner now. Maybe I literally just never stop dodging and everything pizza. I feel like weird to see an exalted orb this early and not be excited about it. Granted, still probably good to have exalts for crafting purposes. Everything's useful for SSF, but weird to see an exalt and not just be like, oh my fucking god, an exalt. Holy shit. God damn, it's crazy. Is there still movement speed on boots? Why am I rolling these so fucking well? What? 8 strength. That's tri-res. That's 8 strength. God damn. Those are really strong. Margarita pizza's healthy? I feel like pizza inherently isn't that bad for you. So Chaos Orbs are rarer than Divine and PoE too? Oh fuck, they completely restructured it. Oh god, wait, so what's the rare orb that we're going for now? What's like the... I guess the hierarchy. What is... the mirrors are probably still just mirrors at the end of the day. Mirrors will always be mirrors. But like, what orb am I looking for to truly just be like, oh shit, we've made it, chat? Divs? I guess for SSF it's going to be completely different as well. Because pretty much everything is useful. But yeah, I feel like pizza fundamentally should be healthy. Because realistically, we're looking at what? Tomatoes? Which are fruit, by the way. Fruit. Bread? Which bread is healthy for you. Jesus broke bread. Cheese? Which is dairy, which has calcium and vitamin D. Which again is good for you. And then any potential toppings, which again would probably be very good for you. I guess I failed to see inherently where the large problem is with pizza from a health food standpoint. But I may just be losing my marbles. Genuinely, maybe. I'm not quite sure. Pizza's just an open sandwich. Does that mean a calzone's a sandwich? Because a calzone's just a pizza that somebody got fucked up and flipped on top of itself. It's not the food, but the portions. Listen, Hoofsy. Next time we take a trip to an area that has a Fogo de Show, we go to Fogo de Show and I'll show you some goddamn portions. I'll show you some fucking portions, buckwheat. They give you all of the tiny portions, but let me tell you, I will have 1 million of them. I will have all of the portions. Wait, I just got 2 exalts out of that. What the fuck? Brother, why am I rolling in exalt orbs? A Ben? Yeah, but not with me. Oh, see, I will do heinous shit at a Fogo de Show. I turn into a different man entirely. I don't even know if you'd like be proud to know me. Wait, so what's that socket? Is that like the augment socket thingy? Because augment socket sounds quite nice. If that is one of them. Hold on. Hold on. So we have this, and then can I take this, and then nope.
So I'm still trying to retrain myself. I'm actually wearing
cool.
a shock collar.
Plus 6 decks.
But I have it wrapped around my balls.
All right, we're tremendous.
So I'm really trying to retrain
Ultraman.
as I can.
What up, brother? What you be up to on this fine day? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful one. All right, so this also gives me all of the support gems that are possible, right? So this allows me to cook up a whole hell of a lot more. Right. All valid, recommended. So I can also see all valid gems. Oh shit. Yep. This definitely makes sense. I just want to see what that button did. That button yells. That button yells. It's a loud button. Very loud button. Okay, let's see. Reviving. Activated summon bomb threat and reviving skeletal horses that can detonate other minions on command. Wait, what's their command do? Explosive demise. Detonates a minion whose current life is below threshold, dealing heavy attack damage to nearby enemies. I mean, that ain't too shabby, if I'm being honest. That really is not the worst. Supports projectile skills and any other skills that chain, causing them to chain additional times. So those wouldn't even chain. I wonder if I could do like a fire to cold. And then what do these guys do for damage? Is it just all damage? Skills can be managed in the skills panel. What type of damage do these lads do? Managed in the skills panel. Bitch, I'm in the skills panel. What the fuck do you mean? I'm literally in the skills panel. Persistent fire. So I'm assuming they do all fire damage. Doesn't even all, you'll unlock more, and some of higher version ranks that add effects. Right, and they've added in a lot of new skills as well this time around, right? Well, for right now, I'm gonna just grab multi-shot because multi-shot instantly makes Arsonist go fucking crazy. I do like the prospect of that. And then deals chaos damage over time. If the enemy dies while affected by contagion, it spreads itself curses and other chaos damage over time. Refreshes, reanimating or detonating corpses affected by contagion will cause a minion or explosion to spread contagion on hit. I'm gonna probably go contagion right now over my sniper, although I still have room to run more. So I go contagion here, and then we'll go, whoops. I'll go contagion here, and then in the meantime we can run unearth there, because contagion is just gonna spread like fucking crazy, and that might actually be very solid for me. And then if I have, do I have any more support gems? I don't. I need more. Once I get more support gems, we'll probably be able to cook a little bit more. That's also a level 3 minion. Brick. And oh. I'm not gonna regal that. I'm not going to regal that. But plus 1 level of minion skills or 32% increased damage. Almost. That only goes up like 2 DPS. Okay, so I'm not too worried about that. I feel like the damage is probably going to outweigh that if I had to guess. So far though, Prog is smooth. And I think with Contagion, I can probably just run around and everything will get constantly blasted down. Which seems like it's gonna be quite solid for me. Seems like it's really like right up my realm of things. What are most people going for summon builds right now? Is Witch still incredibly popular for people? Or are people going like the new Huntress shit? Because I have heard that people can do some wild shit with Huntress. But I also don't know too much. Oh, Contagion feels really good. What the hell? How can I make Contagion feel better? Huntress is the flavor of the month? Right. And it's primarily because of the whole, like, you can take over a boss as a summon, right? Or is that just the whole overall companion structure? Because I'm not gonna lie, it seems like Essence Drain with Contagion is a very popular early learning skill. So what's Essence Drain do? Leveling skill? Word. Okay, cool. You just do a massive amount of AoE damage? Because honestly, I'm just letting my Arsonist pump right now. And so far, it's worked out for me. Contagion copies any debuff dots on a target. My normal favorite setups. So if something dies with Contagion, it spreads all the dots as well? Interesting. Essence Drain is a single target dot. Okay, so I basically put on Essence Drain, and then I Contagion the target, and then as soon as it dies, it starts spreading like crazy. Is there a way to get it on more than one target at once? Because I do notice that I have to kind of like go in, and I have to put my Contagion up on a few targets, and then I just kind of like let that work out. Which isn't inherently the worst, but Would be kind of nice if I could get that out on multiple people. Continue to creep in ED the minion after everything's spread. Continue to creep and ED that minion. Okay. So basically, I just put up Contagion. Support gem later allows for multiple targets. Okay, cool. Well, we just keep blasting until we get into the support gems. And I'm assuming on the offhand that I had one offhand that was like a +1 summon gem skill, summon skill gems level, right? But my other offhand is doing 32% more damage for all like allies under my aura, which I have a lot of aura. So I feel like for right now, rolling the 32% is probably going to be a little bit better. But in the long term, I'm assuming I'm going to want something that's like, you know, summon gem level as well as minion damage to scale off of, just as my 1-2 punch. Seems like it's probably the most valid tech at this point in time. Duration increase, helps consistency. The damage and contagion is your main focus. It's the others you want to spread. So basically, contagion is just the vehicle to spread a bunch of other stuff around to other targets. And we're trying to actually spread the independent, like, debuffs over to the targets. So, like, a burn, for example, would spread to another target, or another damage debuff that we put on them. Indeed. That makes sense. So I'm basically, with Contagion ED, it's like Space AIDS build. I would basically be trying to give one person Space AIDS, and then try to spread my Space AIDS everywhere, you know, all at once. It says Forgotten Riches. But there be no Forgotten Riches here. Oh, there's a switch. That checks out. That checks out very much. Oh, I am rich. Holy shit. Should play Malzahar. Well, not as a long term. Malzahar is not my long term. I'm playing a summoner in the long term, but a lot of people like Malzahar for their early leveling. It's kind of nice, but I can't really get rid of the dex at this point, which is slightly tragic. It's kind of a crazy amount of damage to attacks. What the fuck? That can get moved. I don't need that, and then I have a little bit more inventory space. This has been contagion just once and kill the creep that's contagioned with ED. So does it spread to multiple? Enemy dies while affected by contagion, spreads itself. Oh! So one contagion spreads the AIDS to nearby enemies. Oh, that's so tech. Okay, that makes sense now. That makes a lot of sense. One penis, many monsters. Right. No, this makes sense. So I basically just Bonnie blew all of this shit. What are the rune shapes? Ow, my hand just cramped. Are those the things that we're running up on in the world where you just kind of like select the modifiers on it? Because my knowledge around those is that you just select the modifier, it gives you a reward, and then also we'll put a modifier on the mobs that you're killing, and then you just complete them for that extra little reward while you're out and about in the world. Nothing that's like really too deep with them or anything, it's just a way to get like certain currencies or, you know, whatever they have offered there. Okay, one penis, many monsters makes a lot of sense, so I should actually go here, and then here, and then there. Just so that way we have many options, because we must keep the penis going. If contagion penis not going, then build not going. And we must keep build going. I will say, boss damage solid, but not the best, because everything's dying, because I don't have meat shield for my big boys. Definitely would like to have meat shield for my big boys. That would help an immense amount. And as soon as I get those, we'll be up tremendous. But I might have fucked up with the first support gem that I took. So I think I'll start going just completely defensive. He needs a better single target DPS than Unearth. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, is it right yet? but I can definitely grab it, considering it seems like it's going to be quite worth it for me in terms of a leveling standpoint. Because I think I have everything that I need for, like, my summons just on a baseline level. That, to me, doesn't really seem like a big deal. Bristleborn leather vest drop. Oh, you fucker! You smiled at me. 4! I don't want to hear it. Minute level increases HP exponentially. Okay, word. This is Poe. No, this is Patrick. Yeah, it's PoE, dog. I said I wouldn't do it, but golly, I did it. All right, so let's see. Skeletal warriors. I definitely need meat shield. Like, I definitely need meat shield. Support requirements plus 5 strength 10. If I take off rage, then I won't need to worry about that. So I can remove rage from these lads, because that's not going to be doing too much. Could I put rage over here? No. That's tragic. And then I can use this, go up here, and I can grab meat shield, which will give them some more HP. That'll be phenomenal. Take 35% less damage, deal 35% less damage. That'll be great because I have a lot of blasters on the back line. Grab 20% more damage increased, and then another 10% increase, so that's gonna help out pretty exponentially there. And then I just got my level 10 upgrades as well, which seemingly aren't gonna be too crazy for me. We'll put these bad boys over here. All right. We might be a little bit smoother now. We might be. I don't think I have any other skill gems, right? Yeah, no, I have no other skill gems. We might be a little bit smoother. ED boss and spam Chaos Bolt for a single target when the ED overtime expires. When the ED overtime expires, then ED are gonna repeat. Right. We're gaming now. Brother, we're gonna start blasting. We actually have the tanks in place. Everything is going to be absolutely perfect. Excuse you. So does Chaos Bolt just... It's just like an upfront swish and flick smacky beat. And that'll be a default for me until I get something else. I will say, the simple change of tankier skellies, big difference, if I do say so myself. Very, very, very large difference. That is an immediate, just like, oh shit, they can actually kind of stay alive now. And they're dead again. Dope. Well, I can see this is going to be a Dusty fight pretty much exclusively. No point in playing around the summons if they can't stay up, so I'll do it my goddamn self. So, Essence Drain I just need to get more skill gems for, and I can probably... Uh-oh. If I had to guess, I'll probably grab another skill gem or two off of this fight. It feels like the boss fights pretty much always give one at this point in time. Chat, it's okay, we're locked in. Literally nothing to worry about. The fact that I can just dodge roll at all points in time is fucking sick. I don't have to manage stam. I don't have to do anything. I don't know how I was dying in PoE before. Movement's easy as fuck, boys. All I have to do is just not get myself cooked. Level 4 discipline. Instead of Skelly Warrior. And discipline is energy shield. Boo! 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 Everything sucks. Chat, boo that man. Boo that man. That shit is terrible. We don't want those. I love me some roly builds. I just like feeling like a little roly-poly. I feel zoomy. It feels like I belong. It feels like I'm right where I need to be when I'm just able to roll around and let other things do my bidding for me. The summoner build is the ultimate, like, once it comes online, the ultimate streamer build. There's a cast on dodge roll spirit gem as well. Like, cast on actually using the roll, or cast on successfully dodging through something. Because cast on just using the roll is fucking fire. I will be rolling around the entire goddamn map, and nobody can stop me. I will be Dusty the Hedgehog at all points in time. Jesus fucking Christ. I kind of like the prospect of that. Now, I could probably also just throw on something that's like supporty type beat with that, yeah? And then just kind of blast through and maybe... Wait. What this? Is this... Do I have a guild? Chat, what's my social tab? Y, T, H, J, guild. Oh, wait! We do have an in-game guild. Oh, shit! Hold on. How do I make a searchable chat? I didn't even realize we had an in-game guild yet. Is there like a public thing, or do I just need to invite people? Just on a baseline? Because I can get some of those bad boys out. Damien, what up, brother? This is playing PoE. Who are you, and what did you do to Dusty? I've played PoE before. I just don't play a lot of PoE. Nor am I going to pretend to, right? But, did you go SSF? I did go SSF, yes. Yes. I feel like SSF will allow me to, you know, say viewership actually doesn't just go to shit, right? I feel like solo self-found will enable me to actually play the game and learn instead of feeling obligated to just have a meta build as fast as possible, which I really appreciate about solo self-found, and especially just being able to slow myself down mentally and remind myself that it's okay to not be rank 1 Pumperoonie of Doom, and that I do actually need to just, you know, I need to learn, I need to understand. It's something that I think I can very easily forget sometimes. So, it's after a certain distance of dodge rolls used. Dodge roll distance based on movement speed. With no support, you can get it to around once every 2 dodge rolls. Things that are changed could be better or worse. So what I'm gathering is we just need to fucking zoom. Lachlan, you good, dog? You fucking done? Brody being annoying as shit out there. I'm gonna need you to just relax a little bit, brother. Maybe just fucking vibe out a wee bit. Maybe stop being... Ow! Fucking Christ, Lachlan! Relax, man. I'm sure I get a taunt for my skeleton boys at some point, right? Just something to maybe allow them to be, I don't know, fucking useful. This is the game that Elon Musk said he played. Yeah, that one time. The Path of Exile community literally bullied the first trillionaire to ever exist in the world. Unless something drastic changes. Yes. Same community, same game. It is kind of fucking remarkable if I do say so myself. But yeah, so Elon was playing PoE 1, right? Not 2? I think he was playing PoE 1. Oh, fuck. Wait, I gotta go back. It was 2? Oh, it was 2. Oh, Jesus Christ. So yeah, his entire thing was... Oh, we're up tremendous there, boys. We are up tremendous there. He claimed to play 30% increased spirit. But level 4 minion this early on is going to be absolutely fucking stinky. Like, absolutely stinky. So level 4 minion and 30% increased spirit, which means I can drop perhaps another warrior. I don't have enough to do another arsonist, because that gives me 130 spirit. So I'll need some spirit reduction before I can get too into that side of things. I'd say that's a pretty solid start, though. So now we have level 4 warriors up front. Bling is loose term. Yeah. So effectively, like, he made claims, and this was the same thing with, like, his time in Diablo, right? So he was, quote unquote, again, playing Diablo, right? Quote unquote, playing Diablo. And he claimed to be, like, the #1 druid in the world or something like that. Despite, like, having all of his, like, business, you know, things to worry about and shit like that. And he streamed some Diablo gameplay, and people were kind of, like, curious, but not really calling him out, so to say. It was more like, okay, something seems a little weird here, but it is what it is. We'll just, you know, we'll let you do your thing, right? And over time, a lot of people kind of naturally had doubts that it was actually him playing the game. Who would have thought? And when he came into PoE 2, PoE has a little bit more of a skill gap. so to say the very least. A little bit of a skill gap with PoE 2 and with PoE in general. And basically what happened, he comes in and it's very clear that his account has been stacked up for him. He has gear that would make a PoE player like actually coom for that level of gear. And I believe he was on a hardcore character, right? Like, it wasn't a softcore character, it was a hardcore character at the time. And he had gear that was actually like god tier gear that was worth, if you were to RMT it, like thousands upon thousands of dollars. And he goes through half of his gear, and some of the shit that he was using, they were very important and powerful items, but the item requirement for the level was lower, just because in Path of Exile, the highest level items aren't always the best, right? It's all about the stats on the item itself. And he thought that his literal, like, top tier gear that was, you know, when fully assembled, one of one set on the server, like probably one of the best geared characters that Path of Exile has ever seen. He was going through his gear and he was like, oh, well, these are low level, so, you know, we got to replace those. We'll want to get these taken care of. We'll want to upgrade these. And it's just like the best shit that you could possibly have. And then he goes into his stash, and there's a stash tab that's just titled Elon's Maps. And everybody's immediately just like, okay. And he goes to put a map into the, you know, into his actual atlas or wherever to start it, right? And he is like me right now, levels of clueless. I actually might have been like more aware of what was going on in the game than Elon was, with a like top rank, full best in slot gear, just disgusting overall account. And we effectively had like the same level of knowledge of what was happening. Wait, where'd this rat go? He go back over here? Did I just get juked? I think I got my goddamn ankles broken. Yep, got my ankles broken. Almost just ignored Big Dog. Didn't even mean to. It's like he started playing Ashes, and you gave him a full set of Lego Pedal Shard, and you told him he's the best player there. It's like he paid you to get him the best gear ever. Like full legendary everything, full best in slot, full everything, right? But wouldn't tell anybody that he just very clearly like paid to have the progression done for him. So he tried to go on this like, hold on. Oh, I mean, that's probably solid though, all things considered. More attack lightning damage. That would just be on their basics. So we'll give that a shot, and that has drop an item with a gem in it. No, I would not like to drop the item with the gem in it, actually. If I do say so myself, I'd like to get those bad boys back. Your character smoother than enemy is literally walking around in straight lines and attacking in place until the screen exploded. Okay, well, hear me out. That's a PoE classic, in all fairness. In all fairness. Weapon set passive skill points. Wait, what are weapon set passive skill points? Oh, wait. Okay, never mind, because I can have two different weapon sets? Is that on a weapon swap? Or, like, what is the deal with that? Because that seems incredibly strong as well. I need strength for right now, so we'll grab strength there. That'll allow me to throw this bad boy on. And then off of that, I can start to add in more strength to my summons. So here, these guys will now get rage on melee hit, which rage is 1% more attack damage per one rage. Per one rage. So that'll help offset some of the meat shield loss until I can get something to just like keep tanking those bad boys up. Should probably equip that ring that I haven't equipped yet. And then I have a level 3 skill gem as well. Oh, that's insane. Fires a projectile that applies a powerful chaos damage overtime debuff to enemies it hits. Okay. So we Essence Drain over Unearth. And then Essence Drain just slaps that shit out in an AoE. Do I buy it then? It's free this weekend, Tibbs. I don't think you have to pay anything to actually play PoE this weekend, right, chat? Or am I tripping there? I might be tripping, but I'm pretty sure that it's free this weekend. Free weekend. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're good. You literally just get to vibe out. And then you have no worries in the world, dog. Okay, so effectively, poison projectile that inflicts powerful chaos damage over time on hit. And then contagion I need to drop for the debuff itself. But yeah, so you can play all weekend, and then if you do end up liking it, you can buy. Keep in mind, if you do end up buying, and you're a cosmetic person, because you think you may have any form of like, you know, I might enjoy this in the long term, any of their cosmetic packs also kind of like, in my opinion, lead the way in terms of monetization being ethical and not just scuffed to shit. So basically, wait. Does this... Level 4 Skeletal Warrior minion. Oh. Okay, word. I just didn't have those bad boys summoned out. That's fucking phenomenal. But with any of the packs, like, I have some old monetization packs, and I say old, some of them were literally from, like, the earlier launches. Do I need to Essence Drain spam, or just Essence Drain 1? How does Essence Drain's targeting actually work? Because it seems like I just want to ED and then Contagion, and then something blows up and it spreads literally everywhere, and then just spreads across the screen. Chat, would that be more or less correct? So basically you have a total point that doesn't change, but you can split your tree between the two sets. So say one branch on the tree is a bow branch, you can split some of your points to only be active when you're on that weapon, but your main pathing still has to connect to it. Think of it as efficient pathing. So if I have a weapon swap that's built around movement abilities, like say I have, I don't know if lab runners are still a thing, but say I have like a lab runner build, right? And I want to have insane movement on my weapon swap, then I can effectively use the weapon skill points to have a movement set up on a switch instead of just being kind of like bound to the confines of one thing type beat. Then you land the ED on the contagion target, or it runs out. Also, a small amount of initial damage, so some people just spam. Right. Right. So it does some initial damage and then just keeps the debuff up overall, and then I'm just hoping that something pops and does an absurd amount of AoE aid spread. Is what I'm gathering from it at this point. I will say my arsonists are absolutely fucking slapping as well. I have concentrated area and multi-shot on them right now. And that's been helping quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that might be one of my best tier 1 combos on them. I'm gonna see if I can get something better for my warriors. Bleeding, probably not gonna be too crazy. Elemental army is absolutely nothing. Ignite, no. Enduring impact, heavily stunning and non-unique, no. Supportive skills cause an aftershock when they heavy stun an enemy, no. Last gasp, maybe? Supports any skill that hits enemies, giving a chance to wither enemies on hit. Wither lasts 4 seconds. What does wither do? Wither applies 5% increased chaos damage taken and can be inflicted up to 10 times. Chance to inflict wither on supported skills can surpass 100%. I mean, so that doesn't seem terrible, inherently. For instance, have part of your weapon swap specifically into dot damage, etc. Then your weapon swap uses points into direct damage focus. So you could set up dots and then weapon swap back and then do all of your burst damage on the other swap. Manager skill windows specifically use the weapon set when you want to use it. That's kind of fucking crazy. That seems really strong, does it not? Like, just in general? Doesn't intensify on when they're fatally wounded. I feel like that doesn't really matter that much. Maybe I just go brutality instead of rage and get them doing a little bit more damage overall. Because rage isn't going to be too crazy, and brutality is just going to be a 25% more, which is going to be a fucking huge multiplier. Okay, that seems really solid. Now, as a summoner, I'm probably just gonna want to play around like my summon window. Someone in town has a pet shark with legs. Oh, dude, you don't even want to know how crazy some of the transmogs get. Oh, whoops. I don't know why. I just thought I was in town. I thought I was all cozy and shit. So is there really any reason for me to use like Chaos Bolt anymore? Because it seems like I just Essence Drain Contagion and then probably just Chaos Bolt spam. Sorry, more just Essence Drain spam on things. I guess like I could Chaos Bolt for like single target fights. Like if I have everything up on a boss and then I don't need anything else. But it seems like right now it's probably just more efficient if I just make sure that I'm ED contagioning to level. Which, fine with me because this is smooth as all Heliante at this point in time. I'm perfectly okay with this. Confused players initially, it took me a while too. Yeah, I mean, hear me out. That's pretty much all of PoE. Everything in PoE is just this big confusing, like, what the fuck do you mean this interacts with this? Like, bro, it is genuinely such a daunting thing to try to take on. Just from a player standpoint of understanding any amount of PoE whatsoever. I can get bounce for my arsonist, right? Like something that makes their things like bounce multiple times. Gonna slow down to read stuff here, get lost fast. Yeah, that's one thing that I really like about the solo self-found decision. It's gonna stop me from feeling like I need to keep up with other people, which I think is a lot of what cooks me when I try to hop back in a lot of the time. I can kind of play more at my pace and just do the whole, like, you know, 0 to hero, so to say, at my own cadence. And I think that's gonna be a lot more fun than feeling like I have to keep up with literally everything that's going on all the time. That's kind of cool as well. I don't even really know where that overlay came from, but that overlay is cool. So are there talisman builds that are built around like the whole shape-shifting shit? Because I'm not gonna lie, that seemed kind of ass when I shape-shifted previously. I put one of them on for a minute, and it was the one that made me like bear or druid. And obviously, like, builds aren't gonna be optimized right now. But I will say, that shit seemed kind of buns. It very much seemed kind of buns. They're both fine. Are there full builds, like, around them just in general? Interesting. I'm gonna grab this just in case. Ice Wolf is pretty cool on Druid. Yeah, that is fair. Something that seems ice-oriented always has potential, in my opinion, to be pretty fucking cool. Because then you can just perma-freeze stuff. Ice builds are always intriguing. CC builds, just things that play super cozy. I like the anti-race car. I'm monking it. Oh, are you now? Are you? Brother, I hope you have fun. Are you doing solo self-found or are you doing standard league with the trades? Or not standard league, but just like trade league. I think we might have a lot of like solo self-found demons over here. I'm not gonna lie. Merc for me. Wait till we get into ascendancies. Roll the Merc, hate it so far. Merc is that crossbow one? I feel like Mercenary I saw played at one point in time. Feels so slow. Yeah, but don't you just end up doing like crossbow and grenade builds out the frickin' wazoo? More or less? I feel like I remember some Merc builds being fucking crazy. Eventually. Yeah, but the start's just real slow. I do feel like the start over here has been great. Granted, like, summoner starts are traditionally, you know, pretty good. 40% increased spell damage. Minions deal 30% increased damage. You've been hit recently. Minions revive faster. Not worried about that. Minions break armor equal to 30% of fizz damage dealt. Increased damage. Then up here is max life. Minions deal 10% increased damage with command skills for each different type of persistent minion in your presence. That's attack and cast speed. That's command skills like crazy. Minions revive faster. Is minions reviving faster truly going to be that, like, impactful? I feel like there aren't a lot of, like, minion damage trees right now. Minions have crit chance. Maybe I'm tripping. I mean, there are a lot of small minion damage trees which I suppose I could work my way up to those. It'd probably be a pretty long route, all things considered. I just don't know. Increased area of effect. That's going to be fucking huge. So I can go into here and then work my way through, set myself up here. Gain 3 volatility when an allied persistent reviving minion is killed. Volatility explodes after 4 seconds, dealing 100 physical damage to you per volatility. For 10 seconds after explosion, you gain volatile power, getting 1% of damage as chaos for each volatility which exploded. Oh, that's quirky. So you could do just a shitload of volatility stacks. Your minions are gigantic. Oh, word. Okay, I like that. 20% more max life, 20% more damage, and 20% increased size, 20% reduced reservation efficiency on minion skills. So, I mean, that's not the worst. For example, 50% increased reservation efficiency causes your reservations to be 67% of their base value. 100% increased reservation efficiency causes your reservation to be 50% of their base value. And so on. I don't know how that works. That math is crazy. I'm assuming where more versus increased. More is at the end of it, and is the total calc. Increased is like a little baby modifier, right? So more is always what you want to try to scale over increased. I think. AMC will yell at me for not knowing. He taught me all of this long ago when we were playing PoE all the time. And he'd probably be disappointed that I've forgotten the ways. So it seems like that's a jewel socket. That's attributes. Energy shield recharge, mana recovery rate. It seems like I should go here and then work my way through. Try to get the AoE. Try to get gigantic minions. 40% increased crit damage bonus. Yeah. That shit seems like it's going to be very solid. Crit damage bonus. So minion crit seems like it's really strong, no? Because there are a lot of minion crit nodes. I can see minion crit being absolutely fucking stinky. So for now, we'll roll into strength. Can I change these at any point in time, chat? Or do I have to, like, respec these with orbs of regret or something? How do we respec now? More is a multiplier, increases the base, having a decent increase is solid, but getting mores are the real gains. Right, those are like the big chunks that we'll actually notice, right? So you want to have something to scale off of, all things considered, but it costs gold. Oh, shit, wait, that's so easy then. That's actually so beautiful. So I can just work on my overall scaling. I won't be too in a rush, because I'm already clearing super smooth at this point. But that's good to have the reassurance of. I remember the Orb of Regret grind and also trading for Orbs of Regrets out the wazoo to respec in PoE 1. And let me tell you, that is something that I don't wish upon my worst goddamn enemy. I don't. Brother, fuck that shit. Not Chaos Bowl, Essence Trade. This one. Alright. So Progs feels smooth out. Was async trading in when you play? What's async trading? Like, you don't have to go back to town to trade stuff? Like an auction house setup, or what's the deal with that? Because it doesn't sound familiar, if that's the case. Right. Oh. No, that was not in when I played. I played, like, right at the start of the early access. So, like, it is someone's hideout to, like, a shop. Oh, but they can, like, stock up the shop, basically? That's cool. Doesn't really apply since I'm playing SSF with this character, but that'll be cool if I decide to go back to, like, Trade League after I know a little bit more. Because honestly, like, that's a huge quality of life, not having to go back to your hideout every single time you want to trade something with somebody. Don't go directly to your storage to buy things now. That's fucking dope. Wait, I like that a lot. Let's play a good game, Chad. Brother, I'm giving it a shot, and I'm hoping that the community shows love enough for me to play it for more than one day. That is my largest goal set right now. And if it's supported for more than a day and viewership is good, then I'll keep coming back until something else rears its head. And I'd love to do a little bit of PoE coverage if I'm being honest. It's been a while since I've played PoE, partly out of fear for completely killing my channel if I did come over to play PoE. So, you know, coming in with a little bit of uncertainty around things, but honestly, hopefully a lot of confidence that the community will be there regardless, which I'm pretty sure they will be. So I'll have some fun with it. I'll give it a little time to see really what it's feeling like. And then from there, maybe by the time I get tired of this, we have an update for forever content-wise, or we have like, I don't know, we have something good to look forward to in the MMO scene. But one thing I have learned since the last time I did PoE content was YouTube, brother. I did not lean into nearly enough YouTube presence the last time I was doing PoE stuff. And like, YouTube can grow so much for people. So much for people. So I gotta be smarter about embracing that this time around. But I'm having a little bit of fun, man. It's a new update. There's a lot of content to check out. And there's a lot of content to learn too, which I fucking love learning more than pretty much anything else in games. And I already feel the whole, like, the brain blast, so to say, of trying to figure out exactly what I've got to do and where I've got to go, and just the simple things, right? I'm stopping to read abilities again because I don't know what all of the ability functionalities are. I'm new to it, and it feels fun, I think, being new to something once again, and also not having to worry about things completely dying out. It's a cool contrast. What class should I play? Never played this game or really anything like it. Whew, okay. I would recommend, if I'm being completely honest, Tibbs, if you're coming in completely new, looking up a build guide or two will help a lot with your enjoyment first time. If you want to come in blind, you can, but just to put it in perspective, this is the passive skill tree. And there are about 1 million different routes that you could go with customization within this. So, like, based on that, we can get you, you know, to guess well, but what's your general class fantasy and other MMOs? That's also a good way to start. Look at that mess. No, it looks a lot worse than it is. Don't get overwhelmed. It's like the Scars tree. So, whoops. The Scars of Honor, like, class and ability scaling was directly inspired by Path of Exile. So you don't end up interacting with all of it. You'll notice I had a few highlighted, and those few that I had highlighted were summon oriented. So I like playing a summoner in games like this. So for me, I'm not worried about 99.9% of this passive tree at all. So, was a druid main for a while, but also love martial artists or katana type users. There is literally a druid over here. What did you like about druid and WoW? Was it like boomy or was it feral? Which way did you go? Did I clear this entire area or am I missing another altar? I feel like I've got to be missing one more altar, right? It seems like activate 3 ritual altars. I feel like I did that. Plant druid is really solid, or bear is cool too. What's plant druid do? Just like summoning plants? Or what's the dealio there? I think I might have cleared everything in here, I'm not gonna lie. Is the search for ritual altars and cleanse them just like an ongoing thing? Maybe it's down here. Plants and Zombies? Yo, Plants vs. Zombies with goated is... Oh, never mind, here it is. I know where to go now. Plants vs. Zombies was goated, and then they went with weird monetization with it, dog. Monetization kills too many good things. That sounds whack. So, do you like more of the feral druid type beat? Like, did you play cat druid? Or did you play bear druid? Yeah? So, AMC, what are we looking at for something that's potentially melee build, fast hitting, and sustainy, so to say? Something that's got, like, good melee, quick hits, maybe movement. Feral will be a little slower and thicker, as they typically are. Wolf will pump, but it'll be fragile. So I'm assuming as a druid, you're playing around the little, like, sigil-y things, the shapeshifts. What about the monk? Surely monk has a nimble ass build somewhere out there, right? They almost have to. Monk fun. What are some popular builds with Monk right now? Like, what are people running for that? Because I will say, if Monk is super zoomy, then that might be a solid fit for you. Zoomy things are inherently very fun. Keep in mind, I'm playing a summoner, so this is going to play slow as hell. And I still have, like, solid movement and stuff. Martial art monk build is a new thing. Oh, wait. So that might actually be perfect for Tibbs then. He literally said he likes martial arty, like, katana type shit. Which would kind of lean directly into the monk side of things then, huh? Because then you can do just a martial artist punchy. So, is there a solid build guide that's set up for a martial art monk that we could send over to Tibbs? The cool thing about build guides as well, Tibbs, with this update that Path of Exile brought in, they focus very heavily on quality of life as well as bringing in more meaningful gameplay, right? And one thing that they've done, oh, a charm. Tremendous. One thing that they brought in is the ability, I believe it's like in your options, there are literal like build guide and loot filter edition areas now where you can just import shit. And it'll definitely just like, credit people are never already maxed by now. What's that? Oh, in terms of blasting? Yeah, I mean, people go crazy. Considering they just added Facebreaker to PoE 2, probably massive fist bonks. Oh, they just added Facebreakers? Yo, Facebreaker are fun as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Facebreaker was really fun. You basically get more damage for being completely unarmed. So you just go around punching shit all the time, no matter what. Really fun. I used to run a couple of Facebreaker builds in PoE 1. Oh, wait. Grants plus 30 to Spirit. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm not gonna turn that side of things down. I can probably drop that. Can probably use some of these bad boys. We'll get ED and Contagion up. That'll help with the damage a little bit. Uncut Spirit Gem. Wait, what are these? Persistence that costs Spirit. While active, your reviving minions store a percentage of their maximum life in a collectible Grim Remnant upon death. Using Grim Resurrection consumes the life you've collected to revive up to that much total life of dead minions. So, like, I just heal myself? Consume stored minion life to revive your minions. Oh, wait, what? So is that just an instant revive? That's a little weird. While active, emits an aura that periodically withers enemies in your presence. While active and enemies are present, swarms of insects emerge from your body to pursue nearby enemies. The swarms are untargetable minions that attack and poison enemies. Oh! Wait. Swarm attacks enemies within a 4-meter radius of you. Spawn a new swarm once every 6 seconds. Swarm duration is 6.6 seconds. Okay, cool. Yeah, that seems strong enough. That seems right on my realm. Hunter's Fire? What are you running for abilities so far? Right click to activate your buff gem. Okay, word. So that's a 30 spirit reservation. And if I go... Oh, wait. Never mind. Excuse me. So now I basically just have a pestilence around me at all points in time. Which is kind of fucking dope, if I'm being completely honest. So anytime I get into melee range with something, I'm just gonna have that there. Let's see. Those are just resists. I'll grab a cold one for now, because I feel like cold damage always scares the shit out of me. Gain 0.15 charges per second. That's kind of buns. Can I slam you? Cast speed. Word. Okay, not gonna do that again. That was an absolute waste of time. Slower charm, your speed is unaffected by slows. Used when you're affected by a slow. And then increased duration and increased charges. Interesting. What does new update add? Oh, brother, the patch notes. I can link them to you. But, like, this is the literal, like, largest patch notes that I have ever seen for a game in human history. Just for perspective, like, to scroll their patch notes, it starts up here, ready? And it just keeps going and going and going and going Oh, wait, those are comments. And ends here. And then there are updates as well. This is the single biggest update that I've ever seen in a game. Just fucking ever. If I'm being completely real. Shit's actually insane. Insane. Alright, let's see. Corrosion. I could take that out. I put that in Ravenous Swarm. And then I could also, theoretically... I could put Armor Break on. Because if I go here... Armor Demolisher, sure. Blind, cannot inflict blind. Bleed, we don't really need to worry about. Elemental Armament, no. Escalating Poison, meh. Heightened Accuracy, no. I'd like something that's a little bit... 12% of maximum life when supported skills cull an enemy. Don't need that. Pursuit is more melee damage. Pin, no. Poison on hit. Rapid attacks. Slow potency. Shock. Swift affliction. Maybe Withering Touch. Could be really good with Ravenous Swarm. Because then I basically strip armor. I have a chance to wither. And then that also is just going to go around and, like, nuke everything around me. That seems actually kind of valid. Certainly beats 1 sentence patch notes. Bro, imagine having patch notes that are literally, like, too large to go through. Also, what's my TP button? Options. Game. Where are my binds? UI. Sound input. Portal. 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 Create a portal. Not set. What's X do? Okay. Well, we gotta figure it out somehow. I'll do that as... What do I have here? Probably nothing. So, good to know that I literally didn't have a portal bind. One or more actions not set. Works for me. Now I don't have to worry anymore, boys. We are truly up tremendous. I think I might be able to start running through content now. Because I'm also going to have more passive damage going out from my swarm. Which is going to be pretty fucking large. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Before we get too into everything. I need a bong or Pinsky. So we can keep going, chat. Chat? Twitch Prime. We need them now more than ever. He's beginning to believe. I'm starting to see the synergies. Listen, games like this really appeal to me because I do love cooking. I do love build customization. I just worry. I worry about the stream side a lot. And the whole, like, you know, losing the whole platform type shit. So I have to be a little cautious around that, but I trust you guys. Probably more than I should. I'll be right back. One sec. Good day, my boys. I just got into a fight with Dr. Bongerpinski. He lost. Although I'm not sure that either of us really won there, if I'm being completely honest. So, we do have with the Spirit Gem a little bit of a catch-22. Oh, wait. Oh, what the fuck? Chat, are we cooking? Wait, this is insane. Is it my ED contagion? Or is it literally just like, is it the bugs themselves? What the hell is that? That's insane. Welcome to Contagion, guys. Is that ED contagion? What did I play? Runes of Alder? Yeah. Runes of Alder. And then a lot of us are doing solo self-found, which basically puts your character just like in a spot where you can't trade with other players. There's Trade League, which is like the normal way to play, which most people just in general play. I and many other people in the community are doing solo self-found, especially as first-time players. Solo self-found can be really nice just because you don't really feel the obligation of keeping up with other people. You don't have all of the, you know, all of the worries of trading. Good news about not doing solo self-found is that if you figure out you need a piece of gear for your build or whatever it may be, then you can trade with other people to get that, right? So it all just depends on your preference. We'll have people that are doing both. Personally, I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun with solo self-found, having to source all my own stuff to craft, having to, you know, pace it out like me pace instead of playing at everybody else's pace. It's gonna be quite nice. What about instead of Domino's little bagels? I mean, you can make them. I'm not really hungry right now though, love. I'm not gonna lie. I am very content. I've just been like munching on some grapes and stuff as I've been going. Minions you added are applying poison too, so it's adding to the spread. Right. Yeah, that was one thing that I immediately thought of with the minions as well, was that I would just be able to throw in more debuff with them. And part of what I'm doing with them too is stripping a shitload of armor from mobs. So that should, in theory, help on that side of things, question mark. I'm not sure if I'm cooking or not. But I mean, as of right now, it seems like it's at least going pretty smooth. I keep thinking that my own little flies are enemies. But if that's like the worst problem that I'm running into, then fuck it. I'd say we're pretty good. What do the rune stones do? This is like the seasonal thingy, right? Getting baked in Gem in the League. Same fucking vibe, brother. What you playing, Scaper? I'm trying to like get tabs on what everybody's playing for their class. And we're not even talking about like ascendancies or anything like that yet, which is kind of sick. Kind of sick. I can't wait for the amount of like discussion and theory crafting that comes out from the community. Excuse me. As soon as everybody starts getting into the point where cooking is actually like a possible thing. Dude, it's gonna be fun. I actually think if people do stick it out and don't get overwhelmed, we might have a lot of people have fun. See how effective an armor break is by the orangish debuff with a value that increases under a mob's health. A different debuff will show when they break it. Okay, hold on. So there's the little orange 9-second type thing that comes in. Oh, wait, that's a percent. Okay, cool. So that shows like what percent of their overall armor is broken. I want a druid pet build that isn't necro minions. Can't you summon like little plants? Spirit Walker long term. Explain it to me like I'm someone that hasn't played PoE in over a year. Cause like I have a baseline information of PoE from like a you know, a while ago, but I haven't played PoE 2 since their initial like EA launch. So I'm more or less clueless out here. I'm homebrewing my build because I'm playing solo self-found and I'm playing summons, and you really like can't go wrong with fucking summons. If I manage to go wrong with a minion build, literally all I have to do is type minion into the tree and then grab those, and then I type health into the tree and I grab those. So You know, unless I want to run ES, of course, and then I type energy shield into the tree, and then I run those. Chat, energy shield or health builds right now? Where are we at now? Pet bosses? Oh, is that the new, not the witch build, but the little archer pew pew person build? Where you take the bosses as pets? Yeah. People have been talking about that. And then somebody was saying that there's also a companions thing where you can also like tame it. You can tame different like mobs throughout the world, including elite mobs. And all of the mobs that you tame will end up having different unique properties, which is kind of fucking sick, especially from a summon standpoint. Well, I can phrase it with my little knowledge. What's your base class? Because I think that's the class we've been yapping about a little bit. It seems interesting. It almost had me going that build. And then Chad told me that it was honestly like it was solid, but it was flavor of the month, and I was like, all right, nope, I'm going off meta. Last I played, ES was substantially stronger, but which had literally the best ES and best life-based setups. So which is just super safe, basically, is what I'm gathering. Which again is probably the best case scenario for me. I am not exactly the expert in PoE that I am in some other titles. And like in certain titles, I'm genuinely proud of how much information I have and the fact that I'm like a walking encyclopedia. I have never felt more clueless than I do right now. Explosive grenades are just fun to use. Are you running one of the Boomy Boys with the explosive grenade build? One of the crossbow lads? Grenades? I saw a lot of people running grenades at one point. I don't remember if that was when I was playing or just a league that I happened to check in for a little bit. But I saw a lot of people running grenades one time, which looked fun. I think Carla ran grenades. Why do I want to say Carla ran fucking grenades when she played? Like, it genuinely sounds right. Because you just dump a bunch of grenades on screen, and then your entire screen would instantly wipe out, yeah? Does sound kind of fun. Like crossbow grenade type beat. I will say, I remember clearing on a summon build the first time that I had played once I got all set up. And the clearing over here was phenomenally smooth, especially moving at a harder content. Oh my god. Harder content? Oh my god. Anyways. Holy shit. Moving on to harder content. God damn, I don't even remember what I was gonna say now. Fucking cracked the entire thought out of my head. Fucking hell. Wowee. That was a little bit of an end stream type voice crack. Trying out the update while watching PoE landscape. Trying out the Tesla update? So what changed in your Tesla? Because honestly, I can't tell you the entire patch notes for PoE 2 because they're just too goddamn large. But I'm down to hear about your patch notes for Tesla. That also sounds interesting to me. I know nothing about, like, legendary uniques that we're at, or are the uniques or legendaries over here? I don't know shit. I'm literally going to be formulating my build as I go, chat. Every single drop is going to be an element of like, oh, could I use this? Which, again, I think is the really fun thing about solo self-found for me. Uniques, sick. Like, I need to fully embrace reading every single piece of gear that I get, every single skill gem. Oh, dude, I'm actually so excited. SSF is gonna slow down my pace and make it methodical, which will be great. Uniques? Yeah, I haven't found a unique yet. They don't want to see a Dusty shine. And if I remember correctly, is there, like, there's no loot 2.0 or anything like that where you're more likely to get drops for the class that you're on, right? Because I have a feeling I'm literally never going to find uniques that I want to find, especially while leveling early on. But hey, it's okay. It's okay. We persevere. We just stay untiltable. No. Okay, sick. It's not Diablo. Listen, I just have to check, man. You never know what they've added in between the last time I played and now. Wait, I love that you actually get knocked down. That's so fucking sick. Is there a way that I can turn mob health bars always on instead of on damage taken? UI. Assuming it'd be under here. Show mini life bar above allies and enemies. Centered HUD, show clock, no clock. Literally just like a casino, you cannot have the clock showing.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, Wrath. How are you, my dog? What you be up to? How do I turn those bad boys on all the time? Graphics, mayhaps? Let's see. Not there. Sound input. Health bar? Yeah, but like always on. Not just on hit.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Listen, I don't claim to be smart. I claim to be learning. Someday, I may be smart. But as of... Oh my god, is this a 4-bagger? What the fuck? Wait, what? Unique shield, unique scepter, unique focus, unique quiver. Scepter. Because that's going to have a scepter over here for me. Oh my lord, boys, wait. This might be fucking huge for me.
Farm him, reaped. Dead, fucking idiot.
You're the idiot. Listen, I am going to be the new owner of a unique scepter as soon as this is done. Hear me out. This might be a facilitator. I don't even know what the scepter loot pool is, but I guarantee it's better than the scepter that I don't have right now. Anything unique at this point? Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, especially in solo self-owned. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm sold. I'm sold. And all I have to do is get experience? It's like a 2-for-1 special on good deals. I have nothing to complain about, boys. And the summons are starting to slap a little bit. I don't even... Ah! Jesus Christ. Painwalker is fucking brutal. That shit's excessive, my dog. Just settle down a little bit, maybe. And then we can see this through like humans. Alright, show me the goods. Level 4 skeleton warrior minion. Mana regenerate and then gain 5% of chaos... of damage as chaos damage per undead minion. It's not the worst. It's not the best, but it's also not the worst. The 10 int is kind of nice, but it's also like... Wait, cancel. It's also pretty fucking bad. That is not something that I am like hyped up about, so to say. Is this a Waza movement they added? Yes, I am on the Waza movement. Exactly. Just hesitated going around someone making a left. Wait, did it get scared? Report it. Call it out. Pass the second time. Maybe it just needs to learn. Maybe it's just got like first time jitters. It's a little nervous. Usually have stash types and basic types and then just farm them for the big chance. Orb sessions usually. Right, that makes sense. And that's also stuff that I have not got into before. Because honestly, I usually play for like a few days. And then I just... Oh. Hello, Miss Lady. What the fuck? Happy to have that. Extremely happy to have that. What did that just disable, though? I have the strength for you. Do I just need to resummon them? No. Where are my arsonists? Are they both up? Oh, okay, they're both up. It's just visual. Oh my god, I got so scared there for a second. Okay, so we can drop that. And then I can grab the loot. And then that's gonna slam +1 level into each of those bad boys. I'm cool with that. I'm really cool with that. First impression is overwhelming. Tibbs, my best advice with PoE, right? Take a second before you play. And I'll reiterate this, I'll double down. I have well over 1,000 hours in PoE 1. I played PoE 2 for... Hold on. I don't know why it doesn't have my game time. 2 hours on record. I have played more than 2 hours. I can guarantee that. I played the previous EA launch. I probably put in like 100-ish hours the first EA launch, which was over a year ago. I too am overwhelmed. My largest recommendation. Just watch a guide on the class that you want to play. So if you're watching a monk, just look up the name of this league. So it's like Runes of Alder. Runes of Alder. And then look up Runes of Aldor monk starter build. And then look at those builds and find something that seems fun. They will have an entire tree for you to follow. So you don't have to worry about navigating your way through the tree. You just connect the dots. You look at one screen and then you press P and you say, oh, okay, I go this way. And then you just go off the other screen, right? So that's going to help out a lot. And then just run around. Don't feel like you have to know everything. Just walk around and smack stuff. There is like progression throughout the world, but just walk around, explore. There's no rush. And also there doesn't have to be a rush. You'll get experience for just navigating. There will be a lot of different skills that you can choose, but also a build guide will cover that for you too. I would just heavily recommend not going into this game completely blind the first time, right? That's gonna be, as you've already experienced, incredibly overwhelming. And it's gonna probably lead to, like, most players who go in blind burning out. And honestly, from my personal experience, in terms of friends that have checked out the game, those that are like, no, I can handle it blind, dog, I got it, I play games all the time, I'm super smart. Oh wait, that's if you've hit recently. Oh. That's kind of sick. So unless I just completely stop using abilities... What is a hit defined as? Hold on. Any damage that isn't damage over time is hit damage. Damaging elements which result from a hit will calculate their damage from that hit. So as long as contagion and stuff is active, then I should just get the 30% bonus. The Ancient Woods, that's where it's leading us. Okay. So I think I just got a little, like, a little side quest there for the season mechanics. Death counter equals 2 damn high. It's okay. Everything's fine. You just gotta settle in. I am only not dying because summons are so inherently safe. And I have chat feeding me all of the information that I actually need to succeed. I'm not going to lie. Also, Wrath. Gives mouse only movement really turn me away. How's it feel? Good. It feels really good. Now, excuse me. I've played some PoE 1 in the past. Definitely not my main game, nor are ARPGs my main genre anymore. But, like, it feels really good. They also added in a new sprint mechanic. So, if you happen to miss a turn somewhere, right? You don't get completely punished by missing your turn. It's really, really, really fun so far. And again, there is an ungodly amount to learn. But as long as you are willing to just take your time and learn it, which I think is, again, where solo self-found comes in, you will probably have the most fun. At least that's what's helping me have the most fun. That is life recovery from Flask. GG. Because if I played not solo self-found, I'll be real, I would feel a lot more of an obligation to have a fully meta build, right? You can easily watch a build guide, and that build guide can tell you exactly what you're supposed to have and what you're not supposed to have and what's good and what's not. If you're playing solo self-found, you're taking the time to piece together your build bit by bit, and, like, you might not have the best gear available, so it's going to teach you a lot more of the scaling of the game, instead of just trading for the thing that you actually need to enable your build for a little bit of currency. So, I personally, again, it's going to make the game a little harder to understand, but build guides exist for a reason, and there are so many incredibly talented content creators over here that drop very in-depth build guides for everything that they do. I would recommend coming in with one of those and then just progressing, hanging out, and playing as you want to. Don't feel too pressured for one way or the other progression-wise, really, because honestly, there's just... What's a runic alloy? I don't know that, but I'll grab the orb. Yes, there's a linear progression and you want to get to endgame, but there's really no race. Everything is seasonal, and you're not competing with anybody over anything, right? Everybody's eventually going to get rich, and part of having a community that'll play as well is that eventually we'll have a shitload of extra gear to spread around to people and help everybody get set up with. So just take your time, learn. Bro, that's what I'm doing. I'm not on like a breakneck pace by any means right now. Like, I'm clearing smooth, but I'm not out here like turning heads in terms of like, oh my god, wow, look at fucking professional PoE 2 player DustyWhy. Holy, I bet he was doing runs and practice runs upon practice runs upon practice runs. Like, bro, I'm kind of just chilling, kind of just taking my time, balling, flossing, saucing, vibing as a motherfucker does, and it's been great. I have no concern for where other people are prog-wise. All I worry about... Oh. Word. All I worry about is making sure that I don't die and getting closer to that one skill, or not the one skill, but the one passive that makes all of my summons giant. I want to have big boys. I'm a simple man, chat. I see that I can have big chonkers, and I like big chonkers. I can just have big ol' summon boys just running around for me at all points in time. They're gonna be adorable. They're gonna be so oh whoa. Big boys Suntiam. Bro, that's my first Digidash. I think it's a combination of stopping and grabbing the AoE for my summons, and then going immediately up to the big boys. But honestly, I think big boys included AoE, right? Because big boys, all bonuses from equipped amulet apply to your minions instead of you. I remember this being insane with certain amulets, by the way. This. Size, damage, and life. Oh, okay. Never mind, that makes sense. That makes sense. So that's still really good, team. What up, bitch? What you be wanting? How many deaths are we at? I haven't died again. I am progging smooth as fuck, brother. I will not be stopped. I will not be moved. I will not be deterred. I am Himothy. Actually, I don't need this right now, so I'm gonna just keep these scaling. Because I'm gonna want all of those. Unfortunately, 4 still. Brother, we're starting to scale. It's starting to pump, I won't lie. I'm almost wondering if I should take off my little, like, my locusts for another arsonist. But I know I'll just end up getting more spirit down the road anyways, and I ain't really gotta freak out too much about it. Oh my god, wait. Look at the damage. I'm breaking so much of his armor. Holy shit. I have 100% of his armor nuked. He's dying so fast. Never mind, chat. I don't think we're dying for quite some time, if I had to guess. I might have just jinxed it, and I might end up getting fucked. He'll fly too high at some point. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure I just had 100% of his armor absolutely schnooked. The AoE clear is crazy. Chat, we might have done it. We might just have an absolutely Dusty-proof build. It's Dusty, I trust in it. Man, run some gambas in this bitch. Take people's money. Will I die in the next X amount of time? I swear to Christ. Run that shit up, brother. We got will I get uniques. We got will I die. We'll see how the RNG's feeling. My brother in Christ. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. We gotta get the people throwing their money down on this event. I don't think I'm gonna die, though. I already have 265 HP. And I haven't even started to go into any adjacent life nodes. Just because I haven't really felt like I need them. Act 1 boss, decent possibility. Yeah, but what if I have more damage by then? I don't have to worry about it. Because, like, right now I'm fucking shredding. And if I can cleave boss with all of the throws, then I think we're up tremendous. No, that's next hour? Oh my god, an hour? Yeah, I mean, I have no worries. Maybe shorter than that, just to keep people engaged. So people don't forget about it. Because I feel like an hour people will forget about that shit. Leon, my boy. Thank you for the hydrate. Do you remember first boss? The boss that I remember the most is one that is standing in like a straightaway with a bunch of ads on the side that like shoot things across the screen that we then have to dodge. Free the prisoner. Wait, was I supposed to do something up there? Oh, fuck. Yo, hold on, I'm coming, brother! I'm on my way! That is, that's fucking on me. Was I really supposed to free somebody up here this entire time? Brother, I am the worst. I'm only focused on me. And that is a really substantial issue. I gotta really try to work on that. Tell me they're not just up here chilling still. Oh, dog. I mean, she's already been up there for a while, right? Surely it didn't hurt that much more. Just realized you haven't seen the new axe? I haven't seen shit. Oh, wait, I didn't talk to Lay Tits. Did I miss anything by not talking to Lay Tits? Or are we good? Because I think I can keep pumping. I do have to clear out my inventory, though. Like, I'm gonna be fucking completely honest. I might need to go back and clear out space and take some of that side on. Because I am slightly down bad in that realm right now. I have effectively no space. Make your bets. Wait, what do you end up going with? 30 minutes? Does Dusty die at the next major boss? When is next boss? I don't know when next boss is. Honestly, I don't remember much. Like, mechs-wise. I don't remember much of anything. I don't remember much prog. I don't remember many mechs. All I know is summon and roll, baby. Summon and roll. Act 1 final? I think I'm still a ways away from Act 1 final boss, yeah? If I'm not tripping. We might still have some time to go there yet. Remember the Act 1 final boss was Wolf? I don't fucking remember. Wolf? Oh, Carla remembers. Carla, you played a grenade build, right? Because they have brought in so much quality of life since you played last, and it's free weekend. So the bozos could also play. It's kind of fun. I'm boom, boom, boom. 3 big booms? I think there's a druid now. What's been added since you played last? Pretty much everything else that's been added since I left. I'm back on my summoner shiz. But I don't know how grenades are now. They're like martial art monks and everything now, which is fucking sick. I think that's what Tibbs is going to be checking out when he gets in. Uh-oh. It appears my summons might be a little, infrastructurally weak at this point. Might need to have something coming in to beef them up at sometime soon. Where's this? This is a level 14 area? What level am I? I'm level 15. Why am I so pussy? Probably because I got the worst undiscovered. That's mean. I literally just don't get that yet. That's fucking tragic. Decently close to first act boss. Making chicken bacon ranch pizzas. Okay, well, I'm not gonna say no to those. Okay. Well, if you're doing that, then that might redefine how hungry I am. Because that sounds really fucking solid. I do fuck with a good chicky bakey ranch pizza. And then if there's like maybe a sriracha drizzle or something. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Literally never played any PoE. It's a lot, dude. It's a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Anybody that hops into PoE is going to be overwhelmed in the same way that I am right now. Where, like, keep in mind, I've played before. Granted, it was way back and I don't feasibly remember shit. But, like, it's a lot, dude. It's overwhelming. It's informationally steep. It's something where you are going to die a lot, and if you don't have a build guide, then your build's probably going to feel like absolute buns. It's genuinely rough to find yourself, you know, on the cutting edge of PoE shortly after playing it. I'm not gonna be near that for a long time. A whole hell of a lot of time. And I might not ever hit that shit, right? But let me tell you what. It is fun to learn all that there is to learn over here. I keep hitting M for my map. But it's almost just like this infinite wealth of content that's over here. And you can just keep pushing. And even when you're done with, like, the story progression, that's when you get into the real endgame prog, right? So this has a deeper endgame progression between mapping and bossing and, you know, some builds that excel in just blasting through massive amounts of maps very quickly, to source gear through builds that actually focus on boss killing for the hardest bosses in the game. And brother, let me tell you, they're very hard. But what's the hardest boss in PoE 2 right now? Is it Arbiter or does it go past Arbiter? I have no idea of even, like, where I'm looking to be at. I think I want open world PPM with me. Well, those don't exist. I have terrible news there, Monfer. When one of those exists, I will be right there with you. But as of right now, you just don't see that. Depends on your build. What's the most incentivized content? Like, I guess, is there a form of content that is regarded as, like, the pinnacle of what people are trying to take down with builds from a hard standpoint right now? Because I almost want to try to, like, homebrew something to take that on. Because that would feel like an accomplishment. That would feel like a very large achievement. I would like that a whole hell of a lot. I just don't have enough knowledge to discern what that actually may be. That's why I work and play Tedlock until one does. Yeah, I mean, as long as you got something to enjoy, dog. And then from there, you live vicariously through me, through every other game that I play. Because I can't figure out what the fuck I do want to play. And here I am, now in PoE. At what point did we ever think that I would be playing Path of Exile 2? Just realistically, man, I didn't exactly expect myself to come back into ARPGs at any point in time. The only reason that I even had, like, the semi-confidence to even take a chance on it for a day and see how League launch would be was simply because Forever felt pretty ARPG-like in the first place. It felt like cozier graphic, lighter color palette PoE. And really, like, to a certain extent, I'm glad that it did, because it instilled the element of, like, okay, well, you know, maybe people would actually watch you play an ARPG a little bit. Forever was just 3 bosses on repeat. Yeah, I mean, there were more bosses, but even then it was just the same bosses on repeat. If your build can take on Arbiter and Second boss on highest difficulty and Chaos Trial boss, you're gonna make a lot of currency in Trade League, at least when I played. So for solo self-found, I'm basically just trying to nuke the absolute shit out of Arbiter. Or Sanctum boss. Really just any of the endgame bosses. I feel like summoners are usually really solid with bossing, right? Or am I tripping there? I hope I'm not tripping there. Because otherwise, that's going to be sad. Now, I will say Summoner will at least get me into the spot where I'm able to map and accumulate a large amount of not only currency, but also drops. So if I want to end up re-rolling, I can end up re-rolling into something that's going to be a little bit more ow. fucking hurt. Re-rolling into something that is going to be just a little bit more, Jesus Christ. Boss killy in the long term, right? Jeez. Jesus! Candle ass, relax, brother. Holy shit, dog. There's no need for you to be acting like this right now. We can just chill. We can be friends. We can get along. God damn, my dude. Actually fucking excessive, if I'm being completely real. Holy fuck in the first place. Grant's level 5 Malice. Isn't Malice kind of stinky? I feel like I remember Malice Scepter as being kind of stinky once I actually got, like, geared. Hold on, drop that. Candlemass Essence. And then... Omen Scepter. And Malice is... While active, emits an aura that continuously inflicts critical weakness on enemies in your presence. Which... Oh. How do I get over to, like, the critical weakness one? Do I have to hold another alt? How do I, like, lock that? What is critical weakness? Because that sounds like it'd be really strong with the crit-based minion build. And it seems like I also have a lot of crit potential. No one said Dusty would live on the Gemba. So there are any points to win. Wait, what the fuck do you mean? Nobody said I would live on the Gamba. What the actual fuck do you mean no one said I would live on the Gamba? Why did nobody say that I would live on the Gamba, chat? I feel like it was very obvious that I was going to live on the Gamba. Chance to crit. So probably strong once we get the build up and running. But for right now, I'm definitely going to want the front line that my Skelly warriors provide. But I feel like if I have more spirit down the line, and I can actually get away with just blasting that. And we're back. Woo! No, we're back. It's okay. I love random disconnects. Yay! Yeah! I don't know what's been going on today, man. I genuinely have no idea what's been going on today. I am...
Farm him, reaped.
Oh god.
Dead, fucking idiot.
Wait, it saved exactly where I was? What the fuck? You're the idiot. Man, that sucks. Every time it happens too, it just cooks viewership so fucking hard. Oh, that's tragic. This is quite nice though. That's a good consolation prize. I'm very thankful there. 28 int. So I need a little bit of int coming in. Unlucky 13. Did you crash? Are we back? We might be back. For now. Holy shit, I'm losing my marbles. Are we cooked again?
Apes together.
Yo, Shift! What up, dude? Thank you for the 13 months, brother.
2D.
Should I not get Fidium? I'm gonna be real, AMC. This is the first time that this has happened. Like, our net went out once last night. And then today it's been really weird on stream. Like, it's been going out kind of frequently. But it's also only dropping for, like, a very small time frame. And then it just comes back up after. Genuinely no fucking idea. If I'm being real, have never seen it be like this, but we can call. I mean, we can also just try to, like, reset the router type shit and get you credits. Oh, okay, that'd be cool. I don't have any issues myself. Most of my crashes are my PC and not the game. Yeah, no. I'm not even crashing. I'm just having, like, net issues today. Like, actual just internet outages today. It is, super unfortunate. Super unfortunate. But All things considered, not the end of the world. We, you know, we live, we laugh, we love. We just hope that there are enough Twitch Primes to keep everybody coming in. And me not getting a job. That'd be absolutely ideal if I do say so myself. Flame wall. Any projectiles fired through the wall by you and allies deal increased damage. Wait a minute. I remember this. I very much remember this. Flame wall is big for casters early, but also scales really good with summoners, like with minions. Input. Save. And then flame wall. Because the more arsonists that I run, the more projectiles are going through the flame walls, and the more projectiles are igniting. And then I think there was a rune where I could basically make flame wall like a circle, right? If, or not a rune, sorry, a support gem. My bad. Stupid Dusty. Stupid dumb Dusty. Let's see, zombies had short duration. Skeletal Frost Mage. Kind of sounds like it could fuck. Pain Offering is really good. I remember Pain Offering being really good. Because that's increased damage and shit. So I'll upgrade this first. And we'll grab a support gem for Flame Wall. Fortress. This. Less damage with hits, but spawn in a circle instead. So we'll grab that. Because then we just drop that. And everything gets ignited. Right. It's coming together now. Because I think with this, I'm not even going to need ED Contagion. If I'm being real. I think what I do here is turn off Ravenous. Grab... I don't have enough Spirit for another one, huh? That'd be 141. No! Alright, well, I turn Ravenous back on for now. Dusty! What the hell? Here to recruit all the Dusties I can. Oh my god, wait, how many Dusties are there? Also, PoE is GOAT? Fuck, how many Dusties are there? I am the king of the Dusties. I appreciate you coming through, dog. God damn, this is crazy. I feel like we should try to find all of the Dusties that exist and just bring them to one great gathering of all of the Dusties everywhere. I feel as though anything other than that would be a little bit irresponsible of us. Wait a minute. What? It's a reunion of the Dusties.
Is absolutely S tier.
You don't need to question it, Nin. You don't need to question it, Dusty. Thank you for the follow, dog. I appreciate you. Seems really weird to say, if I'm being completely honest. Like, it seems really weird to say. But I appreciate that. You are truly a legend. Okay, wait, this helps. Now I remember, if I'm being real. I remember very much. That shit just makes my arsonist go fucking sicko mode. And I don't even think that I have to, like, ED Contagion anymore. I think all that I do is drop Firewall around things, and then it dies. I'm gonna put Contagion here. I'll put Firewall here, and I'll put ED there. So that way, I just Firewall Blast. Dusty Army must assemble? Bro, honestly, I came over here to play a minion build, and maybe I just amass the minions, all of the Dusty minions, and then I truly become the one true Dusty summoner. I ascend to my highest level possible, farther than ever before, and I make all Dusties everywhere proud. Fuck me, man. One can only dream, right? One can only dream. Full level area? I'm sitting at 16 right now. So, all things considered, it's going okay-ish. AC is man's best invention. I still don't have my ACs in the windows yet. I might be a freak for that, but okay, wait, what do we have here? Unique belt, unique ring, a unique amulet. Chat. I'm thinking amulet out of this. I'm thinking an amulet for the boys. Out of belt, amulet, and ring. Yo, what the fuck? I also, hear me out. I also got a scepter one. That's my second one. That's my second one. I got a scepter unique as well. These things are fucking slapping. These are also the only uniques I've gotten so far. So I am kind of cursed there. I don't think I found that one. Okay, so what are we thinking? Belt, ring, or amulet? I feel like amulet is probably the most impactful for early leveling, right? But belts could also slap. Like, what if I get a fucking headhunter or something? Or like a mage blood. Is mage blood in this game? What if I get like a mage blood? Ring or amulet? Amulet? I'm thinking amulet as well, and I trust AMC. All right, amulet it is, boys. If we pull it off, we're up. It is now. Nice. Nice. We love to see that. We love to see that. Okay. Everything's right with the world. And all that matters is us pulling something minion-based, man. If we can do that, then blessings on blessings. Holy shit. Please, for the love of Gorsh, show me something summon erase. What would I be looking for like an ideal drop, chat? Excuse me. All right. We blow it up and we pray for the good. It's gonna be ass. Wait, why do I feel like that's actually a summon amulet? Why do I feel like I remember this? Nope, never mind. That is fucking buns. Why did you guys tell me to go with an amulet? Why did I trust any of you? You guys have never told me the truth before in my life, and I feel like you're all preying on my fucking downfall. I have been done dastardly on this fine day. My disappointment is immeasurable. I bricked on my scepter. I got a unique scepter. And then I also bricked on my unique amulet. Good news, I've got mana now. Like, at least we have that as a fucking bonus to look forward to, you know what I mean? But, gosh dang it, man. Gosh hecking dang it. I wish my luck wasn't my luck. It's like, I can find really cool things, but I never get the best outcome from those really cool things. It's like, oh shit, look at Dusty finding this super awesome guaranteed unique mechanic. Oh, wow, look at Dusty getting literally, look at Dusty getting literally the singular worst outcome out of that mechanic every single time. I cry inside, chat. I cry inside a lot. Every single time I see disappointment within my loot table, I die inside just a little bit more. I need like a convocation or something. Actually, no, they're teleporting fast enough. We're balling. Everything's peachy out here. Bro, I'm kind of tight about the internet issues today. I hope that that shit doesn't carry through to tomorrow. If it does, I'm gonna be very sad. Like, very, very, very sad. I feel like I should go Contagion and then SS Rain. Is there a storm? Rain. But it also, like, it disconnected once yesterday towards the end of the night. Not while I was on stream, but, like, after I got off stream. There was a DC. When we were just, like, watching... I say a DC, we were watching YouTube. And the net went out for a little bit. And then today on stream, it's gone out, like, multiple times. To the point where it's actually kind of, like, noticeable and or annoying. To say it nicely, it's really fucking annoying. Because anytime it goes out, it cooks viewership, like, really hard. Any lurkers that aren't there to refresh, if people have to refresh, will just instantly get cooked. It's really a less than ideal set of circumstances, if I'm being completely honest. So, the eye tracking bag is way dialed down. Wait, what do you mean the eye tracking bag? Nag. Oh. So you can sleep while you drive type shit? And just like have your eyes completely closed? Boy, oh boy, do I love Tesla. How much would I have to spend for that? Just from an upfront standpoint? Oh god. Brother, smacking the ever-loving shit out of me, please. What if we all just got along? What if we were friends, my man? What if we just chilled a little bit and didn't resort to all of this bloodshed and violence? He is fucking tanky. Oh wait, this is Final Act 1 boss, right? 3 miles, eyes closed in the dark. Were you scared at any point? Oh, my voice is so cooked. My voice is cooked. I'm gonna need tea after this. Goodness gracious. Oh, and I can't go in the fog. Ah! Fucking jump scares. I'm playing fucking Twilight again. Chat, Team Edward or Team Jacob? Oh my god, team, leave me alone! Jesus, sir! I think he just goes through the middle every time, right? Oh my god. Wait, the ads. They're hitting so hard. All I know is pain. Oh! He's a fucking werewolf with a sword, too. That's how you know he's serious. He's got extra arms. The only thing that separates us from other mammals is the fact that we have opposable thumbs, and now he has opposable thumbs, chat. I feel like there is no hope for me in this matchup whatsoever. Unironically, I might get cooked here. Uh-oh. No! Yep, okay, no, that's fine. Literally didn't want to survive or anything anyways. That's cool. That's cool. You can just chill over there, just continue being an asshole. Everything's fine. It's fine as long as my summons stay up, we're good. And then we have what? I appear to have made a slight mistake. I made a slight miscalculation within the build. And, it's unfortunate that it's come to this point. You really fucking hate to see that. You really, really, really hate to see that, huh? Well, chat. The haters win this one. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Gosh, freaking heckin' dang it. Alright, you know what that means. A death on a boss fight is a Rapinski. That boss is actually quite hard. So am I, baby. Hater slash brother here. He's my largest hater, by the way. When I averaged 5 viewers, he refused to, like, pull my stream up because I played Fortnite at the time. He literally wouldn't pull it up if I was playing Fortnite or New World. He, like, refused. Hold on, I'll be right back. boys. Good day. Arsonists are pumping. The arsonists were blasting, I'm not gonna lie. I wish I had a little bit more spirit, so I get another arsonist out. Or I could look at... On my arsonist, I have... No, never mind. Those don't increase the actual cost of it. Yeah, I would need 141, so I need 5 more spirit. So if I had like an increased spirit modifier on that, then that would be fucking lit. If I had an increased spirit modifier there, it'd be lit. Even an increased spirit modifier there would be absolutely lit. Let's see. Nope. No dice. So, unfortunately, no luck with the increased spirit whatsoever. Soon, though, I'm sure I'll get some somewhere. Maybe there's like a spirit res node within the tree that I can grab at some point. I'll be on the lookout for it, but right now, I mean, I know I'll get some through gearing. I think I can get it on like multiple sources of gear too. What up, love? Oh no, it's delicious. Oh, uh-oh. I just got the Carla distraction mid-fight. She brought me in delicious looking little bagel pizzas. They look like they're gonna be very messy to eat, but they look absolutely phenomenal. Oh no, absolutely phenomenal. Gamble items from gold 2. Wait, what you mean? Gamble items from gold 2. So I can just farm up for gold and then like target gamba items for SSF. Like old Geed gamba. Cause I won't lie, I do love some gamba. Yeah. What's the other use case for gold? Just like respecking at this point, yeah? If I remember correctly, it's basically just those. Okay, we're vibing at this point. For early mid-gearing, not really for endgame. Right, but if I just happen to have a lot of gold and I'm really down bad for a particular slot that's, you know, a huge impact slot, once I learn a little bit more about what I need, it'll kind of be up tremendous. Yeah, that'll definitely be something good to keep in mind. User trades too. Yeah, no trade though. No trade. SSF. Yes. Respec. Also, look at the vendor. Sometimes they sell crazy good items. Yeah. A lot of vendor items can have really good modifiers on them, right? Like jewelry, just weapons, scepters, all that shit. I have heard... Oh. Carla just took my food. Surely there's like something taunt that I can get, right? Because I feel like I need something taunt oriented on the summons to keep shit from nuking the hell out of me. Because this is a lot of like aggro that I've got coming my way. I got a lot of heat. Oh! This might be fine though. I might kill a Goon or Putrid Wolf. Maybe. No! Nope, never mind. I'm dead. Please! The dots! Get him! No. Wait, that's just another phase, right? The smell of the food has me so distracted. God dang it. Alright, alright. The Gooner Wolf will die. The Gooner Wolf will absolutely die. You were so close. I'm not convinced that was the end. I almost feel like there's another phase. Hold on. This will be the difference maker. A fork. Thank you. Those bad boys are about to cause me a little bit of a mess. Okay, maybe if I turn some of this in, I'll get a couple of benefits. This newly sensitive, comfort breaking, is so smooth, just glides to a stop, and so gentle when reacting to other cars. Well, that's kind of nice. Grants 2 weapon set passive points. Okay, that's immediately a W. I'm gonna get rid of this. And then I can come up here, and then I can turn this in. Hooded one identifies. Word. Okay, cool. Blank rune exchange. This is literally just runes, huh? Resists, and then armor evasion, energy shield. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you. You're an absolute Chad. Oh god. All of the stash tabs to organize. Oh fuck. Oh, this is gonna be a terrible time. Wait, what are these? Why do I have... Why do I have like 3s and shit? What is the 3? I have too many tabs. That's gonna take me a fucking week alone to organize all my stash tabs. So let's pop over to the vendor real quick. That might have been the difference maker. I should have a unique tab as well, yeah? This. If you organize the stash tabs in standard, they auto set your template every league start. Oh, wait, Bear. Right click tabs for affinities, so you don't have to go to specific ones. Wait a minute. Right click to customize. That's so sick. I remember that. Yep. I remember that there was a lot of stash customization as well. Gosh dang it, dude. I wonder if they'll implement like stash tab profiles that people can export at any point. We're drowning in quality of life. Dude, there's so much quality of life that you genuinely like, it's hard to keep track. I'm not gonna bullshit. It's almost like over quality of life to a certain extent. I really want to get up to gigantic minions. I'm not gonna lie, gigantic minions would be quite fun for me, I think. It's just a different vibe when minions are fucking huge. But the AoE, if I'm planning to start with Arsonist, is probably going to be pretty large for me to chase. Because if I don't have AoE, then I'm going to clear slow as shit. Usual parking will break the street. More AoE equals more shotgun potential as well. Yeah, because I'm trying to overlap the booms, right? Blotto. What up, my dog? How are you? This isn't a cozy RPG? What do you mean this isn't cozy? In what world is this not cozy to you, brother? I don't know what the hell to say. Well, no wipe pipe. No wipe pipe, Carla. You cannot start that riot again. Random rune. I don't need that. Where's the other bitch? Was there another bitch over here? Not you. Una? What do you have? She has shields and scepters. Ooh. Ooh. That actually might be the difference maker. That 24% increase. Spirit's nice, though. I'm gonna grab this. And I'm gonna try to slam it real quick. Was that a better flask than I have as well? That's a game changer. Okay, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm confident that we win this time. I'm very confident we win this time. I would personally say, show me spirit. Oh my god, it was even better. +1 minion skills. Okay. What you're about to witness is going to be an absolute slaughter. Bro, I might slam that. I might regal that bad boy. The level 5 base. The level 5 base would be so worth. All right, hold on. I'm eating in between pulls so I can focus. This is it. I'm very confident that I absolutely destroy it here, by the way. What is this? Look on the quality of your sockets. Oh, word. Okay. I don't need to worry about that till later. You can have this. Okay. Chat. We are absolutely fucking cooking now. Everything just got a smidge easier. Wait. What's up with my spirit? Are these cheaper now? Reserves 132. You're actually fucking kidding me. Doobie, what up, dude? You're amazing. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a beautiful day. What you getting up to? I don't have any more support gems either. Alright, we'll try it. Your damage is actually already pretty unethical for a first run through. It'll get better. It'll get better. We continue to ramp. Also, I got really bad RNG. Oh my god, Doobie. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, dude. I hope you've been very well. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is what we want. This is feeling good now, baby. This is what they tell you about. Oh, wait. Why is my flask is empty? That is not good. Empty flask is less than ideal, chat. We are definitely going to have to adjust here a little bit. I swear to God, I filled that thing before I left town. Yeah. A slight problem. And the slight problem is that my fucking flask doesn't exist. All right, in the middle, boys. Yeah, everybody start blasting. Everything on me. Everybody start cooking. Yup, thank you, Oh! God damn it. Fuck me, he timed me up. I literally had him that time too. Oh! All right, good news is new flask absolutely solos. New flask, new shield. We're going crazy, chat. Who dis? Who dis? Completely new me. And then the smoke breaks. Nice. Chat, he goes down here. I swear. I swear. I'm like 99% certain. I don't want to speak too soon. And I also can't stand in the stupid. Because I have been known to stand in the stupid before. Oh. Uh-oh. My summons. Uh-oh. My me. Oh! Chat, we're fine. Everything's fine. I just need to keep everything up. If my pew-pewers are pew-pewing, and I am sending projectiles as well, then he does. Okay, we're good. I actually do feel like I have an absurd amount of damage right now. I'm not gonna lie. And I don't have the spirit for another arsonist. When I get more arsonists out, I think I can just ramp. Who voted on me to lose? I'm just curious. Who said I was gonna wipe? They're me? Yeah. Yeah. No, couldn't have been you. No, couldn't have been you, fucking hater. Maybe it wasn't you. It was Carla? It probably was Carla. Carla is unironically, unequivocally a fucking hater. I will say. I will say. But she's made some dank ass bagel pieces. $9,100 against me. Carla dropped 9,100 against me. Wait. Was it just her? I didn't die. Carla, I didn't die. Skibbert, what up, brother? You gaming? Yeah, but my internet's not. I don't know if it's a sign from God or what, but my internet's been pooping the bed today. It's DZ'd like fucking 10 times over the course of stream, bro. I'm actually dying out here. So, good news. Season start's been fun so far. League start's been fun. Sorry. My apologies. Didn't mean to slur. League start's been fun so far over here. Bad news, I might be losing my voice. More good news. My build seems really good, just for starters. Granted, I feel like can't really go wrong with good old Arsonist. I throw out Splodies. Well, technically, they throw out Splodies. I throw out Peen Wall. And then they throw out Splodies and everything dies. Personally, I think we've got a really good thing going. And I hope that we can continue this business partnership into the future, because it is really a mutually beneficial thing at this point in time, if I do say so myself. It's been quite a game changer, yes. Yes, indeed. That blows. Nah, that's okay. That's okay. It's been fun, I will say. Oops. Sometimes you just need to have a day where you have fun. So I was over on Forever at the start of stream, and they dropped another patch today. They had dropped the balance patch yesterday, where they nerfed a lot of things that were super strong. And then the community was bitching in Discord, even though all of the bosses die in literally like under a minute. That, you know, the nerfs were way too much, blah, 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 blah. Probably people that hadn't even played it. And the developers were way too reactionary to that. And they instantly just like reverted a lot of the nerfs today without even giving the changes time to like settle. And they just immediately, like, they didn't let the baby cry out, which you need to do with, you know, MMOs and stuff. And they just, like, snap reacted when they had no reason to do so. And I was a little disappointed in that. And then on top of that, Forever said that they were working on a content update. But that was also going to not come in until late June. Which very well could be July at that point. So, first time I've ever wanted nerfs and got buffs instead in a game. Yeah, my build literally got better. Yeah. It's odd. Odd to say the very least about it. So the weirdest thing to me is that yesterday, like, our community was talking about how good the patch was, and a lot of other communities were like shitting on the patch, saying that it was absolutely terrible. And then today, we're over here like, man, I really wish they would have stuck by some of their changes. And everybody's like glazing the patch like crazy. It's really unfortunate, man. Like, really unfortunate. And I think they're kind of being fed information and like feedback, whoops, from people that just want to... Wait, what's he do? Wait. What I miss out on? Oh, shit. Hold on. What was his... Oh, no. Did he have an Oh, wait, it's the anvil. Never mind. Oh, thank God. I thought I bricked something. Reforges any non-unique armor to grant Runic Ward. Runic Ward is a last line of protection, absorbing fatal damage instead of your life. If you take damage that would cause your life to reach 0 while you have Runic Ward, you'll drop to 1 life and your Runic Ward will take the remaining damage. Ward! You will still die if you don't have enough Runic Ward to absorb the remaining damage. Runic Ward does not protect against life loss that's caused by taking damage. Runic Ward constantly regenerates at a default rate of 5% per second. Wait. So, like, reforges any non-unique armor. So that, and then that takes 25 Verisium. And then I have 33 Runic Ward. Okay. Interesting. So now I have a little bit of like a death barrier, so to say. Okay, I like that. From a conceptual standpoint, seems nice and safe. And then Pharaoh probably has something dope for me, right? Literally nothing dope for me. Wonderful. And then this is Ogham Village. Dog, I swear to God I freed the prisoner. Oh no. Well, that's my bad. I forgot to talk to that bitch after freeing her. I swear to Christ I freed her though. I did not leave her there. I didn't leave her there. Let's see, allergic to freeing people. No, I'm a huge advocate for people being freed. I fuck with Abe Lincoln heavy, literally one of my favorite presidents. Like, one of the largest advocates for people to be freed. I don't want this slander going around. I literally, I freed her the first moment that I saw her. On my mother. What if I get another unique here? Give me uniques or give me death. Oh, no unique. A regal. Maximum Runic Ward. And there are abilities that use the ward as well. So if I'm like confident that I'm not gonna die, then I could use one of the Runic Ward abilities. I like the sound of this. That sounds just quirky enough to be uwu and owo at the same damn time. So I can effectively, if I'm in an oh shit scenario, hold my ward for that potential of death. And then the second I'm out of my oh shit scenario, I can just start using my Runic Ward for all of my ward abilities. When will I start to get the ward abilities? I'm assuming just keep progressing, I'll eventually fucking find one type shit. What are the abilities like? Act 2? Okay. I like that. Yes, we meet again. We meet again, sir. I know, very unfortunate. I too hate to see you here. Yes, we go through this again. Oh, I should probably have dialogue on for when I'm actually bossing, huh? Because they're actual, like, boss dialogue cues, right? I turned all my dialogue off when I was picking my character, because anytime I switched, it just kept saying, "The witch." I didn't fuck with it. I did not vibe with it. So I immediately turned that off. Yes. Okay, remind me. Actually, I should probably turn that back on now. Options, sound, dialogue volume. Save. Talk to Latits. Shut up, bitch. Made me work really fucking hard. I'm not gonna lie. Way too hard because she wouldn't stop crying until I said hello to go back to town. I don't get it. Latits, you better have something good for me. Wait, what's Latits have?
Motherfucker, you.
I have those. Wait, I have a lot of T5s already, right? Or no? I get Essence Trainer Contagion up. Pain Offering absolutely fucks. Like, absolutely fucks. I just don't have a lot of skellies for those. Which won't be a problem later on. I don't have a lot of skellies for these. Zomblers might be good. Those are too expensive for what they actually are.
killing will impale one of your skeletons.
It's so crazy that they have actual videos in the game
And stronger.
that narrate the fucking abilities, by the way.
Mages deal high cold damage.
That's wild.
They can be commanded to protect allies with icy armor.
Could I
Damage
pierce with one of these?
skeletal frost mages.
I wonder if I could set up like a pierce on these. You team a beast that has haste aura. Oh, really? That's very interesting. That's very interesting. So, haste aura is just gonna make us all run faster, more damage, more everything. I kind of fuck with that. All right, I'm gonna grab paint offering for now. We'll slap that in, and then I have no more support gems available. And I think I've done everything so I can travel east now. Yeah. Where travel east? This way east. I'm assuming Clearfell, monster level 2. Is this the right east? Because something tells me this is not the right east. No. It does not mean literal east. Understood. Okay, hold on. Have you tried setting it to Wumbo? Alright, hold on. I can't see shit. I'm running around in the dark. Waypoint? No. Wait, what the fuck? Is it in the well? No. I don't jump in the well. That's also not it. Who takes me east? Oh.
The trail of corruption leads.
Talk to the hooded one. Well, I just realized the hooded one is basically Deckard Cain. I just made that mental connection because the hooded one identifies all of our shit. And I figured Deckard Cain was how we actually got from act to act. So effectively, the hooded one had to be it. Yo, I've gone west too many fucking times. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even going to lie to you. Like, there have been too many days where my sense of direction has absolutely cooked everything that we were looking forward to. And I admit it as a man without much pride left. Without many things to be proud of. Bad act one, not a bad act one, clear time, all things considered. I mean, the fact that I have no fucking idea what I'm doing, it's really not the worst. I feel like I had the intro tech that I needed when I was coming in. Of search up minions on the tree. And then just go from there. I just started dumping into everything that seems solid with the whole minion scaling. And I'm hoping that I can just throw their projectiles through things, get more of the arsonists, and then we cook. And until then, we improv with whatever fucking builds we can. And if we find something better in the long term, then I can also make adjustments there. But as of right now, I feel like clearing pretty smooth. Act 1, we're trying to go back to the carpet store. Listen, I like Act 1. I feel like the heat is very bad for me. I feel like I get cranky in the heat. Act 1 is comfortable for me. I'm coming in as a new player, effectively, without a ton of information. Let me vibe out in my comfort zone. Would you take your daughter's comfort blanket away? Just because you felt it was time for that comfort blanket to go away if she cried every time she didn't have the comfort blanket? No, you'd probably let her have the comfort blanket. You're making me cry. Give me the comfort blanket. I don't want to progress. Progression's scary. I feel like I should be 12 levels above all of the mobs that I'm trying to kill, and I'm only 1 level above. I must be playing it safe and secure. At least I'm not going through with the full, like, excuse me, I got tripped. Yo, Jubba, what up, brother? What class you pick? I am playing a witch. Now, I don't remember jack shit about ascendancies, if I'm being honest. Ascendancies basically give you an entire, like, you know, another level to your class. Nor do I remember how ascendancies work. Are there ascendancies in this? There are ascendancies in this, yes?
Up there.
Are we still doing labyrinths? Yes. Yeah, I don't really remember shit about ascendancies. So I'll deal with that side when it actually comes around. But so far, I've just been having fun, man. Making just a general minion build. Having everything that I control do all of my dirty work for me while I yap to chat. Since I can't have chat doing all of the dirty work for me while I yap to chat. So, you know, at some point in time, somebody's got to do the work for me to be clear and smooth, and it ain't gonna be me. And I'm happy that I have the minions in. Are you on a seasonal server? Yeah, so the league just started up today. I am also solo self-found. So, good news, it's not lab. Bad news, well. I don't know if I like hearing that. What do you mean, bad news, well?
So many corpses, so little time.
Hey, give me my exalt. The fuck? Rat shit. Jesus Christ. They nerfed to do a fair spot. Was it cooked? How bad was it? Can you name your minions? Bro, I wish I could. That would be so cool, actually. Wait, I wonder if I have any transmogs for my minions. Cosmetics. Helmet skin. I have a lot of transmogs, just like inherently within the transmogs. I may or may not have spent a little too much on a pack or two. Just a little too much. I'm not the brightest person. But I feel like we must get kitted. We must become drippy. We must ascend. I float. I get my drippy gloves on. I guess boots don't matter when I don't have legs, huh? Kind of have like hands for legs out here. Let's see. Armor attachment. I am now particly and excessive. Amulet. How is there an amulet skin? This is fucking crazy. I may have made absolute bank setting up a Sanctum farmer in some early leagues. Is Sanctum what everybody... Sanctum boss, people were saying, was really good to try to take down. If you could. And that you would make some substantial clams doing Sanctum boss. Am I being told the proper information? Honestly, I feel like this doesn't really go that well. I feel like if I'm going here, I need to go here, and then I need to, instead of the wings, maybe bring these bad boys out. There we go. There we go. Now I'm looking a little more summonerly. And my sprint just kind of zooms us across now. Okay. This is good. I feel as though we have ascended. Now, I am also entirely off of the beaten path of where we're supposed to be. Zarko wasn't up there. I don't think. Where do you find butterfly wings? Okay, maybe I do need to put the wings on. You know what? Oops. Wait. Lock. Oh, wait. Why can't I switch back over? Uh-oh. Okay, well, that works. Solve that. Okay, now it lets me switch. No, that's rude. All right, we're good. Okay, hold on. We'll fix the whole wing situation. Umbrella is a very strong and expensive chest piece draw from him. I might have still sought after. So, do you usually just play trade leagues? Part of me, I've been saying this a lot, but part of me is really excited to not be playing a trade league and to be playing SSF, just so that way I can, you know, actually take my time with shit this time around, and I don't feel obligated to just try to zoom as much as humanly possible. Because I feel like... I feel like anytime I'm in a trade league, I just have the obligatory, like, I must go fast at all points in time. And it usually results in me burning out a little bit. So I'm glad to be avoiding that. Hold on. I gotta bring my plate out. I got shit stuck in my teeth. That's bugging me. One sec. Good day. Whenever I recommend trade to newer players, fun is meant to experience a different avenue in the game. Yeah, I used to do a lot of trade league in like PoE 1. Cause like AMC, my older brother, like I played PoE with him and his friends for, you know, quite some time since like the early inception of PoE. Cause we used to do Diablo 2 ladder launches together. Like all the time. And we would always run them duo. So when League started up in PoE, like we were playing PoE super early on. And at a certain point, I was actually kind of knowledgeable about things, believe it or not. And I even caught a Mathil raid at one point when I averaged like 2 viewers. He'd be proud of me now if he remembered who I was. And basically like all of that knowledge gone. Gone, vamoose. Does not exist anymore. Never to exist again. It is a goddamn tragedy if I am being completely honest. Why don't I just do this? And then clear you. And then I can have the arsonist there. Actually, I'll have the arsonist there. Clear that. And then we're balling. SSF is a true experience, make a solid all-around build to take on the game. First in trade league, am I specialized setup for something specific to farm? Yeah, and also with the element of trade league, I almost feel more obligated to follow a very specific setup instead of, like you said, trying to make an all-around build based on what I have circumstantially and what I've been given through the game to try to get through what I can. And there may be... Man, you doing ban appeals? Worse. There may also be certain build-defining things that I find at this point in time that could cause me to reroll off of my summoner. Say I pull something that's just absolutely... Well, no, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I trust you. I trust. There could be something I find that causes me to pull fully off of summoner and invest in something else, right? And was you looking at Rage Man? Well, did he say something stupid? Listen, sometimes other people have to suffer for everybody's collective actions. Any other guy to raise his unit? Okay, well that guy stays banned. That one stays banned. Probably better to keep that one banned. Let's see. Probably strength is what I'll end up needing the most. So we'll slap that shit in there. He said the vibe was weird and got snapped. Why would he say the vibe was weird? I feel like that's on him. I feel like he shouldn't have insulted my vibe. Oh wait, do I already have Pain Offering? And I just haven't been using it? Sick, Dusty. You're so fucking dope, brother. Everybody's super impressed by you, by the way, and all of your super awesome gameplay, Dusty. Fucking fire. My bad! Yo, Crix, what up, dog? Sub PoE? Yes, Sirski, I gave in. I gave in. I'm not gonna lie. The internet disconnecting has very much discouraged me. I've had like 7 DCs today, which has not helped any capacity of trying to keep people in here for the whole, like, you know, watching PoE thing. But overall, it's been fun. It's been fun. Might as well zero downside. Yeah, and honestly, part of it was like the timing of it. with Forever's patch, Forever basically came out and said, hey, the next month you guys aren't getting shit really, other than maybe some balance patches. But content in Forever is going to be end of June at the earliest. So from that standpoint, Forever's kind of on standby. They also recently came out as devs in a cozy game, and they were like, hey, add-ons are fine. You can make damage meters and whatnot. You're good. So I really worry that Forever's gonna end up getting like the WoW add-on treatment type shit. I really worry about Forever. So we'll wait to see more over there. What am I missing here? I'm just supposed to slam a TP back, aren't I? Yep. Yep. That makes sense. That checks right the fuck out. Absolutely understood. Absolutely understood. Got back to it today, but for like 3 weeks ish with family stuff. I hope all is well, brother. Yeah, it seems like everything WoW-sided has kind of chilled out, you know? Think I have the right mindset this early on. Yeah, I mean, I'm having fun with it. The only thing that's like, hear me out. The only thing cooking my mindset is, can the stream sustain it, right? My mindset isn't like, will I have fun learning a new game? My mindset is like, is my viewership going to drop like fucking crazy over here? And obviously today has been a little bit of an anomaly because of the disconnects and shit. But let me tell you what. That's always the big limiting factor for me. It's never really a matter of I don't enjoy games. I truly enjoy a lot of video games. But there's always the nagging element that I'm not large enough nor rich enough, neither large enough nor rich enough, to be able to just completely ignore all of the very, you know, real obligations of like paying rent and bills. Someday I hope to be, but all right, let's see. We got a level 2 support Jemensky here. Multi-shot 2. 25% less damage. Okay, so we have ranks of multi-shot. So if I'm using multi-shot 1, can I also use multi-shot 2? And then have it do like more projectiles? No. Lame. Stupid. Do these do attacks? Persistent fire detonator. Tweaking lame. Let's see, tier 2. Add mixture. Armor break, brutality, blind, bone shrapnel. That's pin buildup. Cold pen. I have fire pen. Fire pen would probably scale pretty well on those bad boys. Infernal Legion. Minions from supported skills take 10% of their maximum life as fire damage per second. Minions from supported skills ignite enemies within a radius of 1.5 meters, as though dealing base fire damage equals to 10% of minions' maximum life. Is that what people run with zombies? Because I feel like running that with zombies could be really solid. Supported skills have 40% increased AoE. That could be solid. Minion instability is exploding when they get low. It's one of many viable builds. You could like Infernal Legion minion instability zombie build, right? And then you could just... Where is it? Last Gasp? The one where they stay alive after as well? Seems kind of nice. My largest issues with games like this with serious loot whore. Well, that's where they get you. Believe you me, that's where they cook your shit. Ooh, Ricochet. Projectiles from supported skill have 40% chance to chain an additional time from terrain. So that causes my shit to bounce, right? I'm gonna get that, I think, and make it bounce for the Arsonist for right now. And then I'll work on some cheesy shit a little later. But I think Arsonist with Ricochet will probably be good for now. Conk effect is huge. Multi-shot's huge. Okay, so I just have to wait, I guess, until it gets higher level. And then I'll be able to get a third. And then when that happens, I can put Ricochet on, and then it'll just bounce like crazy. Monster trading, love the trading meta, although want to do SSF more. Crix, let me tell you what. We have a lot of people in the community that are doing SSF, myself included, solo self-found, for those that don't know what the acronym is. So, slang for calculator. So basically, solo self-found has caused me to, as someone that like, you know, has played PoE in the past, but has not followed nearly enough to be up to date on everything that's going on. I am pretty clueless, and SSF has slowed me down. I'm not worried about keeping up with certain people. I'm not worried about, you know, getting optimal builds going. I'm making a build that I think is going to scale into all of the content that I'm trying to do, and will be a good point for me to establish, like, all right, well, let's see where it does end up, you know? So, first time playing, so I want to do a normal run to see how the end game was in the beginning, and then we'll do SSF. I'd almost do it the other way, if it's your first time run. Personally, I haven't played in a very long time, but I would almost do it in a way where, like, your first run is the SSF, so you have organic feel for the scaling, and you kind of, like, you become more... I think you become more adept with builds going through and doing SSF first time instead of trade. You can always migrate to trade. That's also very true. If you're doing SSF to start and you end up burning out on it, you can literally just migrate your character and your storage over to, or not your storage, but you can fill up your inventory and then you can migrate over to Trade League, and then you could just start trading there. That's a very good Comax. My good old Quebecois. Click with build for SSF. So I didn't need expensive items, can't buy extremely rare items. Yeah. Like, for me, I've played enough to have, like, a semblance of how to put a build together. I'm nowhere near an expert, and I haven't played PoE 2 itself in well over a year at this point, so I'm pretty fucking clueless. But for me, I am trying to put together a little bit of a homebrew build where I can effectively, like, clear through all of the content possible. And then if I find anything build defining for something else, once I've shaken off the rust of leveling and I've stored up some currency, I've got, you know, one character leveled, leveling everything after that's going to be easier. So if I find a build definer, I can always switch over and then I can learn another build. But I'm a summoner player in ARPGs by, you know, by trade anyways, by heart. And I definitely try to keep that side of things in mind. So starting summoner is kind of like natural to me, but there's also a lot that I could change up with this build, depending on drops. Friend to start playing forever, and I'm gonna a Lego Thorn Mace at level 12. God damn, that is some good RNG. Holy cannoli. Holy cannoli. Bro, I will say, if Forever can get their issues handled a little bit, I do think that it's got plenty of potential. It definitely just needs to mitigate some of the problems that they're having with current progression walls. I also still feel like they're going to have a substantial issue with build scaling as they go into harder content. And I hope that the game can bring in more players than it loses. But part of me is getting a little bit worried that it's going to go into a substantial, like, player drought. Especially if more games become available for playtesting. I worry. Because once they get on the island of not necessarily, like, having a ton of players flowing in to their playtesting, I like that. It's hard to get off of that island. It's hard to break the mold and get people, like, excited for your playtest again at that point. And I worry that, you know, with the player base that they've had so far, that might be a little bit hard for them. They had a very solid player base, but they didn't have a lot of retention around it. So, who knows, man? We'll see. We'll see. I hope they end up in a good spot with it, though. The game is really fun, but patch notes made it seem like they want all players to be able to solo everything with sustain. Agreed. It seems like they're going the route of, like, incredible accessibility everywhere, where everybody's supposed to feel like a god all the time. And that'll be fun for some people. For me, like, I just feel like the scaling over there is egregiously high right now. I feel like every build feels like a god build. And I don't think that every build in every scenario needs to feel like a god build. I also... This is already so much more fun than Diablo. Are you going off a build guide or did you homebrew? Because I'm completely homebrewing, dude. I don't know what, like, items I'm looking for. I don't know what passives I'm, like, missing out on if I don't take. I didn't look at anything coming into this. All I know is summon. If I'm being completely upfront. And I think that is part of the fucking fun that I'm having right now. It's all discoverability. And I think it's rare for me to not get at least like a little bit worried about viewership and stuff like that. You know, playing other games. But man, this is making it tough. You actually did it? What'd I do? Go play PoE? Listen, I didn't want to. I didn't want to. I was forced. And honestly, like, hear me out. Give me just a minute. I will say that boo-boo ass patch that they brought in today on the Forever side really made me sad. They are making everything so incredibly strong, like all the time already. It scares me. Quick build for style, then almost immediately divert. I don't want to shoot arrows and I love frost in this game. You can frost mage shatter with arrows, super cool. The blood mage shit's dope. So, my brother AMC was notorious every time they were playing previously for kind of doing something similar. He'd look at viable league starts and then he'd kind of cook up a build that he thought was going to be fun off of that. And every single time he cooked up his first build, it fucking sucked. And he was always like, he would cook up a first build that was good enough to play. But after that, he would end up re-rolling to something that was just like omega godly. Every time. You remember that one charge dash build that you brought in? Oh, hey, look, another unique. Huh. Okay. Well, what are we looking at here? Unique one-handed mace, unique spear, quarterstaff, two-handed mace, or talisman. Probably a one-handed mace, because that's the only thing that I can actually use out here. I'm having pretty good luck with this, my boys. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't found a singular other unique yet. But I'll absolutely take this. I'm getting like the pity timers on everything. Which, again, please send me your pity. I'll take pity primes, I'll take pity gifties, I'll take pity uniques. What are these uniques you speak of? Oh, you wouldn't know, non-streamer client. Yes, yes. Yeah, absolutely, Diffington, yes. Isn't it just glorious? You guys getting uniques? Listen. They've got to give me something to try to even the odds out here. Maybe it's the SSF buff. Maybe they're rewarding real men. Real hard-working American men that are out here SSFing their life away. Hard-working, blue-collar men. There's a new Polar video. Can you watch it? Polar lost video rights long ago. They still owe me stuff from Ashes of Creation time. They owe me like 3 weapons in Ashes of Creation, which is going to make it really tough. Really tough. I haven't even like interacted with Polar in a while. Why would I watch a Polar video right now? I don't even know what they've been doing. Is it announcing like the end of Polar or what? I'm getting those rage bait. Oh, okay. I was like, what has Polar even been doing? I haven't even heard from Polar, Kaiser. What you been up to, my dude? I hope you guys have found something to do. I have thought you were serious, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't have been shocked. Something to get you. Listen, I have no faith that you would come through just to say hello. This will play Quinfall? Oh, God. Wait, Polar went to Quinfall? How's that been? Also, what is this? This is Fizz and double stun buildup. Absolute bunskies. But I do have this. 25% increased spirit. We're up. Okay, allies in your presence deal additional lightning damage. I lose the +1 level of all minion skills, but that guarantees me at least one more boom boy, which is absolutely fine with me. So now I have 155. So I can deactivate here. That gives me 141. I have 14 unreserved. And then I'll need a little bit more spirit elsewhere. That ain't too shabby with the max life, but I need minion skills. And I don't think I get additional spirit from weapons. That is really good though. The additional damage and the additional minion level. Amulet can roll spirit? Ah, yeah, amulet, that's the one. Can Helm roll spirit as well or no? Is it just amulet? Never played Quinfall, I play Monsters of Memories, just 5 on old school open world PvP MMO. Yeah, Monsters of Memories has a playtest today, right? I was thinking about popping over there and checking it out. Monsters of Memories is real classic feeling. Which, honestly, if you guys love the classic vibe, bro, Monsters of Memories probably has some good potential there. I just worry that the, like, combat feel over there wouldn't necessarily hit for me, but honestly, I bet it's fun. So much awesome vibes. PvPing for farm spots and random open world. Everything we can open zones, raids and dungeons people haven't even unlocked. That's solid. How large is the dev team over there? Maybe I will give it a try when things settle down. Combat and MM is so good. If you liked Ashes in Classic WoW. I liked Ashes more than I liked Classic WoW. If I'm being real. Kick, CCs, D-spells, CCs, actual thoughtful gameplay. Is there movement, or is it just like super slow? Because a lot of the combat that I've seen, in all fairness, is... Oh, wow, and a unique strongbox. Chat! Chat! I'm being welcomed back to the game! Holy shit. Okay, revives the fallen monster 6 times. Fallen monster gains an additional modifier each time it revives, contains no other items. I guess this gives me one of like the Ogum legendaries. I don't really know what it does, but I'll take it. I'll take it. It's a trap. Mine was nothing but blues. Oh. Well, that'd be tragic. That'd be tragic. I mean, I already got a blue ring, so that's cool. Oh, does it just give us whatever drops off of this guy? Oh, a Chaos Orb. Wait, aren't Chaos is like the rarest thing right now? Wait a minute. I feel like I'm doing pretty well. I found Exalts. I just got a Chaos Orb. Maybe I'll find a Div soon. It's Divs? Okay, word. Divs, big money. Not the rarest basalt. Think of them as PO1 Exalts. So what are Exalts now? Chaoses? Okay, well, I'll take one of those bad boys. Oh, wait, he's still up. Oops. Okay, so Exalts are Chaoses. And then Divs are just, like, actual GG? Like, we're excited about Divs? Is that 6? Nope, that's not 6. Get a load of this guy. Jesus Christ. Jesus. It's unnecessary. Okay, Hooded Mask tier 2. Ow! Fucking rat. Does it need to be... Any spirit?
Together.
No spirit. Yo, Goskowski. What up, brother? Thank you for the prime. I appreciate you, brother. Did you grab a loot filter? I did not grab a loot filter. I'm not gonna lie. I did not grab a loot filter. This is something that I always do when I start playing as well. I never grab a loot filter. And then everybody says, Dusty, you grab a loot filter? My loot filter is extremely outdated. And I don't think those bitches auto-update. It'll save you time. We still just using the whole never sync type shit. Because I feel as though that might be solid. It might just save me enough time to actually be a little bit worthwhile. Are there any loot filters other than never sinks at this point? Some easy to download categories depending on strictness. Never sink is a go. Yeah, he's like an actual fucking dev. They've offered him positions, like for work, I'm pretty sure. And he just like turned them down type shit. Can also do filter blade to customize. Wait, so what's filter blade? Is that basically just like loot filter hosting type shit? Uncut spirit gem, transmutes, or augs? I'm not even running a spirit gem right now. When I get more spirit, probably will be solid, but honestly increases dopamine while playing. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Let's grab the spirit gem. And then I'll grab it after this. Grab the latest never sync filter there. It has a UI to edit it. Do I still have to do fucky shit to like download it in a certain folder or something like that? Like I have to find my PoE folder and then download it in there? Yes. They integrated with PoE 2 better. Wait, so I just download it in general? You can upload it directly into your PoE 2 account. Wait, how? Kim? Item filter. Oh, so I can just download it and then this will open everything? Filter file folder. The site will link you with your account. Is that just filter blade? Okay, hold on, I go full screen. Can also just download it. Never sync, alder, loot, filter. Never sync. Never sync's PoE filter 8.19 Mirage Economy Update 2, or is that old? That is March 24th. Is March 24th the most recent one? That's PoE 1. Word. Filter blade. PoE 2. How does filter blade work? Never sync, semi-strict. Sign in with the PoE. And then PoE 2. Initializing filter blade. Authorize. Logging in. So then, as a newer SSF player, I wouldn't get crazy strict. Yeah, no. I'm probably gonna go semi-strict to start, especially for leveling, just because there's so much that I probably would miss if I didn't go semi-strict. PoE 2. Login started at a window. I think I broke it. Oh, nope, never mind. We're good. We're good. It actually works now. Filter updated. Your filter has been successfully updated. Wait, what? Did you just update my loot filter like that? Unload item filter. Wait a minute. Did that just get done like that? 529. Where do I find back to my filters? Oh wait, that's PoE 1. Gosh, frickin' heckin' dang it. PoE 2. Filter blade. Never sync semi-strict. And then Only affects campaign areas. How do I just get the semi-strict up here? Export to PoE. Semi-strict. Export? Wait, what? How do I... Okay, I'm a little confused. The website's a bit confusing when you haven't done it. Go to your account on the PoE website. You can follow Never Sinks filter on there. And it says updated on your account and auto adds in game. On the PoE website or on the Filterblade website? Because right now I'm on the Filterblade website. And I see Never Sink SC, softcore economy, updated every 4 hours. Filter overview. And then customize strictness, semi-strict. To update the filter, just load it. This will automatically merge your customization into the new filter version. Export to PoE? Maybe? Customize themes, advanced. Export? Enter a valid name for your build. Semi-strict. Login, item filters on the right side. Pathofexile.com. Okay, hold on. And then my account. And then loop filters on the right side. Item filters. I have a PoE 1 filter though. Create new item filter. I do not want to create a new item filter. Yeah, so I only have a PoE 1 filter, so I need to get a PoE 2 filter. And oh god. Should be an export, then it has to log into your account. PoE 2. You can also do other players' filters? No. Not that. To update your filter, just load it. PoE 2. Filter blade. I don't want to create new filter, right? I just want to find a filter. Because, like, this is what I'm seeing right now. This is literally where I'm at right now. Do create. Create. Semi-strict. And then just export to PoE. Right? I think so. Okay, hold on. Okay, semi-strict. Continue without saving. Will not be able to modify this filter. And then auto upload premium feature. That makes sense. Okay. So I want to save, semi-strict, export, save and upload once. Uploading filter to PoE and PoE options in the game tab. You can't see restart again. So I should be good. I think. Hold on. I think we're balling. So we go semi-strict. Refresh. Wait. Is it still unable to load? Semi-strict. Oh, save. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're balling. We're balling. All right, hold on. One Rapinski before the joints start hitting. Chat. Did Elon use an item filter? Like a loot filter when he was playing? Just a random question. Usually I have to turn off then on for item highlight to get it to work cleanly. Wait, so like with a setting? Or what's the way to get it to work? Because I don't think mine's working right now. Oh no, maybe it is. Seems like it actually might be. Because that looked like it was slightly larger. I don't know, I guess we'll see when we... Wait. Okay, yep, nope, it's working. We're good. I remembered that I could just drop something and do easy science if I'm being completely real. By the way, chat. Absolutely fucking loving the sprint. The sprint might genuinely be my favorite feature since I have come back here. It is just so beautiful. Saves me so much time. Usually college students play for him. Okay, well at least he's supporting small business. I stood in the goop cloud. Chat, you don't want to stand in the goop cloud, actually. So it turns out all of those clouds that he brings in fucking explode. So, those ones we don't want to stand in. If we can at all avoid it. He will detonate those. Well, it's gonna be funny that shit one shot. Yeah, I'm just going to avoid the... Oh my god! Everything he does one shots. Jesus Christ. Bro, he like dangles that shit on me. What is his fucking problem? Just actually. Why is he the way he is? Stay the fuck away from me, brother, please. I think I stepped in one of the... goops again. Where'd our pin go? Nan! I don't know, the internet probably crashed for the 1000th fucking time. Towards fire resist? I don't have any right now. I could go up to town and grab rings, but I will do it without them. I am a man. And I will be treated and respected as one every time that I die. I don't need the fire resist. He does. My pin? Yeah, then you cooked it. You screwed the pooch, bud. Screwed the pooch. Uh-oh. We have no minions right now. We'll get big homie up on the spizike. And then hope and pray that these guys blast. Why can't my guys ignite that? Just semi-real question. Because I feel like if my guys could ignite his poop, then we'd be good. Oh, wait. We're actually in a good spot, chat. Okay, easy. Easy. I start playing Outer Wilds. That voice acting was kind of too good. The fuck? That shit was kind of OD. Oh, wait, that's so much easier. How many times has he died since? I think we died twice there. So I don't know if that's 8 or 9. Whatever it was at previously, though, check your message history. Because you could probably see your own message history if I had to guess. 8% increased rarity of items found and 1 level of minion skills. Alright, well, I mean, I might as well slam this. Okay, no more space for mods, right? That makes sense. Well, I might as well slam this one then. 22 mana. I don't really think the rarity is going to be that good. If I'm being honest. Not too sold on that side of things. So we'll just keep the minion skiller there. I have... Oh, that's actually fucking beautiful. Hello, Miss Lady. How do we price check with built-in chat now? Built-in client now for the non-SSF people. Do you still have your, like, little overlay thing? Because I still have a PoE overlay too. I don't really know what that is. But it has a campaign guide for me, which is kind of fucking lit. If I do say so myself. Kind of quite nice. The built-in check? Bro, there's like a whole fucking auction house now. Shit goes so deep. It's insane how much they've brought in. Like, people can just go to your hideout, apparently, and pick shit up. Hold down Alt, another tooltip tells you, like, Alt, Shift, right click. Alt, Shift, Right click. Wait. You're talking about the way to like comp it to other prices on like auction house stuff, right, AMC? Like the old PoE trade overlay type thing that we used to run. A rawhide belt's worth anything life recovery from flasks. And then this is also life recovery from flasks. Word, not too worried about scaling that bad boy up. The loot filter has been an immediate increase in quality of life. Shift Alt left click. Shift Alt left click. Does it not work for me since I'm SSF? That would make a lot of sense, yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't really make much sense for it to work for me now, huh? I was out here trying like I was gonna help, dude. I just want to be a part of the team. I just want to contribute in some way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to help out a little bit. Use the desert map to travel to the Halani gates. Oh, I believe that I have already cleared this. Well, off we go. Bro, I'm just clearing extra shit everywhere. I'm just kind of blasting. There's no market to compare. Right. Right. I don't know why I thought it would just like compare to standard or something. Do I go up for giant minions first? Yeah. I go up for giant minions because that's just increased damage, and giant minions is actually sustained for them. Which is probably going to be fucking huge. I can always just respec those. And I'll go back this way. And we'll grab another int. I'll go over this way. We'll grab another int. Actually, they'll probably need like strength or dex more than I need the int. And then that's recoup. Honestly, regenerative flesh is fucking stinky for minions like sustaining. And me getting 6% recoup is also kind of crazy because there are a lot of other recoup nodes that I can play around. Which is just really, really, really consistent. And I can tank up my minions like fucking mad off of these surrounding nodes. Reservation efficiency is huge. I can work my way up there. More AoE. General damage. Fizz damage reduction. Over here, temporary minions have +2 to limited minions. Summon minion duration. A lot of minion duration. Damn. So that could be really good for like a zombie Infernal Legion build as well. If I wanted to go like full fire, I could go... Do zombies need a corpse? Or do I just like summon a zombie from... That's also a spirit gem. Phenomenal. Do I just like summon a goddamn zombie? Consumes a corpse or power charge. So I would need something that creates corpses. And then I could potentially have unlimited zombies. But for now, probably not the most ideal chase. Let's see what this has on it. Absolute ass. And then you go in here so I can collect that. Also, I was checking 1 meter keystones. Around pass. I wanted to see if any could be an angle to go for it. Yeah, that's really where I'm going with it. I have everything minion highlighted right now. So I'm kind of like branching out, and I'm seeing what minion is applicable first for my immediate scaling and where I want to go off of these. And then once my minions feel like they're in a good spot, then I'm just going to increase my HP. Because I feel like that's really the only two scalers with a minion build. It's the minion and the me. And as long as I'm alive, then the minions can do damage. And if the minions are doing damage, then I don't really need to do much else. So I feel like it's this really like mutually beneficial thing, you know? Yo, Guts, what up, brother? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. I appreciate you coming through, dog. What you be up to? All right, let's see. So that's a T2 support gem as well. Blessings. We'll pop this real quick. And then Arsonist is probably going to be my largest thing to play around right now. Unless I wanted to go like... Minions with supported skills heal allied minions within 3 meters for 25% of supported minions' life on death, as well as removing all ailments from those minions. Damn, that'd be kind of cool for a Infernal Legion build. You could just tick that bad boy up like crazy. Brutality 2, behead, killing blows, grant one of their modifiers. That's not that crazy. Embitter's not that crazy. Infernal Legion's just gonna kill them really quickly. So I don't really think that's gonna be that crazy. Maybe Splash, but their damage isn't that wild either. Had a word with a coworker, and I feel good for a Friday night. Yo, I'm happy for you, brother. We've got some PoE content on our end. I haven't played Path of Exile in well over a year. And Path of Exile 2 is confusing. It's really fucking confusing. But learning is always fun. Slower movement speed and 15% reduced evasion rating, so MAME isn't even that crazy. More crit chance and less crit damage bonus. It's amazing but no PvP kinda lame. I mean, yeah, but that's also just gotta expect that getting into an ARPG. PvP in this game would be so fucking wild with how high the scaling goes as well with certain abilities. But I also don't really think of, you know, Path of Exile as an immediate, this is always going to be... I almost wonder if Concentrated Area is a trap with this. But it's more area damage. Which more area damage is just fucking crazy. Like, more area damage is absolutely wild. But I wonder if Fire Pen could be better. I just need more levels to this. Or I need to get, like, more slots. However the fuck I can do that. Because I get Ricochet, I get Fire Pen. I could get so much to just keep scaling up. Do you recommend to try PoE 2 as a Forever player? Do you like an immense amount of build customization, and are you okay with being completely overwhelmed at first? Because if you're okay with those things, then honestly, yeah, you get more link support around Act 3. Okay, cool. Like, personally, Path of Exile is a phenomenal game, but it is really deep and it's really confusing and it's really hard to grasp. But if you do give it time, minions deal 47% increased damage. Fucking really? But I guess I wouldn't be able to have my minions, huh? Like, I wouldn't be able to have my summons out, right? But my biggest recommendation with PoE, if you are coming in, you will definitely want to do a little research first. And we can help point you in a direction of maybe like which class to go. But there is a lot of decision making around builds. And you can respec, but there's so much depth. So I'm doing a homebrew. Ooh, movement speed. Oh, thank you so much. I'm doing a homebrew, which I have played a little bit before. Kind of like enough to know which direction I want to take my class. But I am also far. Jesus, 53% increased damage is actually kind of insane. And that's level 6 as well. The 25% increased spirit might not even be worth it. That's a level 7. And that's a level 22. I'm gonna buy this real quick. And I'm gonna try to roll this. Movement speed on boots is massive. Yeah, 15% movement speed on boots is absolutely stinky. Alright. Cold damage. Show me minion damage. Crit damage bonus really isn't bad. Do I regal this? And hope for increased spirit? Because if it hits, I'm going to use it for a decent amount of time. As soon as I hit 22. I'm just going to slam it. No! Alright, that's bad.
Care for a story? Young one.
I learned a hard lesson today. Now, I will say, I can grab this. And then if this rolls increased spirit, I'm up. Never mind. Honestly, not bad. I'm a rock with this for now. 25% increased spirit does allow me to get another one out, but more max HP on all of my summons is absolutely huge at this point in time. I do need something to replace brutality on those guys and make them a little tankier. What can I get to just beef them the fuck up under T2? Blind. realistically, supporter skills blind enemies on hit, 20% less accuracy and evasion. I could just have them constantly blinding people. Freeze, that doesn't really cause any freeze buildup in the first place. Lightning Pen, Mana Leech, Minion Splash. Supported minion strikes have melee splash. So that wouldn't do anything with my already melee stuff. Maim is just a movement speed slow. So I don't think there's a ton of beefiness inherently there. Until I get to like T3 maybe? What do we get later on at T3? We got Knockback, Meat Shield 2, Magnified Area 2, Punch Through, that's just a knockback, Soul Drain, Super Critical. God damn. That's actually kind of stinky. Sounds like it could just go crazy. Supported minions deal 30% more damage if they've revived recently. That could be, again, very interesting. Culling Strike goes fucking hard. Fire Exposure goes hard. Hulking minions, but I don't need hulking minions once I get my gigantic minions. I guess I could make the warriors actually hit pretty hard with a heavy swing as well. Time to roll up. How's the prog going so far, big dog? What have you found yourself so far? Bleed 3 and bleed 4. Oh, different things. Okay, that's kind of cool. Execute Infernal Legion Heft. Maximum physical hit damage. So, I mean, maybe playing around a couple of warriors isn't inherently going to be the worst thing. Got a nice tornado build going. Hey, that ain't the worst, though. As long as the build is feeling nice and you're progging, I feel like that's really all that matters. So, this will drop a little bit of spirit for me, but that's absolutely fine. I remember Malice being absolutely stinky to run, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I remember Malice being really stinky to run. But I don't know too much about it. The fub gooning. Wait a minute. Oh no.
Stay inside.
Is Fub running a tornado build and now everybody else is running a tornado build?
So, the outcast.
Some scenarios where lower rank version of a support ends up benefiting a build more than the highest. Interesting. Just because of like different effects? Better Fubgoon? Oh no, not like this.
Welcome.
Not like this. We're in too deep, boys. We're in way too deep. What does Risu have for me? Random Talisman, Random Scepter, Random Spear, Random Bow, Random Staff, Random 2-hand Mace, Random 1-hand Mace. This is ass for me. I'm gonna grab a random 1-hand Mace and hope for the best. Chat, what would I be better off gambling one off right now? A mace or a wand? I feel like I'd be better off with a mace, right? Because I'm not really using a wand for jack shit. And I don't really know mace bad for you wand. What am I hoping for on wand? Can give all skills. Word, okay. You're better off with me? You're just saying that you don't really care about me like that. I know how you operate. Minion builds want wand plus skill. Okay.
I am fond of that.
Physical spell skills.
I am pleased.
Boo! Alright, one more.
I trust.
Boo! You guys lied to me. At least I got stats on that one. Boo! All of you guys. Chat, boo yourselves. Jesus fucking Christ. Absolutely ridiculous. I have 42 spare. Wait. Reserves 132. I'm 2 spirit off. Literally 2 spirit off. That's fine, because I can just turn Ravenous Swarm on until I get 2 spirit from something. So, some of these are physical spells. Would have worked. Oh, fuck, you're so right. I wonder if I could buy it back. I could probably buy it back. Because that would have made my Skelly boys hit a little bit harder. You should have said something. I can't believe you'd set me up for failure like this. Hold on. Hold on. We can deal with this. Boo! Hold on. Hold on. Zarka, have you seen? Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. Uh-oh. Risu. Risu. Boo! God damn it, I hate this game. Chat. I'm thinking some Hello Kitty Island adventure, perhaps. It's okay, karma will come around for me. I will find... I need that gold. Nom 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 nom. Fucking broke as shit now. I spent all my money on Ouster. Jesus Christ. We're down horrendous, boys. It's okay. We will make up that money and much more. I just need to find a couple treasure goblins or some bullshit. And it's okay. I can be a little broke now for a lot of success later. But I'm currently hoping for two things in the immediate. First things first. A spirit amulet or something. I can get it on chest or amulet, right? You guys said? Chest, you say. Boo! God damn it, man. Nothing good happens to me. This is fucking ridiculous. Chest and amulet. I'll be on the lookout. Because right now, everything's terrible. Everything's absolute buns. I like just surrounding my little Tom Brady's with fire. And then just letting all of their projectiles ignite. It's very satisfying. Only problem is, my little Tom Brady's are dying. There's no tuck rule over here. And they're getting absolutely slaughtered. Any more uniques? Int. Improves the quality of a wand, staff, or scepter. Boo! Int. Something tells me these will be useful at some point in time. Deflate the ball, maybe? Allegedly. Allegedly. Deflate it. But if it was deflated beyond a reasonable doubt, then how would it be bouncing as soon as I got a third support link? Brother, let me tell you what. These balls are organic as hell out here. We're playing under the ethical guise of most of the rules. These balloons still aren't deflated. Nope. Tom Brady ain't been here, you can tell that much. What is it, 65 days now or something? 64, 65 days? I think we're at 1,064. And yes, no, the balloons have still not been deflated. They are holding strong as fwick. Artificer Sword, happy to see you. Siphoning Wand, happy to see you. Because all of my wands currently suck. Show me minion skills. Boo! God damn it, man. It's all bad. It's all bad out here. Pain and suffering is all we know. And there is truly no hope. Only misery. Only wallowing. I want to get my gigantic summons. I want to see what the Giga Summon truly is all about. Because I feel like once Gigantic Summon comes through, I will be progressing on a level unforeseen by solo cell-phone first-time man before. I feel like I'm already on a really good pace, so I'm not gonna lie. The fact that I've stopped getting permacooked like I was at the very... careful, Dusty. Careful, Dusty. Don't get permacooked. Careful, Dusty. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Unmatched, unfazed, undefeated. Unfazed, just like Banks. Sorry. Sorry to any Banks in the chat. My bad. My bad. That wasn't me. I don't know who said that, but that hooligan should be reprimanded immediately henceforth. And also given a bunch of cryptocurrencies. But that's just my take on it. I have no idea how these balloons aren't deflated, by the way. I don't know what's in them. I don't know if, like, my... What if my yaps are fueling the balloons? Like, what if... What if the helium coming out of my yaps? I'm so untiltable right now. Oh, are you gonna tilt? No, you won't fucking tilt. You'd never tilt. You're so untiltable, dog. What up, Duro? How are you, brother? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. It is, ooh, an exalt. Thank you. I appreciate you. Piece of candy. I like piece of candy. It's been a good day, though, other than my internet shitting out. My internet shitting out has actually made me quite sad. But that's a problem for another time. All things considered, great day, and we're absolutely blasting. It's been a second since I have PoE'd. Like, a very, very, very long second since I have PoE'd. So I'm shaking off a whole lot of rust. And I'm also hoping that people show up to stream. So I don't really look at viewership while I stream, and I know it's definitely going to be down compared to normally scheduled programming. Oh. But I'm hoping there's enough hype in the next week or so to kind of keep it going for a little bit. Must be at least everyone, right? Yes. Yes, absolutely fucking phenomenal. I'm really having a lot of fun over here. And I don't regret coming over, especially since Forever's in kind of a spot of, like, waiting, so to say, for more stuff to happen. Forever's very heavily in a spot of waiting. And that's really all that there is to say with it right now. There's not even, like, much more to look forward to until June. So, and that's late June, but fun game. Yeah, incredibly fun game. I have lots of fun with it. What's that? That seems like it's gonna blow up if I get too close to it. And I'm not entirely sure if it does or not. But it seems really explodey. What about 007? Did you play it yet? I actually did not play 007 yet. And I know this is weird coming from me right now after playing like Forever completely solo and then coming over here. But like, I'm usually not a big like single player person. I'm usually very much like multiplayer or nothing. And the fact that I've been on more of like a single player kick lately has been a little bit odd for me personally. Like very odd, but not necessarily in a bad way. I'm having a ton of fun with it. I'm just hoping that I don't murder my stream trying to have fun. That's my largest concern. Decent damage, 7 out of 10. Yeah, shit ain't the worst, you know what I mean? It's not like we're out here hard struggling or anything for right now. And I think my damage would definitely be better if I had another one of my Blasty boys out, my Boomy boys. I'm close though. It's just that little bit of spirit that I don't currently have, that once I do get it, I can turn off my spirit gem, and then I can throw that immediately into more, into another Boomy boy, which is 3 more bombs going out at all points in time, right? And then once I get my bounce for my 3rd link, that's gonna help a lot. Where the fuck it is? Ricochet. So Ricochet will help clear a lot, but just shows the state of MMOs, that one of the most die-hard MMO lovers is even at the point of just like, man, nothing really on the agenda right now, might as well play PoE. Because I agree. I very much agree. And it's a little bit of an unfortunate set of circumstances, if I'm being real. But it's very simply put where we've arrived, you know? MMOs are at, I think, near an all-time low. And WoW is WoW, but like outside of the established MMOs, if you're not already playing an MMO that you've been playing for like 20 years, odds are you're probably not having much to look forward to in the MMO world. There are still some MMOs that are in development that are promising, but even those, I think we're in kind of like a lull right now. A year from now, we'll probably have multiple good MMOs that are coming through. But it's just that gap. ARPGs were on Death Store not long ago. Yeah, no, that's kind of where MMOs are at right now. I mean, inevitably on the horizon, there is the Riot MMO that's lurking, which could always get funding pulled from it, but it seems like they're making substantial progress there. Ashes was really like the last beacon for a lot of people in the sense of an indie MMO competing with the large scales. And then once that died, everybody was just like, all right, well, maybe we just go to the next large scale. So New World had so much potential. New World really did. It just wasn't ready for a launch at that point in time. Yo, Biko, what up, dude? You see Trivia, very fun game so far. If you like Ragnarok Online type MMOs, closed beta test this weekend. With instant access if you want to try it. There's only a EU server, but it's not too bad. Interesting. I haven't played Ragnarok Online. What's a Ragnarok Online type MMO? Give me. Not just Go Riot MMO. I mean, I still think the Riot MMO will be solid, but you got WoW, Guild Wars 2, BDO, ESO, and Final Fantasy 14 at the top. Now tell me how many of these are at least a decade old. Bro, some of the MMOs that are being played as popular MMOs right now are so old, not even Diddy would fuck them. Important to remember. We are not at a point where MMOs are just constantly shitting out very high quality products. And it's unfortunate, but the MMO world has kind of been riding the struggle bus collectively for quite some time now. And I'm hoping that they find their way out of it soon. It's just, bro, it's tough. It's tough. Maybe Chrono Project. I think it's Project I, by the way. Not Project 1. Somebody said it was Project I. I don't mean to be pedantic, but I just feel like we should probably call it the right thing. We should probably put some respect on its name. But I think it's Project I. Anyways. I don't know, but yeah. I mean, in terms of indies, right? If you like classics, really, Monsters and Memories is a good classic, right? If you really want that old school feel and you want that classic vibe, great. Monsters and Memories will probably do you pretty well, if I'm being real. The devs seem solid behind it. They seem like, you know, a small dev team that has really good intent. And intent can really only get you so far, but shit, I think that's something good for an indie title. And I think Monsters and Memories will hopefully be healthy. I think when Drakantos comes out and we get more access to that, I'm going to be incredibly excited. Minimo is also weirdly on my radar. Like, the prospect of Minimo seems incredibly cool. It's 200-person open world. And you basically go into a new world with 200 people every single time that you queue in. It's a little fascinating just conceptually. So it's a completely new world, completely new experience, and you have 30 minutes to kind of like extract with as much as possible. So it's like roguelike, MMO open world extraction type beat with world bosses, gathering and crafting that you have to do within the 30-minute time frame as well. It's a lot of really intriguing concepts. Product hates this game because it's unknown devs. Bro, I don't know why they're so weird about streaming on like the Project 1 side. Or Project I or whatever it is. People literally are already making content about it. The first episode of the new Rick and Morty season was 11 out of 10. Fuck, man. I haven't watched Rick and Morty in a while. If I'm being honest. I probably haven't watched Rick and Morty in a good few... Probably like, God... I'd say several years at this point. Probably like 6 years since I've watched any like actual capacity of Rick and Morty. It's probably why I have become so stupid over time. I'm just not like polishing my brain in the way that I need to. Was never a big Rick and Morty fan. You probably just don't understand the jokes. Like, I understand too, interacting with you, it really does make sense that some of the jokes would just kind of go over your head. They're really just like, some of them are really in-depth, man, really complicated, and you gotta be a certain level of culture, educated. I don't think you have it. Though some people just didn't click with it. I personally watched a shitload of it, and I think Rick and Morty had better longevity than like Big Mouth. When I look at Big Mouth, that shit fell off. That shit, I don't know, it felt like a one and done in terms of the seasons. It should have been like a mini series with everything. It felt like it got so bad. Big Mouth was mid. I think the first season of Big Mouth was solid. But everything after that just devalued, like, devolved really quickly. It just became the same repetitive, like, poop fart period joke. And for a while it was fun to watch Fried, but nope. Nope, got old quick. Futurama's eternal. Futurama truly... Ooh, an Alcord. Futurama truly may be one of the closest things to eternal we have. Is Futurama still going? Is there a new VA for it? For Rick and Morty? What happened to that one guy that was like actually an alcoholic? Futurama, Simpsons, Family Guy. Futurama, Chappelle Show. If I could pick something to be eternal, that was not. But if we're talking about actual longevity, unfortunately, Chappelle Show is not on there because Dave Chappelle mental booms more than I do. It's okay, though. It's okay. It's okay, Dave. You're still a legend. I am getting T6 gems out the ass now, which is actually phenomenal because I can finally get everything caught up. Because I still have my Contagion to up. I need to do some support gems as well. I'm not using my sniper right now. I guess I could upgrade the multi-shot and just go multi-shot 2 over multi-shot 1. That'll be a little bit better. And then I have an extra multi-shot 1 that I can save. Can I put that on Contagion? Oh, I put that on Essence Strain. Sick. Although Essence Strain is my single target, right? So I wouldn't want that on my Essence Strain. Alright, so let's see here. Pain Offering, Dance Macabre. Sword Offering skills have 30% increased buff effect. Target an additional skeletal minion. Are only applied if additional skeletal minion is targeted. And Support Offering skills deal 30% more damage. That's interesting. Prolonged duration seems interesting. Less cost. Check Essence Drain's dot. You can see the multi-projectile affects the initial or the dot portion as well. Oh, in terms of like here and then. Oh, god damn it. I hit the wrong thing. Fupo! How are you? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, my friend. What you be getting up to on this fine one? Let's see. So, I'm at 78 DPS. And then multi-shot goes in. Draws me to 40. And then when I take it out, yeah, it does drop the DPS as well. Such a Dusty PoE player. All of the dust everywhere, Fubo. It's amazing that they even let me in the first place. I'm thankful. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, friend. What are you getting up to on this fine one? I like the decks there a lot, but I also have decks here. That's going to give me more max life. I don't have res there. I'll take the max life for now. Max life probably incredibly strong for me at this point in time. Anything good here? Spell damage, flammability, nope. Nothing solid there. Anything solid here? Nothing solid there. Nothing good there. Nothing good there. Boo! Boo! Some things only affect initial. Right. 15% less cast speed, deal 35% more damage. Boosting damage the cost of cast speed. And then that does more damage while above mana, more skill effect duration. I don't really need too much on my flame wall, if I'm being honest. You just start playing today? I did indeed. I've played a little bit of PoE in the past, but I'm nowhere near what I would consider, you know, an expert or anything like that. New expansion came out. Massive patch. Massive patch. So I'm trying to shake off a whole lot of unfamiliarity, so to say. Physical chaos. Is chaos causing poison that applies? Poison is an ailment that deals chaos damage over time. And these can poison, right? Attack and poison enemies. Okay, yes. Yes, we're good. So that's solid. And then Withering Touch could be solid, but I could also go something like... Oh, those are Spirit? Weird. Skill Effect Duration. Armor Demolisher could be an interesting one for more Fizz-Nuke. Or I could go in there. Acrimony is non-element damage over time. 50% reduced life regenerate. Damage over time with non-ailment debuffs inflicted on full life enemies by supported skills deal 50% more damage. So that's full life enemies though. Make sure you never select recommended. They had cover the time of the solid. Yeah. Definitely important to check just past that. I don't know too much about like the volatility stacking, and I'm not really too confident in that side of things. This could be very solid. And correct me if I'm wrong, for considered casting, that would just be a shitload of damage, right? Hit enemies and cast yourself, boosting damage to cost attack, cast speed. So for anything self-cast, considered casting it absolutely slap. Because that's 35% more damage. So if I get considered casting here, and then I get considered casting T2, then considered casting will boost damage like crazy. So now my contagion, that just spreads. That's just a vehicle for things. So maybe that's not the craziest. What about damage on contagion? Go for quality of life stuff on it. That's kind of what I was just thinking. With like the spread on it. But I also may have just used my last support gem for now. That's okay though. For right now, we'll throw it on there. Wait. That one. For now, we'll throw it on there and we'll see where it ends up. Because honestly, I can't use this anywhere else anyways. I could use it Mana Drain. I could use it Flame Wall. But we'll throw on Contagion for now. But yeah, we'll see what we have with more support gems down the road. Definitely see Contagion as more just like a vehicle to spread any debuffs and help AoE clear. But also, as I keep ramping my Arsonist, I might not need to worry about AoE clear that much. I have Multi-Shot too. I have Conk Effect on them as well. Because that's giving more area damage. So if we go Firebomb. Firebomb is damage and then damage per second. Or sorry, damage per second and then average damage per use. So 59.85. And then when Conk is off, it goes down to 45.68. That is just 30% just straight up more. Which is an incredible amount. Part of me almost wonders if I take that off. 79.8 because of the less modifier on it.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I hate you, Nin. I hate you so much. I hate you an incredible amount. It's okay. It's okay, Nin. Get it all out while you can, because soon I will be the genius. Can this bounce off terrain? I don't know if this can or not. I don't really think it can. I think that would be a chain.
Reaped. Dead. Fucking
Gosh, frickin' heckin' dang it. So, Fupo, what have you been up to today, my friend? Love you too? Yeah. You wait till you don't get your boy RD at TwitchCon. Oh, fucking hold that shit hostage. My brain is tired from the course of today, man. I've only been over here realistically like 6 hours, which honestly is a lot. Is a lot to try to just be learning constantly. Because let me tell you, I am fucking fried mentally right now, dude. There's so much information to try to take in here. And it's such an immense amount of like, okay, I'm clearing, but obviously I could be clearing much. Whoops, I didn't know this was a boss. I would have been a little bit more patient going into it. Maybe would have allocated a couple of points. But you know, I'm sure everything's just peachy. I'm sure we have absolutely nothing to worry about. Okay, at least I can take a hit. Oh, I was supposed to stand in that. Wait, this is fucking great. Doing some things, meeting some humans about stuff. Wait, lunch and dinner? What do you have for dinner? After stream, I too am gonna have a large dinner. I'm gonna have delicious noms. We're gonna 1.5 death rate per hour so far. Honestly, not the worst for being as genuinely clueless as I am right now. I don't claim to be smart, nor do I claim to be ready to take on a challenge like this. I claim to be putting in a whole hell of a lot of effort though. Not bad? Yeah, I wouldn't say this is terrible. I'm still feeling it out, still getting the hang of it. The solo self-found with none of the chat handouts. I think I'm proud of me. Wait, am I through this already? Where's my loot? Where the fuck's my loot? What a rat. Where is he going? Brother. Am I playing Dune? Lizan Al-Gaib? I have to like walk not rhythmically. I feel like I've seen this before somewhere. Fried duck breast with small fingerling, garlic, herb, butter roasted, and asparagus thingy with mushrooms.
Oh, did you cook it or did you go out to eat? Oh, that's really fucking good.
That sounds absolutely delicious. Did the duck breast have any sauce on it, Fupo? Did not cook. You have somebody that cooks for you, or did you go to a restaurant? God fucking damn it. Fuck that! What the hell do you mean? Okay. Well, I'm really jealous. The last time I had duck, oh my god, a level 7, holy shit. The last time I had duck, it was Hoofsy, Carla, and I at... Ooh, wait. We have Vuln, which drops armor. Detonate dead, kind of meh. Capture the spirit of a defeated monster, transforming this gem to instead allow you to summon this monster's ghost as a reviving minion. Yo? Wait. Is this insane?
Bind Spectre allows you to pick and choose any monster
What?
to become your minion.
Right.
Use this skill to see the options from the corpses around you.
What
use
the
it again
fuck?
to select one. You can summon your chosen monster from the skills menu.
Ain't no way.
Spectres revive after death, like skeletons do. Bind Spectre allows you to...
Yoink! Wait, this is insane. Okay, so I'm taking off Sniper for that. And then you go right there. Whoops. You go there. And then this is... It becomes persistent? The phone reduced with wine and butter. Oh, sounds so fucking good. That genuinely sounds so phenomenal. I'm happy you had a good day, brother. I started the day on Forever, and I'm not gonna lie, I've been complaining about it a lot, so I don't want to burden you with my complaints. But I'm going to anyways. So basically, they dropped a patch yesterday that was meant to nerf some of the extremely oppressive scaling that was already present within the game and try to bring some of it, you know, down into a reasonable state. So that way, maybe some content would be a little bit difficult down the road. Only problem is... Oh, I have that. Only problem is... When they dropped yesterday's patch, a lot of people in the community started bitching in Discord after not playing it, you know, at any point in time. Whoops. Who would have thought that people would bitch in Discord without playing a patch? I know, crazy. Nobody would have thought. Literally nobody would have thought. But, anyways, all things considered. So, everybody bitched in Discord about the patch, like a lot of people did. And they freaked out. And they ended up today basically re-rolling the not rolling back the entire patch, but they did end up rolling back a pretty substantial chunk of the patch today in terms of their impactful nerfs. So they walked that back, made a lot of the builds insanely OP again, and then also said that there was not going to be a content update until late June. So forever kind of went into like a waiting period, so to say, I think would be the best way to describe it. So I hit a point where I was like, all right, well, the general hype around Forever is starting to slow down a lot.
Yes.
Maybe I do just come over and check out PoE for a little bit. Mayhaps I do. All right, so now we have a lot of objectives to actually chase down. Because we are here. I guess I go Keth. Is it limbo for sure? Yeah, that's the best way I can describe it. A hiatus, limbo, all that stuff, right? It's very much, you know, a wait and see right now at this point in time. And unfortunately, wait and sees for games that don't necessarily have the craziest long-term population or hold, right? If we look at it on Steam charts right now, it is 3,800 players and peaked at just over 5K. Telling you should do a day. You play with the community in 4 to 6. A lot of community stuff people can do together. I know that's an expensive game. I'd have to make chat buy it. We'd really hate to see that. Okay, so that's the whole retrace it. Make sure yourself as well. You can do wild shit. Did you hear that Bowie Knife ended up just being an AI all along? Like the most loved Forza combatant was literally just AI. It was a marketing campaign and it worked. It was an insanely good one. I saw it and I was like, wait a fucking second. So basically, Bowie Knife is like a drivatar, it's called. So they've trained an AI model effectively to drive like an absolute maniac and then just deployed a ton of Bowie Knives across everybody's games everywhere. So there would be a ton of posts about it and it would generate a lot of dumbasses like me talking about it. It does look fun though, I will say. Even despite the whole Bowie Knife controversy, it does seem fun. So, Bind Spectre, I need to find something that's actually like worth killing in the first place, or worth rezzing in the first place, I should say. Maybe wait for like a yellow mob or something. Farm for content smart. Bro, good ass marketing campaign, I'm not gonna lie. Everybody thought that they were being stomped out by some like devious player of a man, only to find out that it was an absolute fucking clanker. It's wild to think about. Kabbalah Clan Relic. I have no idea what that does. All I know is that I have a shitload of quest objectives right now. And I am one level off of gigantic minions. Which will be nice. Was drop tour, was not hidden as well, and thought people knew that. No, a lot of people thought that it was some dude going through just stomping like everybody out. Like, a lot of people's general consensus was that they were getting stomped out by Bowie Knife. It was crazy. You should have been off, but have 997 I was started while I was driving the other night. Without a space. Somebody wrote an account was stopping by people's streams. That's actually so fucking funny if I'm being honest. There's like a parody Twitter account and everything as well. Dude, it's so crazy how far people have gone with it. I respect the heliante out of it, though. Like, there is a full culture around the Bowie Knife meta now. Was a good campaign by the marketing team. Dude, it fucking worked. And it was a fun one. I wonder how many of the clips that went out that were viral weren't even regular players, Foop. But we're just people that work for the company that posted clips that they set up in like closed off scenarios with the Bowie Knife. A lot of them were real. A lot of them were, but I have a feeling not all of them. Do kill King of the Mist, optional boss act 1.
The once verdant cities.
I think. What was that boss fight? Yo, Willow, what up, brother? How's PoE going so far? Pretty fun. Very fun. I'm glad that my stream has seemingly like... Let's say you get the Spirit 30 to activate your Spirit Gem. Okay, yes, I did that then. Yup, got it. Thank you. Okay, that checks out. That checks out. Wasn't the Wraithorn? Okay. Got it. Thank you. So yes, I have done that one. They turned up the ability on that one or something. They just made it an absolute fucking monster foop. He was on a warpath. He was out of control. Literally no mercy whatsoever. But yeah, it's been really fun, Willow. I was going through some internet issues earlier today that made it a little bit more tragic. But all things considered, I've been having a blast with it. I think there's a ton to learn. And again, I'm playing solo self-found, so I take my time a little bit more. But I'm in Act 1, whatever first came out, so it'll all be new for me. I was thinking about it. Free weekend right now. But if you already bought it previously, you don't have to buy anything else. So my biggest recommendation would be, if you're coming in, obviously, like, if you're not confident in your ability to put up a, put together a build from scratch type shit, look up a build guide before you come in. It'll save you so much time. There are a couple of things that you can do. Like, I also have a loot filter. Loot filters take legitimately 30 seconds to download, and I can help anybody get set up with those. But those are just small things that'll improve your quality of life a lot when you come in. Loot filters basically, give some filters on shit to basically differentiate what's currency, what's good, what's bad. Build guides are built in now, right? Yeah, I think they've done a lot more with build guides. I'm homebrewing my build, but I think you can import build guides somehow. Somehow. I don't exactly know how. But I think there is a way that people can, like, drop .build files, and then people can basically upload those .build files, and it'll guide you through on all the steps of the way and shit. Now, that functionality in game, I don't know how used that's going to be versus Path of Building, versus like YouTube build guides, all that traditional shit, but it is a nice first step as well. It's just contingent on a few things. I haven't done that side. Watch the presentation they did. This patch was monumental, Foop. Oh, excuse me. Monumental. They have really done some amazing things quality of life wise, and it's still an incredibly complex game. I mean, it's fucking Path of Exile. It's never really gonna be like the most new player walk in, roll shit, go home. But you're gonna do build guides for PoE 2. And depends on if I can keep making content around PoE 2. Like, that's the whole thing. With me streaming games, it's almost like I don't stop games a lot of the time because I'm not having fun with them. I stop games a lot of the time because the momentum dies or the stream's dying. And I don't have unlimited funds to just keep streaming if things like aren't hitting for people. So I'd like to be able to have enough time to get really familiar with the game. It's just I kind of operate on a ticking time clock of having to be able to pay rent each month and basically make a certain amount to cover everything. And if I don't do that, then it's a little bit of an urgent kind of like panic switch, so to say, when it starts going really south. And today's been a little bit of an anomaly just because the internet issues brought in some wackiness. But all things considered, right, PoE hasn't historically been the strongest thing for my stream, especially being an MMO content creator, delving into the ARPG world. It hasn't exactly been like, the largest point of success. So I would love that to change. And we're back up. And we're back up. Hello, and we're back. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry about that. So as I was saying, today's been a little bit of an anomaly, all things considered, with the internet being fucking weird. I don't really know why, but spoken into existence. Yeah, I fucking guess so, man. I guess so. It's really unfortunate. Like, anytime that happens, it kills viewership. And I have basically been averaging more stream crashes per hour than I have deaths per hour. Jesus Christ. I'm getting absolutely slaughtered. Sauce. Thank you for the 5 months, dog. I appreciate you. My noties can't even keep up. Like, This is annoying as shit, man. This is the worst my net has ever been here. Like, ever. It's 2 crashes as well whenever it happens. Like, the net goes out completely. And then it comes back. And then it kind of like soft goes down again. And then comes back up again. I don't really understand what could be causing it. But I'm basically gonna turn everything off and then back on tonight after stream, I think. And see how that goes. Because unfortunately it's been a constant thing throughout the day. And again, it kills all viewership when it happens, man. It's so fucking sad. Anybody rather than just some BS? Just some BS, man. Just some bad luck. And like, it really sucks too. Because today I was really talking to Carla, and I was like, man, I really hope that there's like still some hype around Forever, because it had really been falling off, right? Viewership for everybody in the directory that's legit had been falling off. And just, you know, the hype was reaching a lower point. It's big summon time! Hold on. It's up here. Wait, no, it's not. No, I need 3 more points. Aw, I thought it was big summon time. That's sad. Anyways, so, like, the hype with Forever had fallen off. So I was really hoping I could get, like, you know, some people in at the start of stream and then maybe come over and check out PoE 2. But stream kept crashing so much that even in Forever, I hit like half of what I normally hit for viewership. And so I came over here at like 50 viewers, and I've just been crashing the entire time that I've been over here. Just not like game crashing, but just my net's going up down because I'm playing new EA games. I mean, honestly, it comes with playing like, it comes with playing anything. There's always a content cycle with games. And as a content creator, you're always going to be like somewhat at the will of the content cycle of the game that you're playing. And you hope that you have other things that are like, you know, going to support your content along the way. But the content cycle is basically what has, you know, grown and shrunk my stream every single time it's grown or shrunk. So I've got lucky as well with, like, you know, some good timing on things and some good games going larger, so to say. But for me, when I was, you know, one gaming very heavily, I'm doing a little bit more variety right now and dipping my toes and seeing how that goes and seeing how the community holds up. But when I was one gaming very heavily, if the game that I was playing would be 3 months post, you know, post expansion or post content deployment, whoops, then that would immediately bring in a level of like 50 spirit. Oh, I have to pay spirit for this dumb shit? Nah, ain't no way. Bro, I don't have any spirit though. So how does that work? Wait, where'd that go? Huh? Spectre Prison Mariketh. Account bound. Oh, is that just permanently that now? Oh, I probably should have picked something a little bit smarter for that then. If I'm being completely honest. That might not have been my greatest choice overall. But that's okay. Oh, wait. Cast speed, block chance, loading, focus, max mana. It's a minion, yeah. Can I change it once it's actually, like, as a minion? Nope. It's literally just that. Okay, nope, that checks out. So when I get those going, I'm basically going to want to make sure that I have the exact minion dead that I want to have dead. And then I'll be summoning one of those. Noted. Need a new gem. Right. So I'll probably try to find a monster that has an aura of some sort. Maybe like brings in a buff. I feel like that could be pretty strong, but even then the spirit cost is huge. Keep note of strong monsters. Yep, exactly what I was thinking. really strong monsters or something that might bring in like an annoying ability or some form of groups, you know, group buff or utility for the boys. Yes. Exactly what I was thinking. I had a scenario where my internet was getting destroyed like that constantly over weekends. Somehow calling my service provider, waiting like 3 hours on hold, and then them saying, we'll look at it, fix it within 10 minutes of ending the call. Yeah, sometimes they can do like some remote reset type shit. Which I should probably call about tomorrow and then see if we could maybe get some credits for it as well. I think that would be nice. Maybe see if they'll gift some subbies to the channel, come through and show some love for the inconvenience. I bet I could get like a free month out of it if I'm being honest. And I'm just like, sir, I am professional streamer. Do you know who I think I am? And then they're just like, sir, I'm sorry. Sorry. Please don't out me to the community. And then they just give it to me for free forever. And then they sponsor me. And then I get the super premium internet tier. I will say, I have effectively never had issues with like this internet provider at all in my existence. Today is the first day in 1,000+ days on stream that I've had like substantial full internet drops, which all things considered isn't the worst. But what class are you playing? I'm playing a witch to start out, and I don't know which ascendancy I'll be going in the long term. I haven't really got that far yet, but we'll definitely let you know. I love summon builds. Not going lightning. I like summons. I love my summons. Which lightning is sick? No, I mean for solo self-found, because I'm doing solo self-found, so no trading or anything like that. So I'm a little bit less compelled to really, you know, zoom and immediately try to force the best build possible off of build guides. And I'm more forced to like gather my own information and my knowledge of the scaling and become familiar with it on my own, which I think is going to, whoops, I didn't think that through. Which I think is going to help me a lot in the long term, if I'm being completely honest, especially if it does happen to work out, all things, you know, said and done. But I definitely feel as though SSF is the way that I kind of slow myself down. Hiya. Wait. Hiya. Oh. Hiya. Alright, I'm in. And I'm actually kind of excited about this one. These guys just played it as lightning whenever good. You just like your zapper builds, don't you? Yeah, see, I started playing summoners very early on when I was a wee lad in Diablo 2. And kind of fell in love with summoners. And the fact that over here, ooh, Exalt Orb, piece of candy. The fact that over here, summoner builds can actually be, you know, a myriad of different things outside of amp damage, corpse explode as soon as something dies, and then just blast from there. I really enjoy that, and I've always liked PoE's depth of summoners. You can always do something more baseline. You can always do, they're like temporary summon builds where you run Infernal Legion and you summon zombies that are on fire that also explode when they're getting close to dying, and you just like do that on repeat all the time and you cycle through that way. Or you can go the more persistent summons, so I'm going the Arsonist build, which I really like the Arsonist, but there are a ton of different things that you can do. With Arsonists, they throw exploding balls out, and I'm gonna make those balls bounce. Pause. So it's really good for like AoE clear, but also on bosses and mobs with larger hitboxes, they can hit with multiple balls at once and then just cleave them, kind of like shotgun the mobs down. So I'm gonna try to scale through that, and then I'm running my Flame Wall because Flame Wall ignites projectiles that go through it. So I drop Flame Wall on the mob that we're trying to nuke if we are trying to nuke a mob. I put one of my skeletons on a skewer, and then I spam a couple of just general bullshit abilities and try to not die, and I keep some dots up. It's a pretty basic build. It ain't much. Not again. But it's honest work. Please, not again, sir. My internet's been so bad today. I don't have much more in me. That was just me. That was my own fault. Favorite are usually bleed, burn, or poison setups. You like the big dots. Just kind of like seeing things trickle down. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I did have a certain joy in PoE 1 for like the heralds that would just absolutely blast an entire screen full of stuff. Like, you would get one thing to pop, and then everything else would pop after that one thing. It was always incredibly satisfying, in my opinion, to see that happen. And it was always a really fun build to play, to just see, like, Loot Pinata come out of the ground. So, maybe if I find, like, build definers for a melee, I could see myself going that route as well. I don't mind melee, but I've also played enough of, you know, pretty much every ARPG that I've played in my time to know damn Skippy at this point that melee gets absolutely fucking ravaged in ARPGs unless it has gear. So unless I find like a, you know, build definer, I'm not getting too, I'm dead. I'm not getting too caught up in the, I'm dead. In the melee way of life. I feel like with melee, again, there are a lot of things that it's kind of like dependent on. One of those things being great gear, and that's the primary thing that I at this point don't have to support it. And summoner is dependent on, well, great gear can facilitate it, yes, but baseline summoner and baseline caster is typically dependent on getting yourself some plus skills and calling that good, which I'm cool with it. Okay, that guy was kind of an asshole. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of all time favorites in PoE 1 was a Witch Elemental list. They used to hammer and burn, shock, bleed, and poison from one big bonk. It sounds kind of fun. That sounds kind of very fun. I played a Nin Good Day. It's up to 10 and my internet crashed again. I played a Niamahu Cyclone one time.
By your request.
And that shit was fun. You basically went around and just whirlwinded and then bunk, 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 and then everything would blow up around you because you were dropping the little molten ballsies. It's quite sick. It's quite sick. I enjoyed that shit a lot. But that is crazy. It's okay. We're working our way up. The question is, are you going to remember that for tomorrow? Find a use for the relic. Where am I supposed to do that? The fuck do you mean find a use for the relic? Surely it's in here, right? Because I got them all in here? Because now I have the essence of water. I have all of this. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe it's in a different spot. But I do not have a use for the relic right now. Post near the end of every stream. Fair. Classic tornado build. I believe there's a tornado setup they made in PoE 2 Hero Spear. You're talking my language. A little spin to win classic type shit. Listen, I have no opposition to that whatsoever. That actually sounds quite enjoyable. However, sounds pretty dependent on a certain weapon setup. And I do not have that certain weapon setup at this point in time. So I must opt out and play my omega cushy and consistent summoner build until then. We're level 24 and we're absolutely flying right now. We're not actually flying because I don't know where the fuck I'm going, if I'm being completely honest. But I'm having a lot of fun, which I think is the thing that matters. There are probably people that are already clearing fucking bosses, but that is okay. I am having a blast. Level 25. I'm having a blast. Abyssal Lich build. Voral. Good day, sir. I hope you're having a beautiful one. What you getting up to? Are you the one that keeps knocking my internet out? Because I really wish you'd stop. If you are, it's not very nice. My internet keeps getting cooked sporadically through the stream. It's real tragic. Support gem, you say? Wait a second, is that another unique, boys? Is that a unique that I see before my very eyes? Oh, wait. The contagion. What did contagion just do? Wait, that was insane. Okay, this is not a unique. I discovered that in Act 4. Rune of Vitality is 80 maximum life. Armor scrapped, Adept Rune. I'll go with the root of it. Voil, how's your league start, Ben Monfair? Are you playing Trade League or are you playing SSF? Does anybody play hardcore anymore? I would fucking hope not. That shit is just stressful for no goddamn reason, if I'm being completely honest. So I'm trying to make a different build. I was end up back in a container build for the dopamine. I do kind of want to make things go boom. I will say. But the prospect of having a bunch of summons doing my bidding for me, it's just crazy smooth and crazy fun. But going boom would be fun. Skeletal minions, you would create, instead grant you umbral souls for each minion you would have created. Skeletal snipers give prod speed. Then you convert prod speed to damage. And then what are you scaling off of that? So you're basically just getting constant buffs. Cypher, thank you for the 9 months, my friend. I appreciate you. Here's so many more, dude. So, what are you scaling off of that for, like, you know, you have all the damage. What are you using it with now? Because I'm assuming you consume the summons, so you're not going off of the summons themselves. But at that point, what go off of? Great checkpoint. Phenomenal checkpoint. Because you must self-cast something, right? I think I'm done in here. I don't remember any of the questing prog, which has quite possibly been my largest detriment so far. I'm not gonna lie. My lack of direction is cooked. Use Project Acceleration. What are you casting, though? Like, what does your damage? Twister? Oh! Like, you're actually casting a bunch of tornadoes. Interesting. And I'm assuming they just, like, tornado around and, like, bounce off walls and shit? Twister is the Giga meta. Is it Druid Twister build? Whoops. It's a Twister Abyssal Lich. Bro, I'll be real. I went into this completely blind. I didn't do any, like, meta build research or anything. Just converts prop speed and damage so everything zooms. Does it change your prod speed into damage? Or does it, like, double dip prod speed and damage? Whoops, I was not paying attention. It gives you both, I'm assuming. Technically a minion build. So you can just scale it up like crazy. I think... I want to say I've done everything in here that I, like, need to do. I'm waiting for me tomorrow. I'm gonna watch an episode of Narcos Mexico before bed. Yeah, I gotta get some food here soon. The fact that it's already midnight's kind of crazy. I haven't really... I'll be real. When I was streaming forever, I was struggling to hit 8 hours. And now here I am at a little 9.5 over here today. It's kind of wild what a little bit of change in scenery can do, other than just killing the same 3 bosses on repeat. I don't think this is the use for this. Yeah, no. I don't believe it is. And I don't really know what is supposed to do with that. I'm slowly losing it. Bro, honestly, Forever's gonna be there. Like, that's the largest thing to keep in mind. It's always gonna be there. I'm about to start sharing my Legos for him. Even then, just like... Man. I don't even know that it's like... going to make it that long. I don't mean to say it in like a negative way. But with the directionality that they're taking it...
How can I be of aid?
I don't know that... they're going to avoid... No, it's lightning spells. No. That seems really good though. I worry that they're going to kind of like go down a bad path of not knowing what direction they want to, they want to go with shit, which does worry me. Okay, if I use it for the relic, so that's through like the little roadshow type thing. So I need to go do more of that. I'll go there, bitch. Should up. I don't think I can get an amulet at this point that's gonna have anything like meaningful on it. I can sell stuff though for a little more Goldington, which I might start doing a little bit more routinely. That's literally just stats. That's global fizz damage. Don't need that bad boy. Because now I could maybe try to Gamba an amulet that has a little bit of spirit on it. Because I'm really close to having enough spirit to be in a good spot functionally. I'm just a little bit off. Spirit gem level 6. That's cold res. Don't need that. This is level 6 now. Level 2 support gems. Contagion, flame wall, pain offering. Maybe pain offering with like a prolonged duration, but that just needs to be level 1. I think PoE is going in a great direction. PoE is going in a phenomenal direction and probably always will be. The thing with PoE is it's almost like near impossible to break into as a content creator. And my channel almost like instantaneously dies whenever I come over here to try to create content around PoE. Like it's really tough. So, it is what it is, but it's just kind of like a temporary stop for me. I'll be back to the typical like MMO content in no time type shit, but for the time being, we just vibe. Be scheduled tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. Kind of like tucking it in for the night. Probably grind out a little bit more and see kind of where we end up with shit, if I'm being honest. As of right now, though, I'm pretty happy. The build's cozy. We're progging smooth. I'm 2 levels away from Giganta Minion, which is going to be huge. And as of right now, I think I just need to keep progging. I still have no idea what the vague Ancient Vows is, but I'm assuming that's back on this side. Excuse me, back on this side. So we'll figure that out soon, but I'm tired as shit. I'm tired as shit. My net's been crashing like crazy today. And everything's bad. He's for sure grinding for gigantic before bed. Nah, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm tilted as fuck because my internet's been crashing so much. Every time the net crashes, it cooks viewership like more and more and more and more. And it just kind of like compounds over the course of the day and really fucking sucks. So, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed and then I'm gonna try again tomorrow probably. I think is my best option and hope that we don't just end up getting cooked. So, I'm gonna send a little raid over to Mr. Icebox. And then I'm gonna grab myself some food. I'm gonna see what's up tomorrow, boys, whether it's PoE or an MMO or something. I'm sure viewership will be normal if my stream's not crashing throughout the entire fucking day every hour and a half, so that's my bad. I'll call the internet people tomorrow and try to figure that out, so we'll see what we can do. But boys, 07, I appreciate y'all being here today and every day. Genuinely makes the world go round. Couldn't do it without you guys. Tomorrow net will be better. Hopefully fewer crashes. We preach. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.